Well, good morning, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to round number 2 here of the Florida Winter Tour in beautiful Loxahatchee, Florida, here at the Piquet Race and Entertainment Center. It's been kind of a crazy morning for us already.
Yeah.
Kind of a slow start. Unfortunately, we had an incident with the emergency vehicle on its way here to the facility. It broke down, so we had to wait a little bit. Wanted to make sure that obviously we had our emergency medical people here on site as we get ready to go racing. We went ahead and scrubbed our morning warm-ups. We'll get them out there and get racing here for heat race number 2. First group out will be our VLR Juniors they'll go 10 laps. Again, their second heat race. Again, Alex, kind of a crazy morning already. Kind of falling behind the clock, if you will, but I believe they figured it out, and we'll get things going here.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give a shout out to ROK, obviously. I mean, shooting from the hip, really, right? I mean, supposed to have a warm-up this morning of, a few minutes, then it was, 1-2 laps, and now they had to cut the warm-up, unfortunately,
right.
But, they're doing everything they can to stay on schedule. So it's a good job for ROK, and hopefully we're going to get racing in a few minutes' time here for VLR Jr.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's been a great weekend so far. Great Friday. Beautiful weather for us yesterday. Little sunshine out this morning, but still got a little cloud cover. Keep an eye on the clouds throughout the day. Hopefully we won't have any of that beautiful Florida liquid sunshine, they call it.
Hopefully not, yeah. I mean,
don't want any of that.
It would make it pretty fun, though.
It could make for some interesting times just here in the pit area.
Yeah. Well, let's get talking about VLR Jr. I mean, how about Ernesto Rivera? I mean, he's been on it this weekend.
He really has been. I was talking with Teddy Musella about that, and Teddy's saying the same thing. He's just been an absolute rocket ship.
Yeah, it's incredible.
And Teddy's been trying desperately to chase him down. I know he had a great race with him yesterday, finished up second, but Ernesto has just been, without a doubt, the man to beat.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to have figured it out. We talked to Teddy yesterday in the interview, and he said he's got the braking figured out. He's got maybe just a little bit of a different line. It's working for him. VLR has been quick. He's been really quick in ROK Jr. too. I mean,
yeah.
Not only quick, I mean, he's been winning by a few seconds, right, which is not something you see every day in Junior. So it's impressive to see, hopefully. And I expect some of the guys to be up there. I mean, there's guys like Stephen Miller, who's been super quick all weekend. Surprised to see him struggling a little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah.
For his standards,
right, exactly. Normally up there at the top. Been down just a couple of spots. I believe it was 4th, right?
Yeah.
That he finished yesterday. So not a bad weekend start for him so far. Ought to be interesting to track. Obviously, new facility for us. Our first time here with ROK. Great to be here. Thanks to all of our sponsors: OMP, Vortex Engines, Levanto Kart Tires, Eni Oil, of course, ROK Cup USA, and thanks for everybody being out here. What a great facility this is. I'm sure it will just get better over time.
No, of course. I mean, I can see this place being, where a lot of the big series, come to.
No doubt. It's obviously got a great name associated with it.
Yep. As we have VLR Jr. out
just
on
rolling
track.
out on the track. Yep. Again, what they're going to do is instead of going around once.
Yeah, we're just going to get the green
first lap. Get the first lap. So these guys got to really hustle up, and hopefully the guy out front will give them enough time to allow them to
you can
form up correctly.
They're scrubbing their tires like crazy right now. And obviously, here's the thing, right? I mean, they didn't get warm up,
right.
So they're going in pretty blind. I mean, these guys, these are good drivers. They can adapt quickly, but obviously it's a new day, new weather. You don't know how your car's going to handle, right? So it's going to be an interesting few laps for these guys. Their warm up was essentially half a lap right there.
Right.
That's all they've got.
There's their warm up right there. Is right.
That's all they've got, because now they got to line up here.
And now they're going to start forming up at the formation clone. Still got a few karts kind of trailing a little bit back behind, but I believe they're going to be perfectly fine. So for the first time today, I believe we're going to go racing. Our VLR Juniors in the tram lines, heading towards the start-finish. Flag is out. We are racing.
Really good start for the inside row. I mean, everybody just seemed to go. Scorpione just got left out to dry there on the outside. Just a dream start, though, for Ernesto Rivera.
Again, one of those guys that gets out there in front. You hate to give him just several karts out in front, but you can see as he comes down heading for turn number 6 for the first time, he's already out about 6 to 8
Look
karts.
at that. Stephen Miller getting
already
to P2. What a start for him. I mean, he started, I think, P7, obviously, for the heats, right? So, I mean, good run for him already in P2. Yeah, Scorpione fell back there to P4 at the start. He's going to make a move to the inside here, make that P3 for Leo Scorpione.
That was a good move there for Leo.
Yeah, you had to make that move.
Good move. Good clean pass, too. Great to see. But, boy, Ernesto takes a quick look back over his shoulder and sees that he doesn't have a whole lot of company on his back bumper, but he does have somebody there trying to run him down.
This is I've been waiting to see this all weekend. I mean, Ernesto and Stephen Miller have been, I think, the 2 quickest guys so far this year in junior. So we finally get to see them 1 and 2. Scorpione, though, in P3, he's been solid. I mean, coming off a victory last week in Scusa, so don't count him out of this race. Didn't have the start he wanted, but he's back in P3 now.
Trying to see if I can get my timing up. Without a doubt helps follow the guys around. It's always difficult when it comes racing by you so fast. Hard to read their numbers on these karts. And, you know, somebody was asking me about helmets, and I said, you know, the helmets have gotten to be, in some instances, so close to one another as well.
Yeah.
It's hard to be able to tell them by their helmets. I know a lot of folks can. I can obviously tell Stephen Miller by his particular helmet just because of the color. But if for some reason I'm not getting any live timing right now, but we still know that Ernesto Rivera is out there in front by about a good 10 to 15 karts now.
Yeah, he's just stretching the advantage. I mean, it's just impressive to see, really. Stephen Miller, though, keeping him honest. I mean, 10 car lengths back, but it's a better showing for him, I think. Probably the best his go-karts looked all weekend so far. Scorpione under pressure there from one of the CRG guys. Field is surprisingly spread out for a VLR class. It's surprising to me.
Yeah, in the first couple of laps, too, that it's kind of gotten spread out this far. Now, obviously, the rest of the group are battling their tail ends off towards the back end, but up in the front, still Ernesto Rivera out there all by himself. And it just has been an amazing run. I mean, you got to go back to last year, right? Back in October and November. Well, actually November.
Yeah, he's just been really hot these last few months. I mean, it's really, really cool to see. And he's still young. I mean, I think he's got at least a year or 2 left in junior. I mean, he's just going to continue to improve there. Stephen Miller seems to be falling off just a little bit. I mean, Scorpione is bringing the whole train with him, I think. He's got his CRG, he's got Martella.
Right.
Following him. I mean, Stephen Miller's going to be under fire here in these next few laps. I don't know what it is. You know, I've been trying to figure out what that Cosmic has. It seems to just handle the bumps really, really well. I'm watching his hands. He seems to be really smooth. You almost couldn't tell it's a bumpy racetrack, right? Everyone else seems to be fighting the go-kart a little bit more than these Cosmics. They just have that thing dialed in so far. You know,
and what's kind of cool about Ernesto is those white gloves, because then you can kind of keep an eye on.
You can see his hands. They don't move.
Right. With the darker gloves, it's a little more difficult to really see. But to see him with those white gloves on, you can really get a good look at his hands as he's going through those corners. And you're right, it looks like he is handling these bumps a whole lot better than everybody else.
That was a good move there from Anthony Martella to get past David Ybarra. Move Martella up into P4. Scorpione, I suspect in the next lap or two, will put a lot of pressure here on Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller struggling, just like yesterday, really. It seems to be the second half of the race is where that kart just doesn't have the pace that everybody else has.
It's so unusual, at least in my time of doing this, so unusual to see somebody in this particular group so far out. I mean, he's already put a good, at least a good turn ahead of everybody. He's just now going into 7, and they're just coming out of 6.
Yeah, I mean, he won yesterday's heat race by over 5 seconds.
Right.
I think he's going to match that in this race.
Again, heat race number 2 underway for the very first group this morning. Our VLR Juniors, VLR Seniors. We'll be looking for them.
Scorpione to the inside of Stephen Miller.
Just as you
makes that move stick. Put a Scorpione up into P2. Stephen Miller cannot fight back there in the penultimate corner. So move a Scorpione P2, Stephen Miller P3.
Well, I think it's going to be important that the two of those two guys work together.
Yeah, let's see if Stephen Miller can keep up with the Scorpione and they can work together. I'll be curious to see what their pace is. But it's just a Scorpione. I mean, he's not even in the shots right now. He's a whole straightaway ahead. It's unbelievable.
There we go. We've actually got some timing now, and so again, as we've been saying all along, Ernesto Rivera, Leonardo Escarponi, Stephen Miller in third, and Anthony Martella now up into that 4th position. David Yarbera 5th. Jordan DeLeo, good to see Jordan out running with us again, the Goodwoods driver. In the 6th position, Turner Brown in 7th, Shun Sekaguchi in the 8th position, Victor D. Alencourt in 9th, and right now Preston Peyton, that is, Westcott rounds out your top 10.
I mean, I'm looking at times right now, and Ernesto Rivera is running mid to low 53s. Everybody else is in the 54s. As I say that, Scorpione and Miller finally break into the 53s, but I mean, that they're working together just a little bit. So I mean, considering the 2 against 1, they're still consistently 4/10 off.
Again, to look out there and see one of the carts out 5+ seconds ahead of the second place car. It's just not typical of these particular races, but you know, when you've got a rocket ship like Ernesto has and you're able to put it exactly where it's supposed to be and have the consistency to do that lap after lap after lap.
There's no better feeling, right? Show up to the racetrack and just know that you have the piece under you.
I can imagine as a driver that is a great feeling.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the advantage that Ernesto also has is, I mean, he probably looks back, he realizes he's got a straightaway on these guys. He can save his stuff too. He can save his tires, save his equipment. He can avoid the curbs. You know, he doesn't need to set, you know, lap record lap times. Right. So it's going to play to his advantage when we come to the pre-final and final later today and tomorrow.
And it's interesting because a lot of the guys, as we look down the timing loop here, are actually setting their best times.
And they're 5/10 off.
And they're 5/10 off, exactly.
It's demoralizing almost, right?
Yeah, he just picked up another 5/10 that last time by. As a matter of fact, he's out to 5.8 seconds now.
Yeah, Stephen Miller got back around to Scorpione there. But Scorpione is keeping him honest. I mean, I want to see these guys work together and just see what lap times they can put. I think their mindset,
third driver as well for them. So
yeah, I think their mindset right now is one of those where they know they don't have the win, so they're just trying to race for best of the rest, so to speak, right?
Gotcha.
But I'd love to get a word with a few of these guys actually and see where they think they're lacking.
Right.
To me, it looks like it's just the way the cart is rolling over the bumps. It seems to just be a little more abrasive for these guys. As Scorpione is going to go for a move there, but Miller chopped it off.
Yeah, he sure did. I thought for sure he was going to try it for sure.
Yeah, it was late but clean. Late but clean move there for Stephen Miller. He had to make it.
By the way, they're working their white lap here. White flag is out, waiting for Leonardo, Ernesto, that is, to make his way around.
There's Ernesto. He wasn't even in the same zip code almost as these guys. I couldn't even. You couldn't tell me he was on the same racetrack.
He is absolutely on a rocket ship and is doing phenomenal.
Yeah. As he
Meanwhile, that battle still continues. Getting ready to come through the last turn here. Heat race number 2 in the bank. Bam! Ernesto Rivera takes the victory. Here comes our next group getting ready to come through here.
Here comes Stephen Miller across the line. P2 for Stephen Miller, so good run for him.
Escarponi ends up in that 3rd spot. Martella 4th. David Yarbera, good run for David, up in 5th. Jordan will end up in that 6th spot. Jordan Leo, Turner Brown 7th. Shun Sekaguchi in 8th. Victor D. Alencourt in 9th. And Peyton Westcott ends up rounded out our top 10. Got to throw a name in there. Emma Scarborough, though. Emma up to number 11, so a good run for the young lady.
Yeah, she's been really quick all weekend. I mean, she didn't have the best qualifying.
Right.
But in terms of pace, she's been up there. I mean, she has top 5 pace.
Yeah, she did have, I believe at one point she was sitting at the top.
She was first, I believe, in a warm-up yesterday.
In warm-up, yeah.
So, yeah, back up front, though. I mean, look at that last lap. I mean, obviously, Stephen Miller was defending from a Scorpione Martella, but he had a second on everybody on that last lap. It's not what we want to see as a competitor. Hopefully these guys can find what they're missing. But, I mean, look at that, 7.8 seconds.
That's crazy.
In 10 laps.
Yeah.
I mean, he's almost a second a lap. He's just on rails.
You just don't normally see that. He is on rails. He really is. He really has been on fire. Doing good.
Now coming up, we got VLR Sr. That should be a closer race for sure. Before that, we're going to go to a quick commercial break here. Stay tuned. VLR Sr Heat race number 2 coming up soon.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Back here to Loxahatchee, Florida, the Florida Winter Tour. Leg number 2 underway here at the Piquet Entertainment and Race Facility, a brand new facility here. Well, not brand new, but the facility for us is brand new here at ROK USA. Really excited about being here. These guys have worked their tail ends off to get everything ready for us. I know it was quite a game of Tetris to get all of these teams in here as well.
Yeah.
It really got them packed in here tight. And of course, we're getting a little bit of a later start here. We had an issue this morning with the emergency medical folks not being here on time. So they are here and they are on the facilities, here on the facilities, and ready to take care of any of the drivers if we should need them. So getting ready to go again. 11 laps here. It's heat race number 2. Here comes your VLR Seniors.
Yeah, Wes Duchak on the pole there. Elio Meza, P2, he had a really, really solid run in the ROK Senior class as well, making his debut there. So looking forward to see what he can do. Joseph Botting, P3, as they go green, green, green here. Wes Duchak to the point there. Like we talked about before the race here, the inside line just seems to go just a little bit more. I mean, obviously, as we get a little bit of contact there, I think Joseph Botting got to the bumper of Wes Duchak, moved him up the racetrack, but he was able to hold on there. Elio Meza took advantage, and he goes back to P2.
Yeah, Elio was able to get back around Botting, and as you had mentioned, get Botting back into that third position. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not we're able to get up there and battle with Wes. Wes has been so fast, but of course Elio wasn't that close to him yesterday. So we'll have to keep an eye on those two. Elio's been awfully fast himself, the Iron Rock driver.
Yeah.
Looks like a couple of karts didn't make it. Looks like Grayson Redson's already in, the Techno Kart driver.
Yeah, well, these guys get sorted out. We're going to send it on down to Emery Lida. Emery, he's got an interview sorted for us. What you got?
Thanks, Alex. Standing here with Steven Miller. Steven, you had a pretty good heat race, got yourself up into second position, but still quite a ways off of Ernesto. What do you think you can do to kind of get yourself back up closer to him?
All I think is just tires. The tires are all over the place, and we'll just see what we get in the final, and hopefully we'll be able to keep up with them this time.
Gotcha. Talking about this track, obviously you're running both the ROK GP and the VLR Jr category. How has that impacted your physical, or how you're feeling physically, and what do you think of the track in general?
I think the track's really bumpy. I'm feeling just fine. All of it is upper body strength, really. So, yeah.
All right, well, Steven Miller finished second in heat number 2 in the VLR Jr category. We'll see what he can do heading into heat 3 in the pre-final later today. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Emery. Yeah.
I know what we were thinking, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's curious, you know. I mean, I've heard a lot about, people complaining about the tires.
Right.
And it's just, I don't know. I don't know what else to say, right? Because everybody has the same stuff. As we see one kart spinning off, that's the 937 there of Sebastian Matthews. That's going to be his heat race essentially over.
Yeah. Sebastian, the prime driver, Canadian in the 937, was he able to get back around? I didn't see if he was able to get back and going.
Back up front, though. Elio Meza last time by went purple by almost 2/10. He might just sit behind Wes for a bit. I mean, we saw yesterday's Heat 1, right? I mean, he caught up to Wes. They had a little bit of contact with 2 to go.
Right.
I think he's going to try to keep it a little bit cleaner here because, the guys in third or fourth, they're there, right? So if they race early on, it's going to bring those guys into play. So I think Elio, he's smart enough. He's going to know. I suspect him to just push Wes for the next few laps and then make a move maybe with a few to go. But, I mean, obviously, I'm not in the seat, right? So
Right. But yeah, it seems like that's
what I would do.
The mentality,
for sure.
Yeah. Elio is one of those drivers. He's just, again, one of those young men that just seems to be awfully consistent.
Yeah,
right.
That's key.
And somebody to keep an eye on. Now, we've talked a lot about Wes and Elio over the last month in St. Pete. And, of course, today, these two have been going at it, right, for the Florida Winter Tour. They want to be the champion.
Yeah, and obviously St. Pete.
A lot to run for.
Elio swept the weekend at St. Pete.
Right.
So Wes looking to bounce back. Here, obviously, we got, I believe it's double points this weekend. So if he can sweep the weekend here, it would go and swing in his favor for the championship. So that'll be good. As Joseph Botting, what a save. Yeah, I mean, Braden Deming actually got on the inside of him, and Joseph Botting just got a little bit offline and way to hold on to it. I mean, he was inches from the barrier there.
Very, very fortunate to be able to hang on because we've talked about that. There's quite a bit of marbles and stuff up there to the high side going into turn number 1. It's cost a few folks.
What that does, obviously, getting in the marbles is not good, and then being in the dust.
Right.
It's going to take a lap and a half for him to get that off his tires, so he's going to fall back maybe into the clutches of Sarah Vico in 5th. We'll see. Back up front, though, Elio Meza just staying with Wes Duchak.
Good run for Sarah. That you mentioned, Sarah. Good run so far. Up 3 positions right now, sitting in that 5th spot.
Yeah,
9:21.
Yeah, halfway this time by. Elio took a look back. He sees that there's a gap now, so I suspect he might get a little bit racy now, knowing that there's a gap to the guys in 3rd. He knows he can afford to make a move, and it won't cost him too much.
Gotcha.
And if he feels like he's faster, he'll probably do it. I mean, last time by, he was 15 thousandths faster than Wes. So, I mean, they're running identical lap times. But as I say identical lap times, they have different driving styles, different lines, too. If you look.
I have noticed that. I've noticed them certainly here through turn
I as we have the 984. That is Gracian
Regian, yeah.
That's his.
You know, it was interesting. Earlier on here, it showed him as being in. Well, obviously he was not in.
Yeah.
He was still out on the track running, but it had it marked as being in.
Possible transponder issue.
Yes. So Gratian, unfortunately, is off track.
Wes puts down a purple lap at a 54 flat. Good lap for him. Elio.
Was he 3/10 faster that time?
I wonder, because Elio was on his bumper there.
Yeah.
I wonder if, while we were looking at Gracian, if Elio went for a move that didn't really stick. Because he seems to be closing in again on Wes. So I wonder if just maybe he went for a move that we didn't see.
Right.
He lost a bit of ground to Wes. But this is where Wes has been strong all weekend. You know, the second half of this race, these RPG karts have just been on rails. They seem to just, like I said, ride the bumps better than most. But Elio's he's got that car dialed in. I mean, obviously he's running double duty this weekend.
Right.
VLR Sr, ROK Sr, quick in both, right? So there's advantages, disadvantages to that. I mean, you're more sore, obviously running two classes, but you get a little bit more data points, I feel. You know, running two classes. I mean, yeah, it's VLR and ROK, but you get track time. You get a little bit, you know, more lap time to see, you know, where you can improve on.
He seems to be better through these corners than Wes, but yet when you look at it, somehow Wes is able to gap him a pretty good distance.
Yeah, it looks like it could be set up. I mean, I'm watching Wes's hands, just like Ernesto. They don't really move. Elio's kart seems to be a little bit more on edge.
Yeah.
And that's where I think we're going to have to see most people try to improve on is, I don't know if it's ride height or what it is, maybe to ride the bumps a little bit better. Some of it is, you know, things that you can't avoid, right? Maybe chassis, how stiff the chassis is, right? So, but I believe Elio and Wes are on, the same chassis, right? It's a Cosmic and an OTK. It's going to be identical. So it's gonna be all down to setup there. Last time by though, Elio Meza 2/10 quicker than Wes, so he's right back into play now. Wes took a bit of a defensive line there. I think he looked over the shoulder and saw that Elio was back, so he's gonna maybe go a little bit more defensive these next 2 laps.
Yeah, only got a couple of laps left here.
Yeah.
Just pick the working lap number 8, working towards 9. They'll come by here the next time by, pick up the white flag. Wes Duchek so far from start to finish leading this group.
Yeah,
he's hoping for the finish part. I got a little ahead of myself there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
you know how racing is.
No, but it's just a heat race, right? But there's points for it.
Right.
So
exactly.
It is important to win in. Obviously, like I said, Elio swept St. Pete, so Wes is going to look to do the same thing here to get back into play. As we get the white flag, Wes takes a look over his shoulder, sees that he has maybe a kart length, but it closes pretty quickly there. Let's see if Elio's going to go for a move here into turn 3. Not going to happen there. Now, I think Elio's going to have to just sit, you know, maybe play follow the leader here because there's not a lot of passing spots.
I was wondering if perhaps maybe he might take a shot at him coming in here to turn number 6, but I don't
too
think
far
he's
back.
close enough. Yeah.
Yeah, Wes throws it in pretty deep there.
Yeah.
It's 6 for him. Got maybe 5-6 corners to go here. Extending his advantage by about a kart length and a half. So it's looking to be Wes's heat to lose, but I don't want to commentator cursor him too soon.
Yeah, he just wasn't close enough. Once again, Haleo was not close enough to make it into turn number 13 there, and then coming through 14. Looks like Wes is going to be able to hang on and take the checkered flag here for the VLR Seniors. Bam!
Yeah, good run.
So what a great run for Wes Duchek. The RPG driver takes the victory there in heat race number 2 for our VLR Seniors. Haley Omeza's second. Joseph Botting hangs on and takes the 3rd spot. Braden Domingue. Braden in the 4th. Sarah Vico ends up in that 5th position, up 3 spots. Raheem Albani in the 6th spot. Giovanni Cardone in 7th. Aiden Shimbashi in the 8th position. Sebastian Matthews in 9th. And Miles Hewitt will round out your top 10. So now 2 groups in the bank. Working our next group, which will be our ROK Minis. Again, they'll do the same thing. They'll come out on their very first lap, will be their formation lap.
Yeah.
And we're going to get ready to take ourselves a little break here. We'll come back again with Mini ROK. It's the Florida Winter Tour on Kart Chaser live from Loxahatchee, Florida. We'll be right back.
Want to know a crucial part of the magic that's taken AJ Myers to multiple national championships? Check out Greyhound Racing Seats and their full catalog of options. From their R1 and R1 Extra Soft seats for high grip conditions, their Viper Medium seat for medium grip, and the RS2 Stiff seat for low grip conditions. It's time to win. It's time to see why Greyhound makes the difference. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
All right, and we are back here live on Kart Chaser from Loxahatchee, Florida, as we're getting ready to go ROK Mini Racing here for Heat 2. This should be a good one.
You know it will be. Antonio Bisogna Nito, a little home cooking for him here. This is kind of the home track. So the 173, the Orsalon Racing driver, will start off on the pole. Max Christie on the outside, the Mazda Sports Parolin driver. The 139 will start on the outside. Kai Johnson up next. Kai in the 167 will start off in third. Declan Deonaran, good run for Declan, the REM driver, Canadian. The 124 will start off in fourth. Alex up next will be Julian Rivera, Jackson Morley, Antoine Lemieux, Rocco Simoni, David Zhao, Royce Vega, Luis Nunez, Cole Medeiros, Tyrone Kemper, Alexander Percruna. Haven't talked a whole lot about Alexander so far. Fijan Shun. Hudson Jack Erlin, Luke Fedowitz, Santiago Nandam, Alex Miller, Geronimo Corral, Jordan Polchaplak, and Martin Hermilo. Always easy names for us, but able to get them out there. And we're going to go 11 laps. Was it 11? Or did we go back down and now to 10? I believe it's 10.
No, we're at
7.
We're
I'm sorry,
seven
it's the minis.
That's
7
right, for the mini
you.
and ROK, for the mini and micro boys.
That's right. We're already on the minis. So our minis will, again, get ready to roll out. They'll form up on their very first lap, and we'll get this heat race number 2 underway here pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, looking down this list, I mean, there's at least 10 guys here who,
no doubt,
are race winners in this class.
Well, Rocco, of course, was our 2022 Florida Winter Champion.
Now, before we get ready to go underway here, we're going to send down to Emery Lida. Emery, what you got for us?
Thanks, Alex. I'm here with Elio Meza. Elio, it was a pretty good race for you in ROK VLR Sr. You ended up in second position, just not quite able to get up to West. Talk to me about your race.
Yeah, I mean, we had a really good start, better than yesterday. We fell back to third and going into turn 1, and then I was able to get back into second going into 3, and then pretty much throughout the whole race, I was just trying to catch Ducek, but the gap just stayed the same, and towards the end, it was almost as if the tires started to fall off.
Yeah, I'm looking ahead. You're running both classes this weekend, also running the ROK GP category. You start inside the top 10 for all 3 of your heats. Just talk to me about your expectations for both classes.
I mean, it's in the VLR, we're going to do our best, right? But then in the GP, it's our first time, so we're just trying to learn as much as we can and just hope for the best.
Yeah, well, Elio Meza finished second in VLR. We'll see what he can do in ROK starting from 7th later on. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Emery. Yeah, I mean,
Interesting, again,
hearing
about tires.
He reiterated what we were saying, I think. I mean,
Right.
tires, but I mean, he said it seems like the tires fell off, but I mean, his laps were pretty consistent. I think Wes's seemed to fall off more than his.
Yeah.
But I mean, it should be a good race, obviously, for pre-final, final, more laps, right? So I think Wes is going to have to maybe work on the long race pace a little bit. That's where it seems to be that Elio has the advantage on him. That being said, though, ROK Mini is out on the racetrack. Like we talked about, I mean, you don't get a warm-up lap, right? This is your warm-up lap.
This is their warm-up right
so
here.
They need to scrub their tires, get ready to be lined up, very shortly. I mean,
Yeah, and the The thing is, it's such a big group, too. You hope that everybody's going to be able to stay close enough and be able to get formed up correctly.
Yeah, looking at Pisonia, he kind of does what I like to do, you know, when I'm out there. If I'm on pole, I usually try to get, you know, I don't know, it's a mind game thing that I used to play. You know, you go out there and you kind of just fly.
Right.
You warm up your tires, but you kind of create a gap and make everybody kind of chase you around.
Yeah, because we do have one flyer here coming on the back end. Most of the group is already all the way around, just now coming through turn number 14.
Yeah, I couldn't catch who that is.
Still a couple of corners away, but hopefully you'll be able to catch it right at the very end.
It'll be close for sure.
I think he might be able to make it. I think by the time he actually gets to the back end there, he's probably going to see that the green flag is out there in front of him, but he's almost there, just now coming through turn number 15, coming up to the commitment line. Green flag, and we are racing.
Oh, not the start that Pisonia would have wanted. I mean, from first down to fifth, make that sixth, maybe even seventh. I mean, I don't know what happened there. Maybe he didn't know that they were going to go green, but yeah, not the start he would have wanted. For the first time, I think we see P2 actually take the lead all day. So, I mean, good start there for Max Christie.
And he himself, he's a fine young driver as well, so that's why he's up there. Boy, look at that.
Yeah, but we're going to
looks
see
like he's going to end up going about.
Yeah.
He's going to open the door, and it looks like about 3 or 4 drivers are going to go right on by him.
Yeah.
Although he's really hanging tough on the outside there.
No, first to fourth there.
Yeah.
I think it's the result of, as we're going to see a late lunge there from one of the Burrell guys. Good move for him, but Christie's going to fight right back. Pizzoni's going to try to follow Christie through. It's not going to happen. He's going to bog down, actually, fall into the clutches of 7th and 8th. I mean, this is just a...
And look at who's on the point run.
Yeah.
The 124 of Declan Deonaran. What a great run so far for Declan. I know he had a tough finish to his race yesterday. Was in 4th position. Unfortunately, had something happen. But what a good run so far.
Yeah, but Kai Johnson just got to the point
there. Did he?
Yeah.
Kai was able to get around him?
Yeah, this has been I don't know where to look. I think we're seeing the result of maybe one less warm-up lap as Pisonia just late move there on, I think, Jackson Morley. So put Pisonia up into P5. Like I was saying, though, this might be the result of these guys being used to a warm-up lap, and they're not getting it, right? So you're seeing a few guys go wide.
Yeah.
Still not getting the heat in the tires they would like. As Jackson Morley to the inside of, I think, Max Christie. So good move there for Jackson Morley. As Royce Vega, he's got a good start. Royce Vega up into P6.
Good run so far for Royce. Again, as you had mentioned, look, you got to go all the way down to Antonio to see a purple lap that time. The 57.375 to a 57.4 for your leader, Kai Johnson. But again, Johnson, Deonaran, Rivera, Julian Rivera now up into that 3rd spot. The AKT driver. Max Christie right there in that 4th position. Antonio Pisonia Nito, as we've mentioned, had gone purple. He's in 4th now. So he's fighting his way back up the list.
Here he goes.
Looks like he's going to take a look to the inside there, going into...
Inside of Christie.
Was able to get around Max.
Yeah, here comes Antonio. I expect him to be battling for the lead here. I mean, it's a short race, right? 7 laps for these guys, but he's flying. He's already up at the P3. Back out front, though, Kai Johnson up 2 spots into P1. He's got about a 2-cart length advantage over Deonaran there. But here comes Pisonia Nito. I mean, 4/10 faster than the first 2 guys. He's absolutely flying right now.
So he's a little bit on his own then, huh? Being able to make up that much ground.
It's impressive.
Yeah.
For sure.
So now he's solidly in that 3rd position, looking up ahead of him. Still sees Declan and Kai up there ahead of him, but here he comes. He's really fast through turn number 6 here as well.
Oh, I don't know who
so that's somebody.
We got Royce Vega in the grass. I think David Zhao.
Was that David?
I think he got to put his side pod to him. See what the official has to say to that. It's really, really close racing here between Jackson Morley and I believe Julian Rivera. Julian Rivera is going to come out on top there. We have a 10-cart train here for 4th. This is ROK Mini Racing at its finest right here.
This is 1, 2, 3. Yeah, forget it. Yeah, that's for 5th, and it's
too many.
It's 10 deep is right, but boy, look at them continue to battle.
Yeah, Morley getting left on the outside there at turn 1. He's going to go from P6 down to I believe 12. No, make it P13 for Jackson Morley. He lost 6 spots there.
Yes.
Once you get left on the outside in turn 1, you kind of just left to dry. I mean, there's not a lot of grip there. As we see a late move there to the inside. I think that's Rocco Simone. Rocco Simone's going to go to P5.
Good run for Rocco.
Yeah. One of the Motaz sports guys.
Making his way up.
Man, I can't keep track of who's who and where's where, right? I mean,
15 turns, about 3/4 of a mile layout here. It's
we're 3 wide here in the
yes, we
corner.
are. Look at that. Coming through 14, heading for 15, and back onto the front stretch once again, down past the start-finish, picking up the halfway flag.
Oh, it's 2 to go.
2 to go, I'm sorry.
Quick race here, 7
yes,
laps.
No kidding. A quick 7.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, what are we looking at? We're looking at about a 0.3 of a second gap between our second and first place drivers.
Yeah, what I find interesting, though, as we see, wow, I was going to say Pizzonia didn't really have a good lap there last time by, but he must have made a mistake or something because Pizzonia now fighting for the lead. Kai Johnson has to go defensive.
Yes.
Pizzonia looking to make amends for a bad start there. Let's see if he can come away with a Heat 2 victory somehow. Kai Johnson going defensive there. Goes a little bit wide in the exit. Pizzonia's going to have a good run here entering the penultimate corner. Kai Johnson defensive again. I don't think he really had to go defensive there. So now Pizzonia's going to get a really good run here entering white flag. Kai Johnson, late move there to go defensive. Look for the over-under here. Pizzonia not going to make it work because Kai Johnson's going to go tight on the exit. Look for Deonarin now to maybe go for an over-under. Wow, what a late move.
They're banging.
Yeah, Pizzonia goes to P1.
Wow. What a great move. I know it was a little side-by-side contact there, but what a great move for him to the inside. And look at this
Kai
Johnson. By Kai.
What a move. Pizzonia left the door open. I'm really surprised he did.
Sure did.
Yeah, because now Pizzonia has to go defensive from Deonarin. That's going to give Kai Johnson a bit of a gap here to maybe come away with this Heat 2 victory. There's still a few corners to go, obviously.
Still a couple of them, and a couple of them have been corners where they've tried to make some moves. Here's one of them.
Let's see. He's going to go defensive. Pizzonia tried to go on the outside, not going to make that stick. Johnson's going to have to go defensive here on the penultimate corner. He's backing him up like crazy. Oh, look at that from Max Christie.
Are you kidding me? From third to first in the last turn?
And is that's Deonarin, I think, in P2.
Bam! Wow.
Yes, it is. Max Christie, P1, Deonarin, P2, Pizzonia Nito down to P4.
Wow. Wow. I was not expecting Max to try to make that move, but he saw it open up the way they kind of went high to protect.
It kind of started, I think Kai Johnson backed him up a little bit too much, and I wonder if there was some argy-bargy going on.
Yeah.
So we'll see what the officials have to say. I'm not going to get in on that, but unofficially, Max Christie, P1, Deonarin, P2, Kai Johnson, P3, Pizzonia Nito. For a moment there, I thought he was going to have the win. P4.
P4. Rocco Simone ends up in 5th. David Zhao 6th. Alexander Procuna. What a great run for Alex, up 7 spots into 7th. Tyrone Kemper 8th. Julian Rivera ends up in 9th. And Luis Nunez ends up in the 10th position. All right, so we're heat race number 2 is underway. Has been completed here for our mini group. Our next group getting ready to roll out here in just a couple minutes will be our ROK Master Shifters.
Yeah, before we go ROK Master Shifter racing for Heat 2, we're going to go to a little break here, live from Kart Chaser here in Loxahatchee, Florida. We'll be back in a bit.
All right, Alexander, as we are back here in Loxahatchee at the Piquet Entertainment and Race Facility, it's Florida Winter Tour round number 2, the 25th year of the Florida Winter Tour. And we're so proud to be bringing it to you here live on Kart Chaser and live right here at the Piquet Entertainment and Race Facility as we are getting ready to go shifter racing with our master shifters. These guys range in age from 32 plus, and here's the way they'll line up. On the pole, DeBoss, that's Daniel DeBoss, and the 504 on the pole. Outside pole, Antonio Pizzonia Jr., the 503, Jose Montalto up next in the 580. It's Scotty Pressey rolling off in the 508. Alex Mueller up next, 521. Corey Matthews, the 515. Freddie Remrev in the 527. Renee Martinelli in the 501. Matt Chichko. Oh, we've already got a cart gone around here just on the warm-up. So unfortunately for that driver, we'll continue on here. It's Luis Goche in the 569. Hugh Templeman, the 500. Martin Jansen, the 595. Francisco Vassallo in the 538. And Michelle Legrand rolling off in the 578. So again,
yeah, I can't see who
it's hard to see the number here. But at least they've been able to get the cart. It looks like, yep, they've been able to get it back and started. So obviously they'll just finish out wherever they were on this lap and come back around, and we'll get everybody formed up. Again, this is a sanding start for our shifters. 6-speed, 125 cc's. Man, these babies fly.
Yeah, we're going to go from one Antonio Pizzonia to another here.
Right.
So clearly no racing blood in the family, for sure.
Not a doubt, but you know who's missing is the 504.
Yeah, I believe the one that spun was actually DeBoss.
That was it?
Yeah.
And so he's going to have to try to make his way around and then back up into his position.
Here he comes. Hopefully they give him a chance.
I don't know if they're going to give him the chance. They're still looking around, trying to figure out what they're going to do.
They kind of have to.
I see them looking at race control. Here he comes down the middle of the field. It was our pole sitter that went around on the warm-up lap. He's been able to get himself back up into position. He'll have to roll his cart back just a little bit so he's inside the marks.
Yeah,
all right.
Fortunate for him.
Very fortunate, especially considering you're sitting on the pole, and he's got a whole lot to handle on the outside with Antonio Pizzonia. Keep an eye out. Getting ready to go green here. Here comes your shifter masters. And they are off, and Antonio absolutely took off on him.
Oh, perfect start for him.
Perfect. And he brought around, looks like DeBoss is going to be able to hang on to that second position.
Yeah, DeBoss didn't get the launch he would have wanted. I mean, it looked like the cart just kind of maybe just bogged a little bit, just didn't really get the launch that Pizzonia got.
Right.
Good run for him. I mean, Pizzonia obviously coming off of a heat race win yesterday. Let's see if DeBoss can bounce back, though. Obviously, he was your pole sitter. Right, so he has the pace. He has the 1-lap pace. Does he have the 10-lap pace?
He certainly has the abilities. He's a former Formula One driver, so he certainly has the ability to get out here and absolutely walk away from these guys, which we've seen him do. Now, he did it yesterday.
Oh.
Already he's stretched it out to about 10 carts on this first lap over DeBoss. And then we'll wait and see who that is sitting in that. I think that's Scotty Presti sitting in the 508. Now into that third spot, but actually it was DeBoss that actually showed a faster time. I'm not really sure that that's the exact time there for Antonio.
That's a bit of an issue there.
Yeah,
with this timing scoring there.
Perhaps that just sort of messed up a little bit there on Antonio. That is, as he is out in front. DeBoss had gone purple of 54.5 to a 55.0 of Scotty Presti. Jose Montalto down that from third into fourth now. Alex Mueller remaining in fifth, and Renee Martinelli now into that sixth position. Quickly, we're going to go down and see who they have for us. Let's go down and check it out.
Thanks, Ron. John here with Connor Zillish. Connor, you finished fourth yesterday, start fifth again for this heat. What's your mindset coming into it?
Yeah, obviously we've got to keep it clean, have 3 clean heat races. We did that in the first heat. We still got some pace to pick up to get ourselves up into the top 2, top 3. But you know, we made a lot of changes last night, and we're gonna see how they turn out for us here in the heat race. We didn't have warm up, so going in a little bit blind, but hopefully we can make the most of it and keep it clean and keep going in the right direction with the setup.
Yeah, and so that's a new track for a lot of people, obviously. You, again, started in 5th, so you've got a few spots to make up. What are some of the areas you feel like have been best for overtakes this weekend?
It's been tough to overtake. You know, the last hairpins over here are the only spot that I've really been able to make good passes in. So it's been tricky to kind of set up runs for that section, but you know, it makes it a little tougher, but it's good for us as drivers to have to make those tougher passes as we learn more. So you know, I'm just trying to make the most of it and enjoy my time here while I can.
All right, well, Connor Zilish starting this heat race in 5th position in ROK Sr. We'll see what he can do. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery. Yeah, I mean, Connor makes
He made a lot of great points there.
yeah, I was going to say, it makes a good point, you know? Obviously, first point, keep it clean.
Keep it clean.
Keep it clean.
Right. And interesting how he'd mentioned that it seemed like it was just those particular spots that he felt comfortable in making these passes. It seems to me like turn number 6 here has been one of those places that.
Yeah, I've spoke to some drivers, and like Connor said, the last 2 hairpins are the key ones.
Right.
You see, sometimes if you get a good run, you can make turn 1 work. You can make turn 6 work, but turn 6 is risky because you got to really throw it in. But I mean, in theory, every corner is a passing spot, right? If you make it a passing spot. But the common ones so far this weekend have been, you know, the hairpins and turn 1. But turn 1 is one of those things where once the guy's on your inside, you see guys let them by because the outside of 1 seems to have no grip at all. And if you're out there, you know, you end up in the grass.
Right.
So a lot of the times,
then when you do end up in the grass, it takes you probably a good lap and a half to get, as you had mentioned, to get those tires cleaned back up. Again, Antonio Pizzonia Jr. out there in front. Again, went purple. I think we'll see a bunch of purple laps out of him. About a 1.3 second lead already.
Yeah, but it looks to me
that. But actually,
the boss seems to be coming back at him.
He does come back a little bit. I believe we're going to take another break real quickly here and go down and see what Emery has for us. All right, Emery, take it away.
Thanks, Tron. John here with Mateus Morgado, your pole sitter for heat number 2 in the ROK Senior category. Mateus, it's a pretty perfect day yesterday. You led all but 1 lap in the heat race, won that going away, 1 pole. Anything changed overnight that you feel more or less confident?
Well, for sure. I said yesterday was a great day. I'm really happy with the result, really happy with the work of all the team, my engine builder. I try my best today again. We see what we can do. I'm really confident. Yeah, we see now.
Yeah, Mateus Morgado, really confident. He starts P1, so good reason to be confident. We'll see what he can do in heat number 2. Back to you guys.
And when you're an international champion, you know, it kind of adds to your confidence, I would hope.
I'd say so.
It's going to be interesting to see how that race shapes up, because that's going to be one heck of a battle.
Yeah, but Morgado's been super strong. I mean, the whole team, PSL, has been super strong. You know, they were strong as Scusa, but they have this ROK package dialed in. I mean, obviously coming off a victory, St. Pete for Morgado, and so far a perfect weekend for Morgado. You know, pole, led all the laps in the first heat, won the heat.
He's doing the same thing he had basically done last year. Where he just got out in front and kind of got away from everybody, and even when he was kind of back behind, he was able to make his way through and get around everybody, and ended up becoming the 22 champion.
Yeah, but I will say there's some guys, I expect it to not be easy for him. I mean,
no, I don't think it'll be easy at all.
You know, in the first heat, Blake Nash, the first half the race was matching him on pace, right? His teammate Diego Ramos was coming back at him a little bit, right? So it's just one of those things where I think the start's going to be important. I think if you see a guy get around Morgado, it'll make things really interesting. I think the pace is close enough in ROK Senior to make it a race. But I think Morgado is one of those guys where if you let him get out to a lead, it'll be really tough to beat him.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. It hasn't seemed to be, the track that is, hasn't seemed to be one of those tracks where somebody kind of gets out in front of you, you can run him down. It seems to me that this course has shown that if they get way out in front, the possibility of running them down is pretty slim.
What I like, because we heard Connor Zilish say, it's tough to pass, but it makes it, as a driver, you got to work for it, right? And I think not only for passing, for driving. These are some world-class drivers here, right?
Right, absolutely.
And I'm seeing guys make mistakes.
Yep.
I mean, I saw Kremers in Shifter yesterday make a mistake all on his own. He's a world champion, right? This is one of the first tracks that I've seen in a while that are having drivers make driver errors. And so it's one of those things where I think that's part of it, right? You're seeing guys struggle to run other drivers down because if you push maybe at 10 tenths, 11 tenths, you hit a bump wrong and now you lose 5 tenths of a second. So I've seen that a lot, and it's really cool to watch. You know, as a driver myself, the perspective's different. You know, maybe some of these races you may think, oh, they're spread out. It's like, yeah, but if you really watch it, these guys are pushing to the limit.
Right.
To an extent.
And I think maybe that's a very, very valid point. A lot of times when we talk about the fact that somebody's way out in front, it's not a bad thing.
No, it's impressive.
It's extremely impressive. It's impressive for the driver, but it's unusual with karting. So many times karting is so much closer that when you do have somebody to get way out in front like that, it just kind of catches you off guard. It's like, okay, well, where's the race? Well, the race is still going on back behind them. And these guys are still working their tail ends off out in front all by themselves as well. Working our last lap here, waiting for Antonio to come back around. By the way, the only one to go 52 flat the last time by. So he's been putting up some pretty strong numbers.
Yeah, but I think to add on to what I was saying, you know, the boss has shown good pace this race.
Yes.
But every other lap he seems to drop 3 or 4 tenths and then find it. So I wonder if it's just he's making mistakes, kind of like what I was saying, or he's saving his tires. You know, realize maybe he's not going to win the heat race. He's going to save his tires for Heat 3 in the pre-final and see what he can do. As Pizzonito crossed the line pretty handily for him there. A 3.5 second win for Antonio Pizzonio Jr. So good run for him. The boss, P2. I mean, fortunate enough to be P2 after we didn't even know he was going to make the start.
Right.
So solid run for him. Scott Presti holds on for P3. Jose Montalto in 4th. And rounding out your top 5, Alex Mueller. That's your top 5 there in Shifter Master.
The Masters of Shifting.
That's for sure.
Yeah, that was a pretty exciting race for Daniel. He'll try and figure out exactly what it was that happened there on his warm-up lap. They got him spun around.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things
he really had to hustle to get back up there to get onto the point.
Yes, sometimes it just catches you off guard.
Yeah.
You try to get too much heat in your tires, and round you go.
We have definitely seen some of that through the years of people going out on their first lap trying to warm up their tires. Next thing you know, they're into the barrier.
Yeah, but we're getting ready to go. ROK Sr Racing here. This is going to be a good one here.
Big group of ROK Seniors. Looks like we're going to quickly take another little quick...
we're going to send it on down to
We're
Emery, actually. Emery's got somebody for us. Emery, what you got?
What's up, Alex? So I'm here on the grid getting set for ROK Sr. You've got UPSL boys on the front row. Obviously, Morgado won yesterday. A lot of good fast guys jumping through here. Got Blake Nash in 3rd. He finished 2nd. He'll be one to watch. Looking through the rest of it, we talked to Connor Zillish. Got Jorge Ortiz with a good heat race yesterday. Elio Meza is 10 laps today, a little bit shorter, but going to be interesting to see how many guys can make their way up through the grid. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that's a great grid just right there talking about the young drivers that he talked about as he was walking down through the grid. Again, our seniors getting ready to go out. Going to be a great race, no doubt about it.
I can't wait for this one.
Going to be very exciting. Again, just heat race number 2 for the group.
Yeah, heading out on track now. Obviously, you know, you only get the one warm-up lap now. Well, it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, yesterday we saw Diego Ramos do the over-under on Mateus Morgado. Morgado's got them in the back of his head, though, right? I think Diego might have shown his cards a little too soon, right? Morgado's going to expect it, but it's one of those corners, right? It's such a fast right-hander.
Right.
You almost can't defend it, right? If Diego gets a good enough start, he can pinch down Morgado and get the crossover to work, right? But it's your teammate, so it's a fine line. What do you want to...
I got a funny feeling that Mateus is not going to let him get there this time.
Do you want to hinder your teammate, or do you... Because it's one of those things, you want to beat your teammate, right? But you also want the 1-2 for PSL.
Absolutely.
And you got guys like Blake Nash who wants to get his first his first major senior victory. Obviously, he's won before in senior, but he wants to get his first victory in ROK at least. So
yes.
We'll see what he can do.
He thought he had it, I think it might have been last year. Unfortunately, ended up with a penalty, and you know how things go with that.
Yeah.
Sometimes you win it, and then sometimes you don't.
Yeah.
And one thing about these cameras, they don't lie. So that helps. I notice a lot of people with those GoPros on and stuff. I talk to them about it all the time. Guys, hook your GoPros to your cart.
Yeah.
You don't want them
for
out on
sure.
the track, right?
All right, here we go. Let's see if the outside can get a good run here. They haven't really done much here so far today. Green flag in the air here. Solid start from Morgado. Good start for Ramos as he gets the outside to work. Santiago Fernandez is going to go to P2 as well. Unbelievable start from Ramos.
Wow, again, they just were able to get out to the
A lot of
outside. but-
contact there. That's
Oh,
Benoit.
oh, whoa.
Benoit over under.
All the way over. Wow.
That's not what we want to see there.
No,
Let's hope
not at
let's
all.
hope Aaron's okay. He's getting out. He looks to be all right there, but that's going to be his race done. Just good to see him on his own feet.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, we
Wow.
hadn't seen any of that, but that was one of those tire-to-tire deals, right? Side by side, but tires clack, bam.
Yeah,
I'm so
Aaron.
glad to see him up and moving,
It's
yeah.
his first race since,
It's been a while,
last
yeah.
year in March. So, man, good to see him okay. But oh, and we got contact. That's Morgado and Fernandez. Oh, my goodness. Mateus Morgado and Santiago Fernandez get together.
And they are
That's their
stuck
heat
together.
race over.
Holy mackerel. Happened to be looking over there to the left, didn't see that to the right, but nonetheless, they are still trying to get that cart up and off of the driver. Oh, also had another cart go off. Can't see what driver that is, but a cart off there.
Drama.
So we've got all kinds of drama going
everywhere
on.
the racetrack here. This leaves it wide open, though. Obviously, you know, it's cumulative, right? So
Right.
where you finish each heat race is how you start your final. So now Morgado, he's in the back of the pack.
Yes,
so
he
now,
is.
no matter, even if he wins heat 3, that'll put him maybe, P7 for the
Right.
pre-final. It's
That's
wide
huge.
open now for this ROK Senior race.
That is really a huge, huge incident right there. Blake Nash still hanging on to second. Connor Zilic now up into third spot. Cameron Weinberg, good run so far for Cameron. Look at Haleo. Haleo now up into the fifth spot. Carol Pasowitz. Pasowitz on a good run. Now into sixth. Justin White up into seventh. Camilo Trappa down into eighth. Jose Hernandez in ninth. And Jorge Ortiz right now rounding out your top 10. Really love to see that eventually on replay there, exactly what happened going into turn number 14 there. As you mentioned, the penultimate turn.
Yeah, well, I think Morgado just maybe got a little bit too ambitious. He didn't get the start he wanted. Maybe.
Right.
He's a world champion, right? So he doesn't get in his head very much. Maybe he just wanted to get back to his teammate. And maybe, I didn't get
Just
to see
maybe.
how it happened, how it unfolded, but not what we want to see there. But obviously now the rest of the field they're going to see these guys be aggressive because they know now this is anybody's race, anybody's weekend, really.
Look at Blake. Blake went purple, 52.2 to a 53.3. So he's only about 9/10 back behind. So there is a little bit of a gap there up to our leader.
Yeah, looking down to fourth place, Cameron Weinberg. He has a bit of a nose cone issue there. I wonder if that's the result of the flip with Aaron Benoit. Hopefully that's not a pushback for him because it's a good run for Weinberg up to P4
Yes,
for the
it is.
CRG driver. Back up front though, Diego Ramos, decent lead, but I think Blake Nash is slowly reeling him in.
Like I said, he was about a tenth quicker the last time.
Look down to P20. Mateus Morgado goes purple. It's a bit of a consolation prize, I think, for him. He's 17 seconds back from P19, so shows he had the pace at least, right?
Yeah, I see Louis Westover did not start.
Yeah, we'll have to get a word with Louis. I think Louis has been struggling. He's had some rib issues from
I think
back from Homestead.
That might be the
so
issue.
I wonder if he's sitting this one out. Maybe
I think so.
He might just run the final. Maybe he's done for the weekend. Hopefully not, because I like seeing Louis drive, and Louis obviously wants to be out there, right?
Of
but
course
health,
he does.
Health first.
Right.
You don't want to hurt your ribs anymore because ribs are key in karting.
Especially the way you guys are basically wedged into those seats.
Exactly.
I just think back on that, and first lap. You just hate to see that kind of contact on the very first lap coming through the,
not what we want to see at all, for sure.
The second turn, and end up with the cart actually over on its lid. Thank goodness he was able to get up and was okay.
How about, we saw on camera there, Elio Meza, P5 for him in his ROK Senior debut. Carol Pasowitz, P6. Where did he come from?
Yeah, really. Carol's
good
Carol's
showing
been
for
on the
these
move.
two guys. Showing the pace that we know that they have, but now they're proving it out here in Heat 2.
Jose Hernandez, you look down there, he went 52.1. So he's only a tenth slower than the leader at 52 flat. Again, a 52 flat. So Ramos running the same speeds that Antonio Pizzonio was in his shifter.
Yeah. No, it's unbelievable. And to think that these guys can, equal. Yeah, it's master, right? But it's shifter master guys are no slouches. So these guys are equivalent of a shifter go-kart. It's impressive. As Paschwitz, late move there on Elio Meza, make that move stick. Carol Paschwitz, P5.
Wow, good move there for Carol. Looking down at Matthias, and again went purple. He was a 51.6 to a 52. So he's he's trying to just catch up as much as he can.
I don't want to say that I think he would have won this race,
right,
but by the pace he's showing, I don't know who would have beat him.
Right. I mean, Diego put a 51.8. But yes. Other than, look at that, 51.4 to a 51.8 for the leader.
Wow. So I'm excited now because obviously, even if he wins Heat 3, like I said, that might put him, P7, P10 for the pre-final. So a guy of his speed is going to have to come through the field. It's what you want to see.
Sometimes maybe just being on that pole isn't the place to be for him, right?
Yeah,
it seems like he's had issues on the starts here.
I don't know what happened. I mean, I thought he got a good run, but Ramos must have gotten a really good push.
Somebody was helping him to the outside there.
Fernandez was keen to get to that P2 spot there, so he must have given Ramos a really good push.
It's so unusual to see them with such that kind of speed and run up to that outside turn.
And to make it stick, too. With all the marbles there.
I guess it's got a little more runoff there heading into one. It's kind of hard for us to see one because it's off to our left, and we're inside of a building, so the wall is actually blocking. We can see it obviously on the television, but still, it's hard to really get a really good look at turn number one. Here they are coming by, picking up the 2 to go.
Yeah, I mean the field's a little more spread out than I would have thought. I think part of that is obviously we saw the flip turn 3, and then the incident with Morgado I think caused a bit of a spread in the field. But it also, we see some different names up there in the top 5, top 7. This is what you want to see.
And Mateus goes 51.3 the last time by.
Yeah,
51.4 wasn't good enough.
Yeah, no.
To a 51.6.
Scary stuff.
Yeah, so he obviously has a very, very fast kart.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in qualifying in Heat, but I mean, his perfect weekend comes to an end. But obviously, there's no trophies are handed out for the Heats, right?
Right.
He's just worried about the final.
It's all about the points now.
But it goes back to what Connor said in the interview: keep it clean, right? And that's what he's doing. P3 for Connor right now, and Morgado is running P19. So different mindsets, obviously, and one's working out a little bit better than the other.
Now, Blake's fallen back just a little bit. He was a 51.8 to a 52 flat, so he was 0.2 faster that time. He's about a 1.7 gap there up to the leader. But
I think part of that is I think Diego might have looked back and seen that he had a gap and save his tires.
Back up just a little bit.
Save his stuff a little bit. He knows he has a good piece under him, and he knows now he's got a good chance at a race victory, right, coming up on Sunday, because his teammate, who I think was quicker than him and has been quicker than him all weekend and really all series long, going back to St. Pete. So Diego wants to keep his stuff under him, knowing that now he has a really good chance at a victory here coming Sunday. Rounding the penultimate corner there for Diego Ramos.
Boy, look at Connor's actually starting to have a little visitor there.
Yeah, too little, too late there. Yep. Ramos crossed the line, bam, to win ROK Sr. Blake Lash last time by at a 51.5. So good run there.
Kart has speed.
Yeah, but it's a good sign for Blake, right? Because lap 10, your best lap, obviously. Pre-finals, more laps. Finals, even a longer race. So clearly the go-kart's coming in when he wants it to.
It's great having them here as well. Driving all the way across the country, being a part of the Florida Winter Tour over here in Florida when they're a California-based company. Yeah, great to have him here, and Blake is having a good weekend so far. I know he'll look for maybe one spot better. But I certainly know he's got to be pretty excited about the fact that he's putting down those types of speeds.
How about a guy we didn't talk about him much, but Marian Kremers, P14. not where he would have wanted to finish that race. I mean, I know he's been struggling.
Yes.
Obviously, you know, he's his own mechanic for ROK Sr, right? He's running double duty. Who knows how much wear and tear it's doing on his body, on his, you know, the mental. You know, you're focusing on Shifter, you're focusing on Senior, right? So P14, obviously, we've heard drivers say they struggle to pass here. That might be part of it, but the pace doesn't seem to be there for Marian, you know, as much as it does for Diego and Mateus.
Well, Diego has been really sharp on his starts.
Yeah, for sure.
Been a little bit of help, too. All right, well, what we'll do is we'll take a quick little break here. We'll come back. Our ROK Seniors are done. ROK Masters getting ready to roll out next. We'll be right back from Loxahatchee, Florida. The Florida Winter Tour, round number 2 underway. All right, welcome back to Loxahatchee, Florida, here at the Piquet Race and Entertainment Center. Ron John along with Alexander, and we are really, really happy to be here. What a beautiful day. The sun is out. The clouds are pretty much started to clear out. I'm glad I'm inside the building here, staying in the shade. I've given up plenty of skin to the sun through the years, so I guess we'll call it Sunscreen Saturday. It'll probably be Sunscreen Sunday as well, but definitely put some sunscreen on today, folks.
I didn't put some on yesterday, and my legs are burning.
Man, I tell you what, this Florida sun will get you.
It does.
It definitely cooked me.
Getting ready to go ROK Master Racing here in a few minutes' time.
You know, we were talking
this
about
be a good race.
We were talking about folks that, no matter their abilities and victories that they've had over time, sometimes the best make the mistakes, right? I actually saw Renato make a mistake yesterday. Renato Yater-DeViet, an international champion, anytime Florida Winter Tour champion, making a move going into turn number 14 there. I don't know if he just clipped maybe the curbing there as he went in, but as he did, he was able to get around the driver, but he just kind of flipped his cart around and left him looking dead at everybody else.
Well, it goes back to what I was saying, right? This is one of the first tracks that I've spent a while that even the best are making mistakes.
Yes.
It's really cool to see if you're watching and you have the eye for it and you're looking at how they're attacking the corners. There's different lines, with the bumps, you're trying to avoid it, but then it's faster to hit them, so it's different approaches, and it's cool to see, and obviously certain guys are trying to find a limit, and the best way to find a limit is to go over it at some point, right?
Right. But when you see, somebody like that with as many wins and many victories he's had, to make a move like that, I mean, he had the pass with no problem, but whatever it was, just at that last second, it just kicked that cart around.
Yeah.
Right in that particular turn, there at 14, which obviously was a interesting turn for Mateus today.
Yeah, and he was at one point looking at the sky there, so
I'm hopeful that Emery will be able to find him and get maybe a word from him about exactly what had happened there.
If he wants to have a word.
Right, if he wants to. Of course, yeah, I can certainly understand that as well.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Heat 2 about to get underway for ROK Master. We saw a good race yesterday, actually. Mike Rollison
Yes.
from third to first got the victory. William Isaias from pole down to P2, but only a 10th separated them in the heat race. So expect more of the same here. Obviously, we got, Renato Yater David hoping to bounce back from what was not his finest heat race.
Not at all. And I've been around here now. This is our 6th year. And for me, being around Renato, he's just one of those drivers. He's kind of like a Jordan Musser type driver. One of those guys who just gets out there in front and consistently, lap after lap
finds
after lap,
more time, too.
just keeps going. And we'll just have to keep an eye on him this time, because I know he's going to fight really, really hard to get a better result than he had yesterday.
And I expect it, obviously. He's a professional. He's been doing this for a long time, so.
Just great to have him here racing with us once again. All right, here we go. Green flag is out. We are racing. Looks like William Isaias is going to get a good start this time.
Good save there from Yater David.
Oh, but looks like somebody going to try to go down to the inside. William
Isaias
said, I am not going to let that happen.
chops the nose off.
Is that Rollison, I believe?
No, I thought that was Nakamori. Can't see who that is, but
I believe that might have been Mike Rollison got up into that second position, but
yeah, it is. It is Mike Rollison. So Mike Rollison up to P2.
But Mr. Nakamori had a really good run yesterday. It was awfully fast, was able to get up there and make some
P6
passes.
to P3, so.
Yeah, so he made a few passes. We'll keep an eye on him. William Isaias out there in front. It's Andre Nicastro in second. Renato Yater David. It was Andre that we were talking about. Wesley, it wasn't. It wasn't Mike Rollison, because it shows Rollison again as in. So I'm not really sure what that's. And then Mario Barrios as well, and Pablo Savalas. Now Pablo's moved up one.
Yeah, I thought I looked down. I didn't see Rollison out there. I'm like, maybe he changed helmets.
So that's why I was thinking it was Rollison and it's Nicastro. So Andre now up into that second spot, kicking Renato back into third.
No, Renato just moved to P2
Did he move to 2?
Yeah, really, really late move for him, but he makes it stick. So Renato Yater David up to P2. William Isaias he's got a bit of a lead right now, but expect Renato Yater to close that gap.
I would think that between Andre and Renato, they'd probably try to work together a little bit to try to run down. It's already a 1.2-second lead. I'll go back to one of the races that William and Renato were in, and it was in Pompano Beach. And Renato Yater put a slide move on William Isaias. He never saw it coming, and it was absolutely one of the when you see it in slow motion on the camera, it's just one of the most incredible moves. Because he was a little too far back to make the move.
Yeah.
But he made it, and I mean it. William's eyes probably got big around his saucers as he saw this cart just slide by in front of him and ended up taking the win from William that time.
Yeah, I just got word that both the RPG drivers, Mario Barrios and Mike Rollison, didn't make it to the grid. I wonder if they just chose not to, or if they, there were other things going on that caused them not to show up for the Heat 2. But two of our strongest competitors in this class not starting. So, again, leaves it wide open.
Not a physical issue, perhaps. I don't know.
No, I mean, maybe it's just, obviously Mike Rollison, has a team to run.
Right.
So maybe some underlying things happen, but that being
come
said.
on, Mike.
Yeah, come on.
You could be out there running with us. We were talking about you.
Yeah, exactly. That being said.
Well, anyway, at one point I had him in second spot, so that's not too bad for Mike.
Yeah, we're talking about him, whether it was him or not. It's the ghost.
Yes.
The ghost of Mike Rollison out there.
All right, so Renato Yater David last time by went purple, showing a little speed there. Still a 1.2-second lead for William Isaias.
Yeah, last time by, Yater David went purple, but by 5,000th of a second.
Right.
So, as I say that, Isaias goes purple. 53-1 to a 53-3 last time by from Yater David. I expect Yater David to be under fire here from Andre Nicastro. in the next lap or two, because
yeah,
the Castro's getting faster.
He is putting some good laps down. A 53.2 the last time by for Andre. Martin Stone with a 53.4. Some of these guys just now putting down their best laps. A 53.3 for Takahari. Nakamori in that 5th spot, and Alex Mueller right now with a 54.1 is in his 6th spot. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll go over to Emery and let's find out what's up.
Yeah, what you got, Emery?
Thanks, Alex. Here with Aaron Mimot. Aaron, lap 1, first 2 quarters went well. 3rd quarter, you found yourself upside down. Talk to me how it happened.
Yeah, I had a really good start. I got to the inside of everybody going into turn 2 and 3, and I was on Nash's inside, and he just kept driving into me. Like, I was on his inside, he drove down on me. And, I was trying to back out of the pass into 3, but I was just getting hit from behind so much that the go-kart couldn't handle it, and I ended up rolling over. So I'm okay, but, I never expected to flip. I've raced for almost 6 years, and it's never happened. So it was definitely a surprise to be on my head.
For sure. Is the kart good enough to continue racing?
Yeah, I don't know what kind of damage we have yet. We'll have to go back to the tent and take a look through, but we should be able to fix it and get back out on track.
All right, Aaron Benoit, I'm sure he did not want to end up upside down in the heat race, but he'll have a good starting spot for heat number 3. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery. Yeah, I mean, it's good to hear that Aaron is all right. Right, that's most important. And it looked to me when I saw the kart on the roller, it looked okay.
Yeah.
It looks like it's going to be drivable and raceable, so good to see there for Aaron as, late move there from the Castro. Not going to make it stick. Renato, Yater, David, good defensive driving from him.
It looks like Emery's got somebody else. We'll send it back down to Emery. Take it away, Emery.
Thanks, Ron. John here with Marian Krivers. Marian, just another difficult race for you in the ROK Senior category. You actually got caught up a little bit in that lap 1 incident, so just talk me through what you saw from that.
Yeah, first of all, I'm glad Aaron's okay because that was a big one, so happy he's okay. From my point of view, there was just a lot of pushing going on into turn 2 and turn 3, and I saw Aaron going on 2 wheels, and the guy behind him just kept on driving into the back of him, it looked like, and just pushed him over, tipped him over, and then I had nowhere to go but into Aaron a little bit, and I don't know if I clipped his arm or I drove over his arm, actually. I tried to get out of it and brake as soon as I could, but I really didn't have anywhere to go, so unfortunate to get caught up in that. I guess I should have just qualified a little bit better if I want to avoid those kinds of stuff, so that's on me. Afterwards, the race was all right. My pace wasn't really the best, but also there was not really much to race for me. I got around a couple people early on, and then I saw there was a huge gap to the karts in front of me, so just kind of paced myself from there.
Thanks, Marian. Back to you guys.
Yeah, wow, that's news, right?
Yeah, that is.
Doesn't know if he hit his arm. I mean, clearly Aaron's okay, right? So that's good. And obviously, like Marian said, right? I mean, it's a good strategy to have qualify better.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it seems he had decent pace, right? But getting involved in that first lap incident pretty much just hindered his race from there.
All right, 2 more to go. William Isaiah still out there in front. Andre Nicastro has gotten around. Renato Yater David.
Good run for him.
Looks like we're going to take another quick break, Alex, and go down to see what Emery has to say.
Thanks, Ron John. Back here with Mateus Morgado. Mateus, it was not a great start for you. You fell back to 3rd, and then on the end of the first lap, contact with Santi Fernandez, sending you over the top of him and kind of screwing your race. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, for sure. It was a hard first lap. I went inside the other driver, and he hit my back wheel, so I spun to the outside. Nothing I could do about it. My lap times are good. I think I'm the fastest. The speed is good, so I don't think really matter right now the position I'll be starting for pre-final. I'll continue to give my best. Happy for the team, the win of Diego. And yeah, we see from now on how it goes.
All right, so Mateus Morgado has a lot of work to do and to make up for that bad finish, but still a lot of paces, bro. All right, back to you guys.
Thanks. You so much. I would be interested in knowing what he thinks about the fact that Diego's gotten by him on the start the last couple of times. That's why he's probably going, starting a little further back ain't such a bad thing.
Yeah, maybe it's not so bad, but like Mateus said, I mean, you can see that he's confident, right? He said he knows he's the quickest guy out there.
He knows he's fast.
So it'll be cool to see him try to go through the field there in the pre-final coming up. Heat 3 as well, but Heat 3 is being back on pole, but pre-final he'll be a little bit further back than he'd like, but he has the pace to do it.
William Isaiah has really just kind of checked out on him.
Yeah, I mean, it helps these two have been racing a little bit. I wouldn't say checked out necessarily. I mean,
No,
last lap, Yater David is actually quicker by half a tenth. But yeah, Isaias wins ROK Master Heat 2. Good, solid run from him.
Good, solid run. He was able to make a really good start. And
that was the key. That was the key
for him.
That first lap, he got about a second advantage.
Right.
That's pretty much how it stayed most of the race. You know, plus or minus a few tenths here and there when Nicastro and Yater David were racing, but three pretty equal drivers there. Even Nakamori was matching their pace a little bit. And we'll see if Mike Rollison and Mario Barrios are going to be racing the rest of this weekend. And if they are, it should make it a 5 or 6 kart race for Heat 3 in the pre-final. So I'm excited to see what these guys can do in ROK Masters. That being said, good run there from William Isaias. We're going to go to a bit of a break here. Coming up after the break, though, ROK Micro Racing coming back shortly here at Kart Chaser. Welcome back here live on Kart Chaser in Loxahatchee, Florida. We're getting ready to go ROK Micro Racing here for Heat 2. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, these are our little guys and gals, and I tell you what, they put on one heck of a show. They're amazing young racers, and for those of you that are on Kart Chaser and being able to watch this live, watch the race these guys put on. We're going to go 7 laps here. Heat race number 2 for our micros. This is leg number 2 of the Florida Winter Tour, a 3-leg tour. So we'll wrap things up in the beautiful Orlando, Florida, the center of the state. Right now we're down here in Loxahatchee, which is kind of around the West Palm Beach area. And we got the Palm Beach International Airport right down the street from us.
We're not going to go green this time by. I think everyone out there with the idea that they were going to get an extra warm-up lap and maybe forgot, because they were not ready to go green at all.
No, not at all. They were pretty well strung out. We still got a youngster going through turns number, it looks like 11 and 12.
Maybe that's the strategy, right? You go out there and and forget that you need a warm-up lap and
just come back around.
Yeah, and you get an extra one. It's all part of the plan.
I like the little escape route he just took right there.
That was pretty cool.
That was cool. He realized it was there, and he was going to be able to make up a lot of room by doing that.
He should use that for a pass. That'd be great.
I think we've seen people do that in the past. Right?
I hope not.
Somebody cuts through the chicane or
Surprise.
something. Yeah. Oh, nobody will see that. Okay. He's still got a little running to do, but he should be able to make it. He's just now coming through. Yeah, here he comes through turn 6. It's the number 64. That's Lorenzo Varela.
This should be good. I mean,
Varela, that is, Varela.
Look at this list of drivers we got. We got Mateus Romalo, Maxwell Mancha, Pizzonia doing double duty this weekend.
Juan Diego Garciars.
Yeah, Josh Bergman as well. Gavin Decay down, I think, in starting P9.
Right.
I mean, he showed a lot of pace yesterday, so.
Colton Scheinenberg's been showing up as well.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, looks like all of our minis, micros that is, sorry guys, sorry minis, micros are looking good as they're just now hitting the commitment line here. And again, getting ready to go 7 laps here.
Whoa, guy got out of the way there. We're going green. No, we're not. No, we're not.
Yeah, decided to go ahead and wave that down. Yeah,
I would have been surprised if that went green. I think the entire inside row
was way ahead.
I think P7 was P4 going near the turn 1.
Right.
So good job for the ROK guys to not let that go green. They were really ambitious. I mean, they were on it exiting the last corner.
Yeah.
So a little before the acceleration cones for sure.
Matthias was definitely ready to roll.
Yeah.
I mean, the entire outside line was fine. It was the inside line towards us.
So I think Pizzonia just got to the lead there. I think they're going to swap the front 2 rows here. That's usually the case. Yeah, that's what they're going to do. I believe maybe. No, Pizzonia's going to go back to P3. Okay, so it's usually it's 2 times and then they swap the front row. So let's hope they get the start right here. Otherwise, Pizzonia would gladly take a P1 starting spot. Yeah, they need to back it up here. I think the leaders are a little bit too
They're anxious.
eager. Yeah, they want to go racing.
They do want to go racing for sure.
Best way to go racing is to get a green flag.
It's usually the start, isn't it?
Yeah.
You see a green flag, it's a good sign.
All right, looks a little better this time for sure.
Big group of micros. It's so good to see. That means we've got a great future ahead of us.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are, 7 to 9 years old? I mean, it's unbelievable.
And for those folks that are being able to watch us live online, just remember that when you're watching these kids race. They're 7 to 9.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It's truly incredible. That's what I love about watching them, though. They put on some moves and make some moves that some of the older kids aren't making just yet.
Yeah.
It's like, how did they do that? They don't even know how they did it.
Nope.
Right?
Oh, they
did it.
They're going really quick still. We're going green, green, green. Oh, one kid's got his hand in the air. No, we're going green.
We're going green.
Yep. Good start there for Mateus Romalo. That's what he would have wanted. Pizzonia Nito already, though, to P2. As we have, I believe, 1 cart up and over. We got a lot of carts around there on the exit of 3. One kid's out of his go-kart. Let's hope to see that he is okay.
Yeah, they got him up and off the track. In the meanwhile, though, the racing continues out in front of them. Not really sure who that was. We'll have to just wait until they come back around past
it's not what you want to see, though, right? I mean, 2 out of the last 3 races, we've seen carts go around there in turn 3.
Right.
Guys got to keep it a little bit, got to keep it clean. It's only Heat 2.
You're just getting started. You can't win on lap number 1, that's for sure.
You can certainly lose it, though.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, we got a red flag. Red flag here in ROK Micro. Let's hope.
All right,
let's hope everything's okay.
We're going to stop the race and allow, I believe, the medical get out and take a look at the young driver.
Yeah, I know one kid was out of his go-kart.
Yeah,
so
I saw him.
It's just not what you want to see. Let's hope everything's okay.
But you know, you gotta love the young drivers. That they realize immediately saw the red. They've all slowed down. They've all stopped.
It's all respect, right? It's all respect. Cause
they realize that it's one of their buddies.
Well, yeah, because like I was saying yesterday, it's a family.
Right.
Like no matter what, your competitor's on track, but you don't want to see anybody get hurt.
That's for sure.
You're always happy for the other guy, no matter what, whether you want to win or lose. You're always happy for everybody. And especially, you know, these guys, they're all kids, right? These guys always have a smile on their face. I don't think I see any ROK Micro, ROK Mini kid not have a smile on their face because they get to go driving, right?
Exactly. And you know, one of the things I love to see is when they all get all their electric bikes and get out here and race on their electric bikes. So, yeah, they could be doing that in the pit area.
Yeah, we've got the ambulance out on the racetrack here, so let's just hope that everything is okay.
Yeah, we'll get them out there, get them looked at, make sure that is exactly that everything's okay, and we can continue racing. Again, our red flag here.
Yeah, the AMR safety crew out there. I mean, they're good. They're good for sure. Getting out there quick, efficiently.
Yeah, they're the same guys you'll see up there at Daytona this weekend.
Yeah.
Got the 500 this weekend going on here in Florida as well.
Yeah, for sure. That'll be a good
Got
one.
the Florida Winter Tour. I hear there's a big golf tournament going on around. Somebody said there's a huge boat show. It never ends down here in Florida. Always something going on. What? 5-7? All right, looking for the parents of the cart number 57. Parents of cart number 57, need you to the head of the grid. Get on the grid, make it to the head of the grid, and somebody will be able to help you out from there. Again, cart number 57, looking for the parents of cart number 57 to make your way down onto the grid, please. Dos Santos is, I believe, the name of the driver, cart number 57.
All right, while the AMR safety crew takes a look at that driver, we're gonna go quiet for a bit here. All right, we're back, and I believe Emery Lida has an interview lined up for us. What you got, Emery?
Hey guys, down here with Santiago Fernandez, the other half of what was a pretty wild start to Saturday. First of all, just kind of walk me through that heck of a start, and then from there it just kind of seemed to snowball downhill.
Well, on turn 1 and 2, I passed around the outside and I made a couple mistakes in the inside. And the corner before the crash, I went wide, and I thought I was fine until I saw Morgal send it and just got stuck under his cart.
So rough run from there, and then you pulled in, obviously, to save the tires. This weekend, though, first time really getting to chat with you. Another good qualifying effort, kind of picking up. You had a good qualifying effort at one of the days over at the Supercarts USA Winter Series. Talk to me about your progression. This is what would be kind of year 3 on the national level for you?
Yeah, year 3. It's been rough. We had the speed, but just unlucky most of the time. Like last week, we qualified 6th in the first round, and then we got crashed out in the start, and it's just been rough.
And walk me through everyone that's kind of making the deal happen for you. It's a lot of progression for you, but it's a big, big team effort to get you to these races. So what's the environment like? You guys are a relatively small team over where you're at.
Yeah, it's just a small team. It's just mostly me and my teammate that sometimes races, but he mostly coaches me and tunes the cart. But his dad's the one that mostly makes all the big changes and makes it fast.
Well, Santiago Fernandez here. We'll go back up to you guys in the booth and have some more interviews during this little bit of an intermission for the red flag and the micros. Santiago looking for hopefully a better run later on today, and at least he gets this roll off from a good spot for heat number 3. Good luck later on, Santi.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Xander. Yeah, nice to talk to somebody we don't normally get to talk to.
Yeah,
you know, 3 years been out here on the national level.
Yeah, but I mean, just
takes a lot of work.
Constantly improving, and I mean, he's been quick this weekend for sure.
Looks like we'll go ahead and send it back down to Xander. Looks like he's found himself another one of our drivers.
Well, down here with Blake Nash. Blake, that one was chaos. It seemed like kind of on all sides, all around you. But from your point of view, walk me through Heat 2.
Yeah, so the inside start didn't. The inside row didn't really get a good start. It hasn't really seemed to yet. So Ramos was able to get a good run. Same with Santiago, and Zilich got on the inside of me. So I think I fell back to 5th on the start. Made my way back up to 4th. I think coming around to turn 7, the long left. They kind of stacked up in the 2 hairpins. I saw Morgado go for a kind of late move going into the last corner. And I almost got caught up into it when they collided. So that's kind of what caused the big gap to Ramos. From that point, I kind of had a gap back to Zilich. So I was just kind of trying to manage the tires and close the gap. But I made a mistake with about 5 to go when I was starting to close the gap. So, yeah, it's just kind of frustrating a little bit. I think we have more pace than what we showed. Speed's given us a great engine to work with, and the car's handled really well. So just got to reduce the mistakes and try to keep on this path that we're going.
I was going to say, obviously, you got 2 of the patriarchs from Nash Motorsports. Your dad, Seth Nash, team owner, Matt Johnson's here this weekend. You were walking and talking with them before we grabbed you here for this interview. What were their kind of thoughts? Same thing, just a little more work on yourself? Is there anything else you can do to kind of close that gap to the boys in red?
Yeah, so we were the kart wasn't handling like too great the last heat. We tried something different for this heat, and it seemed to work. I think we went a little bit too far, so I think we're going to bring back a little bit of what we had in the last heat. And then we're going to try something with carburation. But overall, the engines felt great. The karts felt great. So just working on myself, trying to reduce the mistakes and keep up the aggression and the consistency, and I think we should be good.
And most guys, again, go kind of race weekend to race weekend, but a consistent run here and a decent run from St. Petersburg. How much is championship kind of coming into your mind a little bit of trying to rack up consistent points through the heats? Because while they're big test sessions, they still count towards that total, and it's 33% more each weekend. So has that weighed on you guys on the game plan for the weekend at all?
I mean, I try not to think about the championship. I try to just take one weekend at a time. Generally, when that happens, like the championship kind of comes to you. But I just try to take one weekend at a time and be the best I can be at the time and, you know, make the most of everything. So.
Well, you're the highest running West Coast kid here, and we got a lot of you guys on the early side waking up early to watch you on the live stream. Any shout-outs for any of your family, friends, and fans back home?
Yeah, shout out to my little brother Tigensky, my buddy Seth if he's watching, and just all the West Coast kids.
Well, Blake Nash, the California kid, is going to try to make up a little bit more ground here as he closes the gap in Heats 3 and, of course, the pre-final later on today. Thanks for the time, Blake.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Xander. Yeah.
He's definitely had some speed, that's for sure.
He's had the speed all year long. You know, it's just maybe the luck and the consistency, but he seems to have found it, and it's cool to see. I mean,
all right, I think we're actually going to start to see a little action here out on the track. It looks like
some karts are rolling.
The ambulance has gotten off the track now.
Yeah, we got the karts
got
rolling
the young
out.
driver and up and out of the way. The drivers, I think they're going to bring them all the way back around, make sure that they're slotted in the right positions.
Yeah. Usually the red flag, they go back to the lap before.
Right.
So.
Oh, and by the way, while I have the chance, I would got to give a big shout out to the little G and Big G, because they gave us a ride this morning, and we greatly appreciated George Ho. George is a young driver from Canada. He and his father gave me a ride here to the track today, and we greatly appreciated it. They are really excited about being here.
Yeah, it's a cool place for sure.
Right now, George has got some work to do. He's down the group a ways, but he's just really getting started in it.
Yeah, you see the ROK officials.
And Lord knows they got a lot of Canadian drivers here. It's really great to see.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like they're going to wait for the rest of the group to come back around.
They're going to regroup. They got to get the grid positions together because obviously they got split up with the red
Right.
flag, so they got to get everybody lined up in the correct order. Like I said, red flag, you go back to the lap before. So
yeah, it looks like we got a couple of our drivers already lined up right here on the front stretch. We're just waiting for the rest of them to come around. They're all coming around all formed up. They're looking really good.
yeah. Now, obviously, because we didn't really get underway, they're going to just line them back up how they qualified, obviously. So
I'm just wondering about these three
Yeah.
that they have here. It looks like they're going to go ahead and
yeah, they got split up with the red flag, so they're not they're not going to go green. They got to slow down here and get lined up in the correct order. So you see
yeah, I think they were all pretty excited about going racing again.
Yeah, you see Justin
What they're going to do is it looks like they've asked them to go ahead and turn off the motors. And what they'll do is
they might give him a bit of a chat too.
Yeah, they'll talk to him for a quick second.
Yeah, because I think obviously they had 2 starts go awry, so they're going to probably talk to them and see how they can work on that. And then obviously they need to get an order, right? You see,
looking down on the grid here, looking at these youngsters, 7 to 9 years old, in their racing outfits and their incredible helmets. It's really neat looking. I think if I'd have been a kid of that age and had that kind of outfit, I probably worn that to school every day. Why are you wearing that? Well, I'm a racer.
I did that one time.
Did you?
Yeah, I had a.
Why not?
I had a presentation for what I want to do when I grow up.
And you showed up in a race suit?
In 3rd grade, I showed up with everything.
And the girls went crazy, huh? It was a beautiful thing.
Probably the opposite, to be honest.
Yeah. They knew you were a nut to begin with. Yeah, I would definitely have shown up a couple of times, especially around Halloween when they let you dress up. Well, they actually let us dress up when we were kids, Halloween. Yeah, I would have showed up in this. Probably even with the helmet.
For sure.
Back in the day, our helmets were lucky if they had any other color than white. And look at them today. Some of them are just absolutely beautiful.
I always love just looking around, especially like the micro.
Yes.
You can always tell which are the 7-year-olds, right? Because they're tiny.
Yes.
God, the helmet weighs more than them.
Right.
It's always so cool to see, though.
Again, just making sure everybody gets back into their correct position before we get them back under green.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta regroup, right? I mean, these guys just saw one of their good friends, end up in the AMR ambulance. So, gotta regroup, right? It's a lot for these young kids to deal with and do,
but they're racers.
It's what they have to do.
They understand. They know it's a part of.
It's a different maturity, and these guys are more mature than a lot of people that I know.
Oh, no doubt.
So, even for their age,
they always have been so impressive when it comes to driving. So again, I know I've mentioned this several times, but I'll say it again. Some of the moves that they have been able to make that I haven't seen some of the older drivers make have been absolutely amazing. And they do it. They have no idea they've just done something that was so incredible. But again, just making sure everybody's in the right position.
Yeah, it's a lot of work for these ROK officials to do. So credit to these guys because
they've been doing an awesome job this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of things to get sorted. You see guys getting pushed to the front and back of the grid.
Yeah, I kind of like to brag about my ROK guys. They do a tremendous job out on the track.
Yeah, they do, for sure.
They really do. They're as passionate about doing this as the drivers are driving. They love doing this.
This wouldn't happen without these guys, right? I mean,
right.
It's half the show. So.
And of course, like most of us, they love this sport as much as anybody.
Oh yeah, that's
why they're so willing
to do it.
Get in a plane and fly down here and come down here and hang out with us. And I can't think of a better place actually to be than right here. Although I am from New Orleans and it's Mardi Gras back in the city, so I guess I could be over there catching a couple of 2-cent beads, which aren't 2 cents anymore.
Yeah,
but no, I'm here doing the racing thing, and I absolutely love it. I've had enough Mardi Gras. You know the reason why all the houses in New Orleans are sinking? It's all the beads in the attic. It really is. It's crazy. You know, it's gotten to the point actually that so many people go to the parades that after the parade you could pick up a gazillion beads.
Really?
Just as many as you could possibly handle.
That's a new number.
Yeah.
A gazillion.
It's a lot of beads on the ground, and a lot of them make them into the trees.
Yeah.
St. Charles Avenue in New Orleans is full of trees, and they come down St. Charles Avenue, and they, of course, a lot of them try to throw them up into the trees, and they become, and so they're there for your enjoyment all the time.
Decorations.
Now, they do go along there because a lot of the power lines, too, end up. But right now, we're just waiting for our youngsters to get all squared away. Make sure his bumper's correct, making sure everybody's bumper's correct. But yeah, so crazy times going on over in New Orleans. Great to be here with our ROK friends here in Loxahatchee, the Piquet group here at the racetrack. The entertainment center have been awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking, I believe everybody gets to, all the kids that got their bumper pushed in get kind of a redo because, you know, the race essentially never went green because red flag, you go back to the lap before. The lap before happens to be the first lap.
Right.
So it's kind of a redo for all these kids. You got to reset. It's a new race, right? You got to, all the adrenaline, you know, it's kind of left your body, and now it's going to, you got to build it up again, right? So it's
regenerate it.
It's always the hardest thing for, at least for me as a driver. It's like whenever a red flag happens, you know, it's you were anticipating this race to happen, and now it hasn't happened.
Right.
So now, you know, 10, 15 minutes later, you got to regroup, right? You just, you know, one of your buddies went on the AMR ambulance, and you got to look past it.
That's right.
You got to look past it. You got a race to do.
And looking out there along the line here, it looks like everybody's pretty much ready to rock and roll. I know these drivers are ready to race. That's what they've been working so hard for. You know, all the practices and everything to finally get here to where they can start doing some heat racing, getting ready for a pre-final later on today. And, of course, tomorrow's final Sunday. All right. Still got a lot of work to be done, though.
Oh, we're seeing some bumping and banging already here. One of the carts doesn't fire up. That's not what you want to see. You don't want to see somebody get a pushback on the pre-grid. That's the worst.
So what they'll do is they'll go out just like they did normally and start to form up over here off of turn number 14. Before they come through 15 and onto the front stretch, they'll end up in the tram lines, we call them. Actually, what it does really is just kind of keeps both of the lanes apart from one another.
Yeah.
Right?
No, it's important.
It's very important, especially in karting.
If there weren't tram lines, I mean,
you'd be all over one another.
We'd see tire-to-tire contact before the race started.
Yeah.
You need tram lines.
Yeah, whoever came up with that idea was definitely considering safety. Because it is definitely, without a doubt, a very important part of getting a good, clean start for everybody is having them apart. It's crazy enough, as we've seen, when they come together, it's not always a pretty sight.
Yeah.
We'll wait to hear. I haven't heard anything, but as soon as we get any word, we'll be glad to pass it along about our young driver.
Yeah, hopefully all okay. All right, let's see if these guys can get the start sorted. I mean, the first time, you know, they had to go around again. The second time, a lot of bumping and banging.
Matheus Romalo's got to be thinking, oh, man, I hope I get that same kind of start because he's got
all right, you see the ROK
Antonio right there.
Slow down.
Yep, take your time. Make it all the way to the start.
Quick. They're still going pretty quick, but we're going green.
That was,
Romalo
once again,
got the start he would have wanted. Pizzonia up to P2, so the inside lane got the jump, as per usual, really.
Man, but look at the people dive to the inside there and be able to make that pass coming through turns number 2 and 3.
All right.
Good run there. Look at that. 3
we got
wide.
A few guys together there in turn 4, but much cleaner than we saw, you know, last start. So that's improvement for sure.
Josh is on a roll. He's made already a couple of moves. He's up now into I believe that 3rd position is what I saw Josh as he came by here through turn number 6. So he's made a couple of passes already. It looks like Matheus and is that Antonio?
Oh, late move there from one of the, I believe that's maybe an energy go-kart. Couldn't see what number that was, but good move then. Bergman going to go from 3rd down to maybe 5th place here. Maybe make it
right.
6th place.
Yeah. And, you know, it seems like when you open up a door here, everybody comes through, and that's exactly what just happened.
Pizzone Nito, P1.
Yeah, Antonio just went around.
Yep.
To P number 1.
And
so
indeed,
that'll drop
Bergman down to P6.
Yeah, and Colton Scheinenberg on the move. Colton's now in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, good. Solid start for him.
Juan Diego Garciar's right now in the 36, dropped back down in that 5th spot.
Well, here's the other thing, right? When you get a red flag, and you're stuck on the grid for that long, your tire pressure, right? Whatever you set it at the beginning of the race,
it's
out the window.
It's not going to be
out the window
the same.
completely. Because, you know, the tires are baking in the sun, right? So this is going to play into the hands of the guys to maybe pressure their cart a little bit lower. So I wonder if that's what you're seeing here with Pizzone Nito. He's kind of got a pretty solid gap there over 1 lap. That's
when you were that age, were you pretty much aware of that kind of thing? Were you paying that close of attention, or
maybe not as much as I should have, right? But I'm sure some of these kids are. I mean, they're already pros. So we got 1 cart off in turn 1. He doesn't seem very happy.
No,
Hands
he's not
in the
too
air.
happy. Yeah,
That's
you know what
not
he's
we wanna
given that.
see. Yep. As we see, Colton looking at the inside there of Mateus. Or no, that is Romalo. To move Colton up into, I believe, P2.
Wow, good run there for Colton so far. It was Juan Diego Garciar's that went purple last time by, 59.4 to the 59.6 of the leader.
Yeah, out front though. Solid gap there for Antonio Pizzonia. He's been strong in both classes, mini and micro.
Already 2 laps in of the 7 here for heat race number 2. I love it. We've got a fence down in front of us. You can look at all of the drivers, coaches, and teammates, and anybody else that wants to point a finger. Or
it's always so fun to see.
It really is, because there's so many different little hand signals that they're giving them.
Yeah, we got to look down all the way to P7. Nico Orbezo. Purple 59.1. That is 4/10 faster than anybody else last time by.
That's a really good lap.
Yeah,
Is Nico out there on his own, all by himself?
Yeah, Nico's on the move here. I think he's working with another driver. I can't see what driver that is, but he is absolutely flying right now. And speaking of flying, we got Juan Diego Garcias in P3 and counting. I mean, look to the inside there. Make it P2. Juan Diego up to P2. He is absolutely on a roll here. He's got his sights set here on
sure does.
Antonio Pizzonia.
Just a little guy, too.
They're all little guys.
And that's why I was kind of asking that question about, you know, being 7 years, 8 years, 9 years old, and whether or not you're really paying attention to whether your tires have enough air or don't have enough air. I would think at this point, at 7 years old, you're going, hey, just put the cart in my hands. Let me go.
Yeah, that was me.
That was you? Wow, there's some beating and banging going on right there.
Yeah, Juan Diego got on the curb a little bit. He's going to have the inside line there, though, for turn 9.
Yeah, that was Colton Scheinenberg trying to get around him there.
Yeah, that's gonna hinder both their progress, though. They were right on Pizzonia's bumper, but again, grabbed the curb and just pushed him a little wide and ruined his run there.
Does look like, though, he's able to make up a little bit of room. Looks like there's only a couple of cart difference this time as they get ready. Now, of course, it's strung out from 3 now to 6. We're going to have 6 carts now. Make it 7. 7, 8.
I mean, I think Pizzonia is starting to struggle a bit. I wonder if he's one of those who's dealing with some tire pressure issues. Obviously, like I said, let the tires cook a little bit too much there. You know, when you're out there for 15 minutes, the sun's going to bake them, and that's what's going to happen.
Man, so many different lines coming with these drivers coming through turn number 6 here. It's a very close turn for us as far as physically. We're not that far away from it, so get a really good look at it as they come through there, and you can see the different lines. Some are going high, some are taking a little closer to the inside, but
we see a late move there from, I believe, Asher Pravon. think it might be Asher on Josh Bergman there. It's a good run for Asher. Bergman had a good start, but he just seemed to have fallen back, every lap. I wonder, again, like I said, red flag changes everything.
Sure does.
Your setup goes out the window, tire pressure's out the window. This is going to be on the driver, right? And it's also a mental thing, right?
Right.
They were out there, helmets on for 15 minutes. They're hot. They're tired. Right? So there's a lot that these guys got to go through at such a young age.
And this is home track here for Antonio. So
yeah, another driver is struggling, Mateus Romalo, who's actually your pole sitter. He's down in P6. So just not the race he would have wanted. Pisonia, though, out front. Not by a lot, though. Juan Diego might have a chance here, obviously, with a few corners to go to make a move. He is, late defensive maneuver there from Pisonia. He's going to go wide, entering penultimate corner here on the last lap. Defensive driving inside, though, for Juan Diego. They're side by side.
I think Garciar's going to get him.
Oh, they're bumper to bumper. Who's going to get it?
I'm going to say it was.
It is by
Garciar's.
1/1000th of a second.
1/1000th. Are you kidding me?
I mean, by a sticker.
That's crazy.
I mean, come on.
And look at Maxwell Macha ends up in that third spot. Colton Scheinenberg in fourth. Nico Orbezo, what a good run there for Nico. Now up into the fifth
he was
spot.
flying for sure.
Mateus, as you mentioned, ended up in sixth. Josh Bergman, 7. Asher Pavan in the 8th spot. Juan Pablo Bonneman in the 9th position. And Gavin Decay. Gavin again, another good run for Gavin up into 10th. So, wow. What a move.
Doesn't get
I knew it was going to be a drag race, but I didn't know it would be 1/1000th.
Doesn't get a lot closer than that.
Yeah.
That being said, though,
that was fun. I don't think Antonio thought that was the way that was going to end up.
No, but
again, just that move over in that particular corner, they're coming out of 14.
It makes it tough, right? It seems that it's defensive. You want to go defensive, but if you go too defensive, you go wide, and it ruins your exit, right? So it's one of those things. But that being said, what a race there in ROK Micro for the Heat 2. We're going to go and take a little commercial break here. When we come back, ROK Jr Heat 2 coming at you in a few minutes' time.
Want to know a crucial part of the magic that's taken AJ Myers to multiple national championships? Check out Greyhound Racing Seats and their full catalog of options, from their R1 and R1 Extra Soft seats for high grip conditions, their Viper Medium seat for medium grip, and the RS2 Stiff seat for low grip conditions. It's time to win. It's time to see why Greyhound makes the difference. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. Welcome back here to Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex as we get set for more heat racing action here today. Again, on the circuit now is your junior rockers as they make their way onto the front stretch and onto the final corner. What a wild morning it has been here, to say the least, Ron John.
To say the least, yeah. But thankfully, everything has been pretty much taken care of. At least getting our ambulance here on time would have been really nice.
Oh,
they were late this morning. That's never a good thing. Looks like we're going to go ahead and get underway here. Green flag is out. Ernesto Rivera, Sebastian Garzon on the front pole.
Oh, we got a number of cars wide
car.
there. One car into the barriers on the entry, one on the exit. It was one of the front runners near the exit. Look at that. That steering wheel, probably both tie rods snapped there with a head-on collision in the outside gravel trap and barrier. But up front here, Ernesto Rivera gets away nicely. Caleb Campbell into second. Teddy Musella third. Stephen Miller, Leo Scorpioni fourth and fifth. And then you go back to find some more.
Look at the jump already for Ernesto.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what we've seen in a handful of classes, right? He's mastered this start from the inside lane. He's got practice, of course. He gets to start from the pole in 6 different heat races, right? So he's already got 3 under his belt with that second heat for the VLR juniors this morning, and then heat 1 for both junior classes yesterday. So he's been able to do exactly what he needs to get himself out front, and then from there it's just smooth sailing. He can conserve the tires. These kids back here, they got to fight. As we see a pass right there, I think that was going to be Nathan Dupuis on the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed getting by for the 6th spot, and he holds it for now as they head over to turn number 3. So the top 5 kind of single file. Big gap for Rivera up front on that RPG Cosmic. This is your 6th with the SCR black and white red speed of Nathan Dupuis. Right behind him, Emma Scarborough and the Chad Dawkins Racing Kart Republic as we got to fight for second. Late move down the inside for Teddy Musella. He gets the spot done on the PK teardrop.
And, you know, between Teddy and Ernesto, it's been pretty much their game, if you will. They've been out there in front. I know Teddy said Ernesto's just been an absolute rocket ship.
Yeah, we talked to him yesterday, right? Asking, nice dive bomb by Emma Scarborough on the inside of the CDR KR. Back for 7th. They're fighting still side by side into the final corner. Number of drivers going at it. Vid Montien, I think, that's Chase Buscalia and the Motaz Sport Paralyn trying to get up the order here.
Now he's already up 6 spots, so he's on the move for sure.
Yeah, good work for. Oh my goodness! Is that Caleb Campbell or Dupuis? One of the SCR red speeds
of them.
Hard into the outside retaining wall. I believe that was Dupuis, and it might have also collected the Powerhouse Racing OTK of Joseph Lonnie. So 2 drivers inside that leading group indeed there.
Wow, that's
getting collected.
That's a high-speed area right there, too.
Yeah, that was a big impact. Here's a look back up front for 2nd and 3rd. So you can see there Musella closely trailed by Caleb Campbell. Campbell's close enough, going to dive bomb him right here in turn 13, and he'll get the job done. Nice move by Caleb Campbell. Musella going to answer right back in 14. And here comes Stephen Miller and Leo Scorpioni loving this. It brings them into the mix. Meanwhile, Ernesto Rivera, an entire front straightaway gone already here with 3 laps completed.
You know, he did that the last race. Got out there an entire straightaway from everybody. And again, just gets out there and maintains his speed. He's just so consistent, so fast.
Yeah, he's been doing such a great job here all weekend long. Kudos to Ernesto Rivera. So we're watching them come into the PK teardrop here. Caleb Campbell getting away. Stephen Miller just struggling to hang on. We heard him earlier saying it was all about upper body strength and arm strength. And, unfortunately, little mistake there. Scorpioni takes advantage. There's the leader coming through, and now a new driver in 4th in that bright yellow and black Zanella Racing Tony Kart. Leonardo Scorpioni closing in here on Caleb Campbell for 3rd.
Look at Emma Scarborough. Hadn't talked a whole lot about Emma other than the fact that she had a really great run yesterday during warm-ups. Ended up at the top of the heap as far as time was. But here she is making her way up. As I say that, she's dropped back down. That's
Campbell. Yeah, that too. But problems for Teddy Musella. Problems for the 225 of the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. Teddy Musella is slowing, entering turn number 3. We'll see if we can find the 225. There he is. Teddy Musella is going to bring that RPG Cosmic to a halt. And an engine issue for Teddy Musella, the Orlando, Florida native, is going to have to park it. That's unfortunate. They had such a good run going. Now this battle for 3rd becomes for 2nd. And Leonardo Scorpioni up to P2 with a nice move there on Caleb Campbell.
Yeah, that was a great move there for Leonardo. He's been getting stronger.
Scarborough goes around there in the S's. Emma Scarborough gets turned halfway sideways in front of the field.
Interesting. I've seen a couple of people actually lifting their wheel coming through that particular area.
Yeah,
but look at the lead that he has stretched out. It's out over 4.5 seconds.
And he's not slowing down at all. Another purple lap for Ernesto Rivera, 52.745. That was 8 tenths better than Leonardo Scorpioni. Granted, Scorpioni made one pass on the lap, but still, league of his own right now for the Mexican as Scorpioni
now leads over Caleb Campbell, the Canadian for Speed Concepts Racing, and Red Speed right behind him there in second and third is a Scorpione, goes a little wide, and a little love tap in the center of the corner from Caleb Campbell, saying, all right, you missed it, you went wide, I'm going to go by you there. And
thank you.
All clean, no harm, no foul there for second and third to give Stephen Miller some new life. And how about Chase Buscalia? Up 10 positions on that Motorsport Paralyn to fifth. So the bright white and red machine with those bright yellow gloves, Chase Buscalia having one of his better runs we've seen of him here on the pro national scene in the junior ranks. So this is, again, that first peak of what we see from drivers before they graduate into the pro senior classes. So Chase Buscalia here in junior on that Motorsport Paralyn. Highest running team driver right now is Enzo Vidmontien. Trails a little bit further back down the order, but great run in the works for Chase Buscalia here in heat number 2, picking up 10 spots from 15th to 5th.
I tell you what, get several drivers on the move. Lorenzo Castillo, the Orsolon Racing driver, up 12 positions now, sitting in at 7th spot. Also 12 for Gennaro Trappa. Trappa, the A&M Engines driver, up now into that 9th position. So, still a lot of battling going on out there, but, boy, Ernesto Rivera is making it a really easy day for himself. He gets out there and just walks away from the group and puts about 5 seconds out ahead of him, and that's where he is now, about 5.5 second lead.
So as they exit out of the final corner here, Caleb Campbell, Leo Scorpione, second and third, what we're focusing on. Let's see what the laps look like for them versus Stephen Miller. They'll pull that gap back out 3/10. Here's further back to that Orsolon Racing Tony Kart driver we talked about there, and Lorenzo Castillo. 13 spots gained up to 6 behind the top 5 in that green and black Tony Kart as Campbell and Scorpione go by, but we'll go back and find the midfield as they've spread out a little bit for second and third. Here they are headed through towards the PK teardrop. So Lorenzo Castillo. Then you've got, again, Gennaro Trappa up 12 spots here. Trappa's in that bright yellow helmet, white suit on the X-Pre for AM Racing Engines and the AM Racing team as he goes a little wide in turn 7. And looking on him is Anthony Raducanu in the Prime Power Team Beryl Art, and then right behind him was Enzo Vidmontien a lap ago. I think we may have Major Makovsky's in that mix as well. So a little pass being made that time. Vidmontien, I think, is up the road from these guys there. If I'm not mistaken, we'll identify him where he was across the line. Oh, no, Vidmontien fell way back. Enzo Vidmontien down to 11th. So
11th now.
That's Joseph Lonnie, Gennaro Trappa, Pierce Wade, and Anthony Raducanu. All in that grouping there for 6th back to 9th, then to 10th again with Raducanu, and then Enzo Vidmontien. So Lorenzo Castillo, Joseph Lonnie, Castillo there in that bright white and green Orsolon Racing Tony Kart leading them through the PK teardrop here with 2 to go. We'll see if Gennaro Trappa can close back up to him and maybe make it a fight. Meanwhile, up the road, Chase Buscalia is continuing to chop wood. He's closing in for 4th on Stephen Miller. So Trappa closing for 6th, but up to 4th. Looking at that battle, how about Chase Buscalia? He's not done. 10 spots. No. He's looking for spot number 11 as the white flag will fly this time.
All right, white flag is out. Just one more trip around the 15 turn. 3/4 of a mile layout here at the PK Entertainment and Race Park. Beautiful day for racing today. Another absolutely gorgeous day. Got a nice breeze in north.
Pass made there by Gennaro Trappa on I believe Joseph Lonnie.
Trappa was able to get around him.
Or no, that was on Castillo. So he gets around Lorenzo Castillo. Here is that Trappa right there. That was Lonnie. That would have been Lonnie going around Castillo. There is Trappa in the orange suit. Meanwhile, your race leader, all that going on, and we're learning some more names that have cracked the top 10 for the first time. Great run, Ernesto Rivera will come out of turn number 14, head for 15, and another heat race in the books. Flag to flag, the RPG Cosmic wins heat 2. Ernesto Rivera. The margin is going to be around 7 seconds or so as Caleb Campbell holds off Leonardo Scorpione across the line. Stephen Miller survives the onslaught from Chase Buscalia. Then you go back to Joseph Lonnie in that Powerhouse Racing Tony Kart. Lorenzo Castillo 7th. Gennaro Trappa in 8th. Pierce Wade in 9th. Anthony Raducanu in 10th. And then Enzo Vidmontien, 5 spots gained to 11th. How about Yao Shimoda?
How about that?
The Racing Edge Motorsports Brazilian.
Yes.
Up 13 as they come across the line. So checkers in the air. The drivers collected in some of those incidents from earlier. Sebastian Garzone in that Orsolon Tony Kart DNF. Sarah Bradley in the Motorsport Paralyn. Simon Bulbarella. Aristides Theodoropoulos in the Prime Power Team Beryl Art. Anthony Martella was involved in that SCR Red Speed. That was the driver we saw earlier, Mayor D'Honorin, and the REM Cosmic. Jose Martinez Villarreal Nathan Dupuis, and of course we saw Teddy Musella. So lots of drivers retiring from heat number 2 in Junior ROK. VLR Masters up next, and then during that we'll start prepping for Pro ROK Shifter and talk to some more drivers as we enter here on Saturday. 2 more heats in the second rotation to go before we get to a lunch break, and then Heat 3 and pre-finals all roll on after. Actually, do we have a few more before the lunch break here today, or are we going straight? No, yeah, we'll have the lunch break and then straight into Heat number 3 with VLR Jr at 12:22 p.m. local time, which will be a little bit tight. Might be a little shorter of a break, as you mentioned, we had the ambulance, first one on the right, couldn't make it. The second one, the backup, got here just in time to get heats underway. But we're racing, we're clean, we're green, and it is a beautiful sunny day here in Loxahatchee, Florida. So VLR Masters, the crazy old men, are coming your way next here live on Kart Chaser. You're watching the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour Round 2 from Piquet Entertainment and Race Complex. Engines have fired, and we've gone onto the racetrack here with VLR Master. 11 laps was the original scheduled distance. Looks like we'll go that full length here, at least per live timing and scoring. So Alex Dalbon and Mark Pavon will make up row number 1. Christian Vomier and Kim Carapalati. Row 2, Luis Quinones and Ryan Molini and Galo Barros. And then Martin Allen, a scratch here for this one on that DR North America entry. Round the field off. But one thing to note here, Ron John, it's been a long, long wait for these guys to get on the racetrack. Everyone was anticipating that morning warm-up. They got canceled due to the ambulance being late to the racetrack. No fault of the ROK Cup or the PK team. They had everything scheduled properly, and I believe those guys had a breakdown on the bus. So we've got a different ambulance here today, but credit to the AMR safety team for making it out here, and we appreciate them being here trackside, and obviously won't roll without an on-site safety team. But for these VLR Masters, that means not even getting into the go-kart until about noon. So this is the first time any of them get to sit down in it, and they've been kind of probably watching a little bit, maybe realizing that they could have took a little nap at the hotel, or if there was any need to oversleep from hanging out a little bit too late last night, or just getting some extra shut-eye. Today would have been their lucky day, but we've got everyone from yesterday, so we'll make them line up nice and slow. And Mark Pavon again on that Lando Norris kart, that blue and yellow color with that bright yellow and orange helmet.
Can't miss that.
Yep, on the outside of the black and red, and then the suit with the green Tony kart for Alexander Dalbon. So they've got your front row all together. Christian Vomier on that red and white Techno kart lines up in third. Kim Carapalati in fourth. And here we go. We're green down to turn number 1. And the back 2 did not get going. Terrible start for Ryan Molina on that SLA kart racing entry. Great start, though, for Christian Vomier. He'll move up into second. Pavon back to third. And looking to go by is Kim Carapalati on that comp kart. He's back in fifth as he got jumped a little bit as well by Luis Quinones in the LFB OTK. So headed over into the PK teardrop. First time through for Alex Dalbon in that LFB Racing Tony kart. Christian Vomier trying to apply some pressure as we work through lap number 1.
It's going to be interesting to see whether or not Christian can get up there and battle with Alex. Alex was able to get out yesterday and kind of, again, like a lot of these guys have been able to do, kind of get out there and just maintain that space. Already got a few kart links as they head through turn number 13.
Mistake there out of Carapalati right behind at the back of the grill. We've seen that a couple times here, Ron John, where drivers are dropping a tire either coming out of turn 12 with that full throttle right-hand kink or even coming out of the hairpin because they're carrying so much speed in the back S's going into the final sector of the racetrack that they are on the ragged edge. Even here, too, right? Look at them right to the edge of the racetrack through turn number 1.
Yeah, I was talking with the guys trying to get an idea of what types of speeds they were coming down the front stretch, and I know some of the younger guys were saying they were getting up into the high 60s, almost 70, so obviously carrying an awful lot of speed heading into some of these turns, and that's what they've talked about as far as the physical part of this track, being the fact that it's so fast, and it is difficult. It's 15 turns, which is a lot of turns to begin with, but it's been physical for them. It's a little bumpy. We've heard a lot about that. And actually talking to some of the drivers, you know, some of these ribs have been bothering them.
Well, I mean, it's a big challenge here. The bumps on the ribs is really the only downside to the go-karts because we don't have suspension, but it really does challenge them as the kart is almost, it's kind of like riding a bucking bronco to hang on to the steering wheel. So here comes a challenge for second. Mark Pavon, I think, going to easily slip through. No! Contacted turn number 1. They come together for second. Pavon versus Vomier. Pavon's going to get going. Vomier is beached in the gravel. And, man, calamity strikes there for second. I thought that was going to be an easy let-go move.
Yeah, no
Christian
kidding.
Vomier, I don't know if he didn't see him or if he wanted to fight that pass for second. But in any case, they collide. Pavon into the right rear tire of Christian Vomier. Alex Dalbon gets a good lead. And while we do that here, let's go down to the Pro ROK shifters on the grid. Alexander Searle and Emery Latta doing the hard work on pit lane. Boys, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Inner. I actually have one of your ROK Jr drivers, Leonardo Scorpioni. Leo, this might be the first time all weekend that I've seen a smile on your face. I mean, you came off the grid and said, I have a kart for once. So just tell me, I mean, what are some of the things that you've been fighting all weekend?
We've been struggling on the kart setup the whole weekend. It's been really bad. We just had a lot of bad luck in quality. And in second practice, our chain fault, so we had to start in the back. And then it was like this weekend was doing horrible. And then finally now we found the speed for the final, and for the pre-final for the other heats.
Yeah, I mean, that being said, obviously you've been improving the go-kart all weekend long. Do you think for Heat 3 pre-final and the final coming up that you're going to have anything for Ernesto Rivera?
I mean, I don't know because I'm starting in the back, but hopefully I'm starting to drive a bit like him now and showing insight in the corners, and hopefully I can keep up with him now.
Awesome, yeah. Leonardo Scorpione, guys. P3 in ROK Jr. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Alex, here. So we'll go back to the on-track action, and again, here's the updated order. Alex Dalbon is the leader in the LFB Racing Tony Kart. That's not changed. What has changed is everything behind him. You see Luis Quinones there in that LFB team. So he's teammates here with Alex Dalbon on the LFB Racing Team 1 and 2. He's on that Cosmic chassis. Different colors, same manufacturer to the race leader, the bright green Tony Kart. Then you have the purple and pink and white Cosmic, and then you go back to third. Kim Carapalati gets a gift. Galo Barros gets promoted to fourth, and then Mark Pavon, Ryan Molina, Christian Vomier. That's fifth, sixth, and seventh. But again, we've seen everybody. I don't know if it was just an antsiness to get onto the racetrack because everyone's been having to wait so long to get on, Ron John, or what was in the water that everybody was drinking and putting in their coffee this morning because there has been, it seems like, chaos in every single division second heat race.
It really has been. And you know, we had such a good, clean race yesterday, good, clean racing, and we've had a couple of guys over on their lids today. It's been really, really, and fortunately for those particular incidences, they were in a little slower area in the track, so although they ended up on their top,
yeah, I mean,
not someplace you want to go.
We obviously saw Aaron Benoit. He got out and under. He was okay. We got an update from the red flag from the micro division. That driver cleared and okay. Will be good to run here later on today in heat number 3. So all the incidents, granted, that we've had have been a little bit gnarly, but all the drivers are okay. Let's go down trackside here to pit lane as well for another one. Alex, Emery, on to you.
Thanks, Xander. I got Caleb Campbell here. Caleb, P2 and ROK Jr. Just tell me, how was that race for you?
It was a pretty good race. We had good speed. The chassis was very good, and hopefully we can do something with it.
Yeah, and I mean, talk to me. Just what are some of the things that you've been improving throughout the weekend? I mean, this is one of the first times we've seen you in the top 3 at least, right? I mean, obviously you had a teammate, Anthony Martella, fall out early in the race. Just tell me, what have you been working on the go-kart throughout the weekend?
We've been just changing setups, changing the tire pressure in that. Yeah, so it's been good.
Awesome, yeah. Hey, good run, though. P2 for Caleb Campbell and ROK Jr. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Alex. Here, let's look at this. Mark Pavon's comeback drive has arrived and gotten clear of Galo Barros. That is for the 4th position on the racetrack. So the Goodwood Kartways Lando Norris kart gets himself one spot closer to the front. And for himself versus Christian Vomier, as long as there's no major penalties that hit the way of Mark Pavon, that'll be a big gain in the overall net point standings when it comes to lining up for that pre-final later today.
I tell you what, Quinones is picking up his pace as well. Went purple last time by. Luis right now in the 729, sitting in that 2nd position. Again, teammates, both he and Alex Dalbon. Dalbon, of course, while everybody else back behind him was going crazy, has managed to stretch out about a 1.5-second lead for Alex. But guess what? He's got some company coming.
Yeah, Luis Quinones on that
really
purple, white, and pink Cosmic in 2nd is closing in on Alex Dalbon. Last time by, a 56.317 to Dalbon at a 56.9. So Alex Dalbon is going to find that his teammate is bearing down on him here with just 7 laps total complete, 3 laps to go based on timing and scoring for VLR Master. So as we update there with 1 more lap on the racetrack there, it shows 6. We actually got 7 complete so far. Problems for Quinones. Is that Quinones slowing? No, he's okay. All right, we're good up front here. Let's go down trackside for another one. There you go. Alex, you got you? I think we got you now down, Alex.
There we go. Yeah, thank you. All right, I'm here with Vincenzo Saracino. Vincenzo, I mean, you've shown a lot of pace this weekend. Obviously, yesterday's heat was going really well for you. Bad luck struck. Obviously, you lost a bolt on your bumper, had to pull in the pits early. Have you changed anything from your kart from yesterday or just kept it the same?
No, we just kept it the same. We're going to see how it goes now because it felt good yesterday evening in the heat race. And, up until the rear started to get loose with the bumper bolt, it felt like it was on rails. So we're keeping that same game plan to go forward today.
Awesome, yeah. Obviously, starting P4, it looks to me, obviously, the starts have been going good for the outside lane. Sometimes it's different for the shifter. I mean, grip levels, inside, outside. I mean, talk to me. What's your plan for this race?
No, I mean, the outside line has a good grip level, so hopefully I can jump to 3rd again on the start, maybe even 2nd, because, that inside line is real slippery. I mean, you never know. They could get wheel spin and see what happens.
Awesome, yeah. Vincenzo Saracino, everybody starting P4 for Heat 2 and ROK Shifter. Hopefully complete all 11 laps this time. Back to you guys in the booth.
Vincenzo Saraceno, again, was in really good spirits even after the rough day yesterday. But, hearing from him how he felt like that kart was on rails, hard not to think that, that he would be in good spirits, because that was such a quick run he had going. I mean, to be able to run with the best in the country, best in the world, and A.J. Myers and Marian Kremers, that's a big boost of confidence for the privateer pilot, who's only really, he's not nearly driving as much as those two professionals are. So it's a big difference and a big uphill climb for him to even get close to where they're able to run lap after lap. But lap after lap, it's been Alex Dalbon who went to that interview while Luis Quinones was catching him. He's pulled that gap back away. 2.1 seconds here as they head on the final lap, Ron John.
Yeah, it's been all Alex for sure. He has been out there in front and able to actually just maintain that distance. About a 1.7, and now he's up to 2.1. Winding down the laps, working lap number 9 here. When he comes back around, he'll be picking up those checkered flags. Take the victory in heat race number 2 for our VLR Masters. Excuse me, our VLR Masters, yes.
Yeah,
the
you
Masters.
got it right that
I got
time.
it right, yes.
Kudos to you.
It is the Masters.
So they'll work their way out of turn number 15
Here he
here.
comes.
Alex Dalbon, Heat 2 winner in VLR Masters. He crosses the line. And then you go back for him. There's Luis Quinones in second. Kim Carapalati will finish in third. Mark Pavon fourth. Galo Barros.
That's a big run for Kim. Got to be pretty
big
happy
run.
with that.
He had Pavon bearing down on him, but he held strong
Sure
to
did.
the end. 6.5 tenths there, the difference between the pair as they cross that start-finish line. There is Galo Barros. There goes back to Ryan Molina. Christian Vomier pulled in early to save tires, and probably a worse-for-wear techno kart for Christian Vomier. So it should be a quick turnaround here as we're just a couple minutes off on the timetable. This session was slated to roll at 11:27. It is 11:57 now, so that may, of course, eat into the lunch break time, may delay the start a little bit to heat number 3, but we'll wait for official confirmation on that. First things first, we need to get through this ROK Shifter Heat race all nice and cleanly. So let's take a look here for the ROK Shifter Pro starting lineup. Well, if you missed out on yesterday, you missed out on quite a bit of action here in this one. Of course, qualifying 12 thousandths of a second separating the top 3. We know that A.J. Myers and Marian Kremers' saga continued at St. Petersburg from that first run-in at Salt Lake City in Utah. I talked with A.J. at the end of the day. He said, we respect each other, but there's no doubt about it. They want to beat each other. And look at them. A little bit of exchange of words, probably some jokes, maybe a little bit of mind games. Who knows? These are two professionals in the top of their game, veterans of the sport. And again, you've got one of the best Americans versus one of the best from around the world making up our front row. And how about from around the world to make the Lenzo Kart debut here just one month ago in Pro ROK Shifter for Giorgio Carrara. 12,000 shy of the pole in qualifying, but a terrible, terrible start. We heard from Vincenzo Saraceno as he rolls off in that bright green and black TB kart from fourth. How slippery that inside was, that there's wheel spin on the bottom lane and there is so much grip on the top side. For a track that has not seen any gearbox or standing starts at all until yesterday, that's not a surprise, right? The rubber gets laid down on the outside groove coming down the front straightaway, so there's a significant amount more of grip over there, and it even again benefited the front row with Marian Kremers getting the whole shot. So for A.J. Myers in that 428 Magic Kart, we saw him lined up on the inside on the grid. Does he opt to go for the outside and take that gamble on himself? It's kind of betting on yourself in a way, Ron John, betting that you're going to get a good enough of a hole shot that you're going to get clear by turn 1. Because if you're not clear and you're on the outside, you're going to be on the outside for 3 consecutive corners. That's pretty much going to be surrendering at least 1 spot, if not 2. And then for Marian Kremers in that PSL Karting Bureau Lard, he's got to go to whatever lane A.J. Myers doesn't pick. So while he might have a game plan, A.J. might have told him which lane he's going to go to. A.J. might lie to him, line up in the other box, and then Marian's got to find a way to get himself in good positioning again. So
I can hear him now. I'm going this way, and he goes the other way. I wouldn't doubt if something like that would go on. I would imagine the head games amongst these two drivers, who are obviously two of the finest drivers in these karts in the country and in the world. I mean, Marian's an international champion, so it's very, very interesting. I'm looking forward to this particular start. Again, from a standing start, they'll line everybody up. We'll get them all lined up and ready to roll. Again, our shifters.
So we just got word here from the ROK Cup officiating team, so it'll be a schedule plus 15 minutes as of right now. So when ROK Shifter gets off the racetrack, we were set to go green at 12:22. with VLR Jr. That will now go at plus 15 minutes, so it'll put us at 12:37. 12:37. So 12:37 is the set distance for VLR Jr. to go green here. We'll again have a short lunch, which means for you guys tuning in on the broadcast between post-heat race interviews and then, of course, getting ready on the pre-race. It won't be that much time that we're off the air, airwaves at least, live here from Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex in Loxahatchee. But again, that's coming up. So 12:37, the official start time for the third round and final round of heats for VLR Jr. We mentioned right before the break, again, it is not even, it is already past noon for the Pro ROK Shifters, and they have not yet turned a single lap on the racetrack. A.J. Myers going to go to that inside lane. He already tried to rubber it in before. Watch Giorgio Carrari here. I want to see if any of these guys try to maybe drag the tires a little bit. There they go. They're going to warm up. So they're putting their hands on the rear tires to try and both. It's a bit of a mind game, kind of like warming the tires up. It both kind of relaxes you. At the same time, they're trying to lay hot rubber down in that box so they get enough grip for a good launch. We go to the start here. We look to the lights. The field is set. A.J. Myers on the inside. Marian Kremers on the outside. Rev them up, boys and girls, and it's time to drop the hammer. We're green down to turn one. Once again, Vincenzo Saraceno with a phenomenal start, and Marian Kremers gets the whole shot over to turn number 3.
Wow, he got a huge jump there on A.J. It's almost like he wasn't ready.
Yeah, I mean, that again, just that inside lane, such a dirty, slick part of the racetrack here that the front row guys seeing the benefit in the first two. Again, Marian Kremers goes way wide of the PK teardrop.
Man.
My goodness, he blew the corner there, and around goes Josh Conker. Josh Conker, and that Vermont Kart Company, Maranello USA entry, spins in the PK teardrop. He'll try to get back going, but Marian Kremers, right out of frame as we switched cameras, just about threw it away for the second heat race in a row. He blew the corner in turn 1 on lap 2 in heat number 1, and that time got in too hot on cold tires in the teardrop. Here comes A.J. Myers. He'll throw it onto the ragged edge. Looking, little peak there in turn 1 here. He's already on him.
Again, I thought for sure that A.J. had a good run on him. Thought maybe he was going to just show him his nose, thought better of it.
We heard from A.J. Myers going into the weekend that he did not think it was going to be an easy track to pass, especially for the boys in Pro ROK Shifter. And you can see he lost some ground from Marian Kremers.
Yeah,
we know that A.J. feels like it's going to be tricky to get around and very easy to block. And for Marian Kremers, we heard him at the end of the day yesterday feeling like he's got a really fast PSL kart in VLR, but when they put on that new set of Levanto tires in qualifying, he felt like it might have been a bad set that just wasn't well for him. So he's like, you're going to see me leaning out of the corner, trying to get it to rotate, and I may have to just kind of play defense and get hole shots in the heat races, and then I'll get my second set of tires to put on in the main event, and hopefully that one will be a little better. So that's his game plan, or at least what he's expecting. That being said, that was a good lap for him. He pulls away, gives another half second to the margin as Myers goes wide in turn 3. A.J. Myers with a mistake coming in. So Myers making a little mistake of his own here in the second heat race. And Vincenzo Saraceno, this fight for third, he's got company on the way. Giorgio Carrara looking inside. Not close enough yet on the Lenzo kart.
Yeah, I thought for sure maybe he was going to make that move, but you're right. Vincenzo's been really running strong, pretty fast, but I have seen several mistakes here out of these guys. It's very interesting as we watch them going around at some of the mistakes they've been making. And that one on Matthias going into turn number 6 here, I thought for sure.
Yeah, I mean, just crazy, right? I mean, it's such a,
It was like a repeat of yesterday in turn 1, right? Sliding up high. And
I mean, I think the biggest thing is, again, not having that warm-up session. You had all the dirt get blown onto the racetrack. Yesterday, at the end of the day, we got problems for one of the Magic Kart drivers. That is the 426 machine. That is going to be Lucio Massini in the Powerhouse Racing Magic, slowing, going into the scale line. So Lucio Massini with a problem. He'll drop all the way down to 16th here on the order.
Wow.
And meanwhile, up front, Marian Kremers on that PSL karting VLR continues to lead. Myers second, Saraceno, Carrara third and fourth. Fifth with a good start for Colin Daly in the DRT Racing North America number 422.
He's been doing well. Colin's really doing well considering he hadn't been around in a while, so great to see him performing.
Actually, he's one more spot back, in 6th, Hunter Pickett in that PSL VLR.
is P5.
Took a little time earlier to talk with Baylor Griffin, and I happened to notice again Baylor just getting passed by Gianna Torino right there, but he was up 7 positions now. Baylor right now in that 9th spot.
Yeah, again, Baylor Griffin's on that black and green Orsilon Racing Bureau Art further down the order, so you're watching the bright lime green TB of Vincenzo Saraceno successfully holding off Giorgio Carrara for now. That's the privateer father-son with the VTM Racing Engines power of Vincenzo Saraceno in 3rd. The factory drivers 1st, 2nd, and 4th were all around him, really. Hunter Piquet again, a supported PSL driver, then Colin Daly. Here's a look back to find that a couple of Orsilon Racing Bureau Arts there coming on through as we go all the way down the order with this shot. But here it is. So you're watching Ricardo Escoto Lechuga on the Orsilon Racing Bureau Art under heavy fire from the magic of Gianno Torino. I saw Torino walking in today. He said, hopefully today I don't get tired. So Gianno Torino again, jokingly, but also mentioning again how physically tough this racetrack is. The biggest part is some of the corners like right here, turn number 3. You've got an increasing radius turn. That means it tightens at the end, which means you need to send it deep on the brakes going in. If it were a decreasing radius and it opened up, you'd back the corner up, brake early, and get on the power early because the corner's going to naturally widen out. But when it narrows up, you have to barrel it into the corner. You're carrying full speed, again, 60, 70, 75 miles an hour for these guys on the backstretch going to turn 2. And you go in and you're putting wheel in and it throws you to the left-hand side into the left-hand side of the seat. And again, we're seeing 2.5 to 3 Gs for these Pro ROK Shifter drivers through turn number 3. That's 2.5 to 3 times the amount of the force of gravity going on their body, throwing them to the left. As we got problems for one of the Paralins. That is the Motaz Sport entry of Oscar Panozzo, the rookie in Pro ROK Shifter, with an issue on the outside of turn number 15. Meanwhile, again, this is the midfield fight there further back. Hunter Piquet going through there for 5th. How about Hunter Piquet and his run here this weekend? Hunter Piquet in that 436 PSO karting factory Bureau Art, running up ahead of this battle here from Lechuga, Torino, and as well Baylor Griffin.
He's had to work for everything he's gotten, that's for sure.
Hunter Piquet was just probably a couple corners away and one different decision from potentially being that surprise winner, as we're still on this battle here for Lechuga, Torino, and Griffin. But Hunter Piquet up in that 5th spot on that PSO karting Bureau Art. He was, like I said, one probably split decision away from being that surprise winner in St. Petersburg. Hunter Piquet on that 436 got spun out of 2nd in the battle with Giorgio Carrara. He got the lead and led for about half the race between himself and Josh Conker. So for Hunter Piquet, this weekend here is also a bit of redemption for him because, I mean, he was just so frustrated. He said, guys, I'd love to talk to you as they're battling further back, but, I'm just – it's been a disheartening weekend for the Californian. So
I can certainly understand. He's a really, really good, young, fine driver. Obviously got a lot of racing blood inside there as well.
Yeah, long racing lineage for the Piquet family.
Yes.
With the Muscle Milk sports car team they had for so many years.
Yes.
And then for Hunter, he jumped into a shifter kart at the age of 16 after doing kind of hit and miss karting throughout the years. And now with a wife and a kid back home.
Yes.
Probably watching Dad go along. I asked him, what is it like to be a dad here at the racetrack? He said, well, number one, it's such a cool thing to have your kid here because it lightens you up after a bad session, or, makes you feel really good when you get to see him, hold the trophy and get to sit in the go-kart. And it's such a cool opportunity for Hunter. So he runs 5th right now as we're working towards the final stages of this one. Let's go back forward in the top 5 and recap where everybody sits as Colin Daly comes into view. So again, out front, Marian Kremers. Bad set of tires or not, he looks pretty good. That PSO Karting Bureau Arts pulled a big lead over AJ Myers. 2.1 seconds for the driver from the Netherlands. And he'll put the Red Army up front. Talked to him as well yesterday. I mean, Marian Kremers could barely kind of put a sentence together at the end of the day with how physically drained he was by having to be his own mechanic and then driving in both classes. For AJ Myers, on the other hand, in that 428 Magic Kart back in 2nd, fully focused program. Dedicated mechanic, one class to run. It makes it that much easier for him to just focus on trying to bring home a championship. And then for 3rd there, Vincenzo Saraceno versus Giorgio Carrara. We'll keep it on them as long as we can here before we go back to Kremers to finish this one off, because Carrara's in applying pressure. But how about this run again for Vincenzo Saraceno? Didn't get rattled by Heat 1. Didn't let it knock him down. Said he felt like he had a really, really good VTM Racing Engines TB kart. And right now he's putting it to good work as he's put a solid drive together with just a couple hairpins to go and should have more than enough of a cushion
to hold on to P3. While Marian Kremers, on the other hand, will head for turn 14, and he'll head for his first checkered flag of the weekend. A busy, busy weekend for the former world champ. Marian Kremers gets the next chapter. He wins this battle. As A.J. Myers, a little shake of the head as he came out of that final corner. You know he was frustrated to not only miss the hole shot, but in this case, he saw Kremers make that one mistake in the PK teardrop. He got close, and then a mistake out of A.J. himself. Yes. Very rare to see it out of either one of those two international world-class talents. But now, the heat races, one apiece for A.J. Myers and Marian Kremers.
That makes it even a little more interesting. Just keeps adding to it. I love it. I'm sorry to Marian for calling Matthias, but that happens sometimes there.
We've got a couple announcements here in the paddock that we'll need to be making. In the meantime here, we'll take a quick commercial break. If you want to take a look at what these ROK Shifter pieces are all about, we ran it just a moment ago, but check it out again about this Gearbox 6-speed 125cc package capable of upwards of 40-plus horsepower. And you just watched, again, the fastest karts, some of the fastest engines, some of the fastest packages in all of karting, especially here in North America. What is the ROK Cup package all about? We'll take a look. welcome back here to Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex. Let's go down trackside with our Heat 2 winner. Marin Krummers flips the script, makes it 1 even to himself and AJ Myers. He's down in pit lane.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Marin, 1 apiece between you and AJ. I mean, just tell me, walk me through that race.
Yeah, I got off to a good start again. I asked AJ before the race if he wanted to swap. He said no, so I think that might be different for the next one. I think I definitely have an advantage starting on the outside with clean tires, so yeah, I think I won't have that advantage for the next race, but then I have to find my way around and maybe in a different place. Pace was really strong. Yeah, I managed to get a gap on AJ early on and then just controlled the race from there, so that was good.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, you know, starting on the outside versus the inside. I mean, how much of a difference is there?
I don't know about the launch itself, if that's really that different, but the run into turn 1 is just on the normal racing line for me, whereas AJ is on the inside, so he gets his tires 30 and loses a bit of grip, I think, early on. So that's my advantage for now, and I managed to use that for once and instead of throwing myself into the barriers on lap 1. So yeah, it was a good race this time.
Awesome, yeah. Marin Krummers, everybody. P1 there and Heat 2 for ROK Shifter. Back to you guys in the booth.
Actually, Alex, one more thing here I want to send over to Marian, all right? Those tires, they looked pretty good. The go-kart looked good. So how was that one feeling?
Yeah, we made some changes from yesterday. Yesterday, I felt like I was driving in the rain. Today, we added a bit more grip to the front, and that really seemed to work for me. So yeah, happy with that. But I think for the final, we'll just go back to the normal setup and pray for some good sets.
Well, hey, you know what? He figured it out. Kudos to you, Marian. Thanks, Alex, here. We'll take it away for a moment while we queue up some more. Again, from your Pro ROK Shifter post-race from Heat number 2. We just, again, talked with Heat 2 winner Marin Krummers, and we'll chat with maybe 1 or 2 more before we take a short break on the air. Once again, we're going back green with VLR Jr at 12:37 p.m. We heard from one half of the front row. Let's hear from the pole man, AJ Myers. He's down with Alex.
Yeah, thanks, guys. AJ, P2 for you. I mean, it seemed you might have had something from Marian there. You made a mistake, you know, a few laps into the race, and from there, you either backed out of it or the cart, you didn't have the cart. What was it?
I mean, I was trying. I mean, obviously not too hard, but he had the gap. I made a big mistake, and if I was to close a second gap, I mean, I wouldn't have anything left. So it's props to him. He had the start, didn't throw it off, and we go again.
Yeah, I mean, talk about that mistake. You and Marian made very similar mistakes, different laps, but both happened in turn 3. I mean, what is it? Just pushing too hard? Is there a bump there that just catches you off guard? What is it?
I mean, we're out there for a rodeo. We're just hanging on, buddy.
Love it. AJ Myers, guys. P2, ROK Shifter. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Alex, there. And again, hearing from AJ Myers, you know, again, mentioning a mistake. We've seen so many drivers just struggle to stay so consistent on a racetrack that changes a little bit lap to lap, but more than anything, it's such a razor edge to hit the bumps in the right way, go over them, or just narrowly miss them, and at the same time be able to put a good lap together lap after lap. So it's tough to consistently do that here in 10 laps, and it'll be even longer in that 13-lap pre-final later on this afternoon, and then, of course, main events tomorrow. But if you want to keep the feet on your TVs, or if you want to take a little break, grab some food along with us, grab yourself some little bathroom break, some more waters, and whatever else you're using to drink, and hang out here watching along live. We'll be back at 12:37 p.m. Beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Loxahatchee, Florida at the Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex. Stick with us, and we'll see you then with Heat 3 for VLR Jr.
The guy just drives. Yeah, the co-driver just. Crazy.
Welcome back here to Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex in Loxahatchee, Florida. VLR Jr onto the racetrack to kick things back off for the afternoon sessions here. We'll be running ready racing all the way through the day to catch ourselves back on time. Gave ourselves a little extra 15-minute delay to allow the hardworking ROK Cup USA and Piquet Race Park officials to get some lunch, to get some water, and to fuel up and rest up for what should be an action-packed afternoon. Ernesto Rivera has been phenomenal in all of his heats so far. One more round to go here as they take the green flag, and we're underway down at turn number 1. Ernesto Rivera will lead the field through the first corner. Leonardo Escorpione to second. Side by side for third. Jordan DeLeo is going to get the spot away in the Goodwood Kartways Express. Then you go back to find Anthony Martella on the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed in the 4th spot. And back from him, it is David Ibarra on that Tesoro Raceworks CRG under heavy fire. Here comes Stephen Miller to the bumper, gets into him, moves off the racetrack. Stephen Miller into 5th, and he's got Shun Sakaguchi there in the Super Tune Tony Kart right behind, feeling the heat from Victor De Alencar. All the while, it is the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic of Ernesto Rivera that leads the way here in VLR Jr.
Yeah, it didn't seem to take him very long. Again, he gets out there in front and just continues to put that fast kart in the exact spots he needs them to be in. And
nice pass by Victor De Alencar on that bright blue Nash Motorsports EOS kart coming onto the front straightaway. That's back for about 6th or 7th as Leonardo Scorpioni has Jordan DeLeo all over him. Headed to turn number 3, the Scorpioni took a look back, sees DeLeo's bright gray and orange X-Spree there, and then closing in as well to try and get the margin back down as Anthony Martella is around. Goes Peyton Westcott in turn 14. The young driver out of California that had the issue on heat number 1 yesterday afternoon has another bad heat race, and the Nash driver will fall all the way to the tail end of the field. Heartbreak for Peyton Westcott, the young lady. Has been working on improving pace, but just a couple bits of bad luck and maybe some bad positioning put her in a place where she gets turned around in front of the field, and she'll probably pull to the scale line as the leaders battle. Martella through to 3rd on Jordan DeLeo. Here comes Stephen Miller looking to go by as well, and the young driver. But they'll come out of the final corner. Westcott, I believe, pulled into the scale line, so the leaders will be clear as they head down the front straightaway. Rivera's lead, 1.4 seconds here with 2 laps completed.
Man, and you got to look down the order there to see some folks really battling, and that is Emma Scarborough. Emma, again, another tremendous run for her just on the first lap, up 11 positions into 15th. Got another kart off the track, able to get it back underway and back out onto the track. We'll have to wait to see when they come back around. I couldn't necessarily see that number way out there, but again, Ernesto Rivera been the class of the field, and again, he's showing it right off the start. He's already out 1.4 seconds. Look, got to go all the way down to the 15th place driver, Emma Scarborough, with a 54.162 to the 54.195 of the leader.
Yeah, Emma's been super quick. Like we said, you know, in heat 2, we talked about Emma. As you see a move here for P2, move Martella up to P2 with Scorpioni. Oh, all the way in the gravel. Good save there, but it's going to cost them 2, maybe even 3 positions. Good save, though, for him.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if that other driver is going to be able to get around Leonardo with those dirty tires there. He'd like to get around him and get out there ahead of him, but doesn't. Boy, he's still grinding as he came through turn number 6 right there.
Yeah, I saw Leo. He took a little bit of a defensive line. Obviously, when you have the gravel on your tires, you kind of have to, right?
Right.
And then with the gravel as well, even when you turn in, do a defensive line, the cart's going to push on the racetrack a little bit, obviously, with the gravel. So, back up front, though, I mean, it's a different zip code right now for Ernesto Rivera. Right now, the battle is for P2, which right now goes to Anthony Martella.
Yeah, we were wondering whether or not.
Stephen Miller, sorry.
We were wondering whether or not Peyton had gotten off track after her spin. It looks like Peyton Westcott is still out there in the Mass Motorsports kart. She's about to have a visitor. As a matter of fact, that visitor's already got around her.
Yeah.
And that was Ernesto Rivera, now heading for turn number 6. You can see Peyton right there behind him. And look at the gap he's already managed to pull out. Stephen Miller now up into that 2nd position with the Martella in 3rd. Jordan DeLeo in that 4th spot.
Here we go, though. Martella back to P2. Wow. Good move there.
Those guys are going to continue to do that, and you know that just means that
but
Ernesto's going to be able to even pull it out further.
I think it goes back to what you and I were talking about as we see a Scorpioni inside. Oh, a little bit of contact. He's going to go crossover back to the inside. Wow, what a move there on Jordan DeLeo. Moving Scorpioni back into P4, and a few carts are going to follow him. David Ybarra, Victor De Alencar is going to try to follow, but DeLeo on the outside is going to hold on somehow.
He's still battling now with that other
side
driver.
Pod to side pod.
Side pod is right.
I think the Alencar actually got around Victor DeLeo. No, DeLeo holds on. This is unbelievable stuff from him.
Great run for Jordan.
Yeah, but now to the inside goes the Nash Motorsports driver. Gives him a little shove while he goes by. I wonder if that's a little bit of payback for what they saw in the exit of 1. A little bit of bumper to bumper. Clean though, all clean. Let's see if a Scorpione can try to pull away. Obviously, Scorpione had that little off-track excursion. Gravel's off his tires now, though, so he's all good. But look who's peeking in the background here. That is Emma Scarborough, who is the second quickest driver on the grid right now.
What a great pass
Makes
right
another
there.
move her to P9, up 17 positions.
Go ahead, Emma. Show him what it's all about. She's really working hard out there. What a great pass. That was a really great pass there she made going into turn number 13.
Sorry, move Emma to P8.
14, yeah.
Up 18 spots.
18 positions. Folks, that's a lot of carts to pass.
That's 18.
Yeah, and that's a lot of work. And she did it
And here we
within
go.
6 laps. So yeah,
Make it 19 go-karts as she goes to the inside there of David Ybarra. Move Emma up to P7.
a good run for Emma.
And that's John Antonino on the inside there.
John's been having a good run.
Yeah, Antonino, he's up 14 spots now as he gets around Christopher Aiken. It looked to me that Aiken was going to go around the inside a look there. They're side by side through the quick left-right chicane. I believe Antonino holds on though.
Martella, in the meantime, is trying desperately to get up there.
Yeah.
And chase down Ernesto. Don't think it's going to happen as, again, Ernesto goes a half second faster that last time by, a 53.2 to a 53.7 for Anthony Martella.
Yeah,
Stephen Miller in that third position. Stephen actually up four spots there, but what a run Emma Scarborough is having through the field, up 19 positions now in the 7th spot.
But she's catching Victor DeLeo and Victor de Alencar and Jordan DeLeo. If they race just a little bit more with 2 to go here,
she might be able to catch
Emma's
him.
on for a P5. I'm looking around trying to find Ernesto Rivera. There he is. I think he's in Miami right now.
Yeah, he's just now coming through 15.
He is just another area code right now compared to everybody else. As he does a 53.108. It's purple after purple after purple lap for him. It's unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, 7/10 faster to that time.
That's quite a bit.
That is quite a bit.
Quite a bit, for sure.
You know, still, again, looking down the order here, we're seeing other drivers posting their best laps so far. Shun Sakaguchi in the Super Tune kart. He's now up into that 10th position, down a couple spots, but
the battle for P5 continues here. Jordan DeLeo got around Victor de Alencar, but look who's burst onto the scene. Emma Scarborough. She might be able to get both of them here.
She may be able to.
Yeah, look at her last lap, 53.5. I mean, easily the second fastest go-kart on the racetrack.
Yeah.
Inside. Book it for the National Motorsports driver. He's through to P5. Emma Scarborough up to P6. Jordan DeLeo's going to bump and run Emma Scarborough, so he's back in the P6. Yeah. That seems to be one of the go-to moves there in the penultimate corner, to put the bumper to the rear bumper there, you know, sneaky. But it works, and they're side by side there. Emma Scarborough, she's back through, move her back into P8.
Wow.
And then
The battling
quickly onto the
continues.
scene, I saw David Ybarra. He's back in the mix. He's looking for a P7 maybe.
Right. In the meantime, though, our leader, Ernesto Rivera, just now making his way through turns 12.
He's
coming down to
he's doing qualifying laps.
Yes, he sure is. Heading down to turn number 14 here. Just one more turn. He'll come onto the front stretch, and he'll look up and see those trim 2 black and white flags, and bam! Ernesto Rivera. He's earned a lot of BAMs this weekend so far, so he's...
yeah, I think he'll continue to.
And it ends up being Martella in second, Stephen Miller third. Escarponi ends up in that 4th spot. It's Victor de Alencar in 5th. 20 spots for Emma Scarborough, our hard charger. Emma with a great run there. Ends up in the 6th spot. Jordan DeLeo 7th. David Ybarra, as you mentioned, in the 8th spot. Alexander Vanchiv in the 9th spot. And Shun Sakaguchi in the 10th position.
I want to shout out a few drivers here. John Antonino up 15 spots, finishing 13th. And a little bit further down, Carson Weinberg up 11 to finish P18. So good run for those drivers as well.
As you well know, it takes a lot. One to get out there, but the other to be able to get around them.
Yeah,
right? It's one thing to catch them, another thing to pass them.
Yep.
Especially when it's as close and as tight as it is.
Exactly, for sure. Now, that being said,
got a little bit of cleaning up to do, a little house cleaning here, get our carts picked up and off the track, and we'll get ready to roll out our next group.
Yeah, before we do that, before we go VLR Sr Racing for our final heat of the day, we're going to take a quick break. We're live here in Car Chaser.
If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
All right, welcome back. We are here live in Loxahatchee, Florida at the Piquet Entertainment and Race Park. It's the Florida Winter Tour round number 2 here. And man, has it been some crazy times. It was a crazy morning, had a strange start to our morning, but able to get everything cleared up and back underway. Had some great racing, had some very, very close racing. We had a driver win by 1/1000th of a second.
Doesn't get much closer than that.
It
I mean, you
doesn't.
could. You could.
I guess you could.
You can go to 10,000.
Right. But some great racing going on. That was just one of those deals where he just happened to get the one driver to go high, and he kind of cut to the inside and was able to outrace him down this front stretch and take the victory.
Yeah, I think it was also a combination of that and then the signature possible bump and run that we've been seeing recently. I think it's all fair, though. I mean, obviously, once you defend that first hairpin, you're forced to defend the next hairpin. And so you're seeing drivers maybe break a little earlier than expected, and you're seeing, bumper-to-bumper racing. And it's all fair game, I think.
We've seen,
in my opinion, at least.
We've seen quite a bit of side-by-side.
For sure, yeah.
Without a doubt. And, we've had a couple of karts go over. Thankfully, everybody's been all right and okay. We had one of our drivers roll off in the ambulance and got word that the number 57 driver's perfectly fine.
That's
which
great
is
to hear.
always great
That's
to hear.
Awesome. Yeah.
And of course, we talked about Mr. Benoit going over. Great to see him get up real quick and get out of that cart.
It's never fun to flip.
I believe he's down there on the pit lane, getting ready to roll out of here in just a little bit.
Yeah, like you talked about, you never expect to flip, right?
No,
So,
what did you say, 6 years?
6 years. I got lucky. I got my first ever race I flipped, so I got it out of the way.
That must have been pretty scary.
It's pretty fun.
Yeah, for the first race.
It's like a roller coaster.
Last place you want to be is on your lid.
It's the worst roller coaster you can ride.
I bet.
I think we got the last few go-karts off the track, so we should be getting ready to go VLR Sr Racing here.
I was going to say, it does look like, I like to call it the kart crash boogie. They've picked him up and got him off and out of here.
Now, getting ready for VLR Sr, though, looking forward to this, actually. Wes Duchak, so far, has swept the weekend.
He and Haley have been going at it.
Not to discredit Elio, though, of course, because he's been there. He's been there and arguably quicker towards the end of the race. I think Wes just has a bit more early race pace. That's where the kart's kind of shown for him. So I think if Elio can get to the point early in the race, it can make things pretty interesting for these guys. And obviously Joseph Botting's been there.
Joseph's been fast.
Been there, right? The PK Sports driver. So I'm curious to see how this race goes for sure. A few other guys. I mean, we saw Sarah Vico actually. I think she finished 5th last heat, so good run for her as well. I mean, a few other guys. I mean, Alexander Dalbon. I know he's been quick, just maybe didn't have the qualifying he would have wanted. Looking at the nationalities, it's a lot of. It's all American and all Canadian, right? It's all North America. I think it might be the only class.
Yeah, about the only
that's
one,
all
right?
North America for sure. So
it's great to have our Canadian friends down here,
yeah,
as I'd mentioned
a lot
earlier.
of Canadians here for sure.
A lot of them.
I mean, it helps, prime power teams down here and PROs down
Right.
here. So that's where most of them are based out of, those teams. As the karts hit the racetrack here for their final heat of the day. Remember, only one, not even one, like 3/4 of a warm-up lap. So they're going to be scrubbing the tires like crazy right now. Wind's picking up a little bit, cloud cover in the air. Could make things pretty interesting here. Kart setup is going to be super important. Let's see if anybody anticipated the different weather changes throughout the day since their last heat race a few hours ago. Getting lined up here. Wes still getting the last bit of heat he can to the tires.
Yeah, he knows he's got to probably defend that first turn from
difficult.
Helio. It's going to be...
It's difficult, right? I mean,
yeah,
obviously you start on the inside, so you're kind of already defensive, but because turn 1, like Marian was telling us, it's such a fast right-hander, the outside almost has the advantage because you can carry so much more speed.
Right.
And then also when you're on the inside of a fast corner, you kind of wash up the racetrack with all the marbles on the inside, so it's give and take. Do you want to be on pole or not?
Right, I was going to say, he has the opportunity. He can choose which side he wants to be on. Decided to go ahead and stick with Boyd. Again, another great
Joseph
jump
botting on the inside.
Botting to the inside, yes.
Wow, Wes was able to hold on to that lead. I thought Joseph was going to lead there. Good start for Joseph Botting. Elio down to P3 already. As they round turn 7. Wes got the start he would have wanted, but then when he went to go wide, as you see a move there for P4. Move Braden Deming into P4. Good pass for him.
Braden out of the New Orleans area. Great to see them over here racing with us at the Florida Winter Tour.
As you see a move there, Elio Meza
Elio
inside of turn 13.
Finally got to the inside, yes.
He's going to make that move stick, so move Elio into P2.
That was a good pass for Elio. Set him up perfectly, heading into turn 13 there. Takes a quick look back over his shoulder to see if Joseph's right there on the back bumper.
This is not what Elio would have wanted, though, because like I was saying, this is where Wes's kart seems to shine in the first few laps of this race.
Right.
So if you give Wes a 3-4 kart length advantage, he's going to take in a run, right? So he's going to utilize his go-kart to where its strengths are at, And to me, the strengths so far seem to be the first 4 or 5 laps. He creates a bit of a gap and makes it tough for Elio to come back.
Sure does. I'll tell you, a couple times there, it looked like Elio had kind of made a little mistake coming through that corner. It looked like through turn number 6, he kind of got kicked up high, was able to actually hang on.
Oh, good move there. That's Braden Deming. Sorry, that is Braden Deming. Braden Deming back to the inside.
Who's that? That's Miles Hewitt right behind him?
Yeah, and the CRG go-kart. He wants a piece of that too.
He sure does. It looks like he's going to be end up back behind the kart that was right ahead of him, and that would have been, I believe, Braden Domingue.
No, that is actually Gracian.
Oh, that's Gracian.
Yes. Yeah. He's in P4. Braden Domingue down to P5. Miles Hewitt now pressuring him.
Okay.
Last time by, Elio Meza 2/10 quicker than Wes Duchak.
Boy, but you see, as Helio comes out of turn number 6 here, the way he's fighting the steering wheel is definitely not the same way that Wes is. Wes is nice and smooth, and I think you had mentioned that perhaps they were just taking those bumps into just a better.
There we go. Miles Hewitt inside.
Great run for Miles.
To make that move stick, move Miles Hewitt up to P5, and now the 949, the Formula K kart's gonna get inside of Braden Deming. Braden Deming not having the heat race he would have wanted so far.
Well, he was doing fine. He was on the move, but
now he's down
since
P7,
there, now he's down a couple of more spots, down into 7, as you had mentioned.
Here comes Elio Meza, though. Another purple lap. He's right there on Wes's bumper. I think Wes just gave Elio the signal to push me, which is also the universal signal.
Stay behind me.
Please don't pass me. Yeah. So
I do notice that a lot. I don't think I quite see it as much as I used to, but it would never fail that somebody would pass somebody and the first thing they'd start doing is tapping their head.
Yeah.
It's like, guy, that's like 15th position. Oh, come on, man, we're going.
Yeah. I mean,
This is going to be a battle here. We're working lap number 4 of 10.
To go back to what you were talking about, though, you know how the bumps and how they approach it. You know, every driver has different approaches, and we've spoken to a few drivers in interviews. You know, I think AJ Myers sums it up perfectly. You know, it's a rodeo, and they're all just hanging on.
Right.
That's what it looks like. You know, I've never seen a track in recent memory that's caused drivers to make mistakes.
Right.
And it's really cool to see. You know, they are human, right?
Right.
They make mistakes. It's how you handle the adversity, how you handle, as you see Wes, like we said, just got a little bit sideways there, attack the bumps at the wrong angle, and that's all it takes, right?
And for some folks, they love the bumps. Some drivers actually love bumpy courses because they try to figure the bumps out and know exactly where to be.
You got to think of it almost, Elio thought about it, but Wes closed the door immediately. Elio, he doesn't want to stay behind him for much longer. But, you know, like you're saying, some guys like the bumps. Some guys, you know, you go out there and practice. You go out there. It's important, you know, you get here Wednesday, Thursday, and you walk the track. You want to see where the bumps are. You almost got to think of it as when you're golfing, right? You ever see guys, you know, before a putt, they'll sit down, they'll look where, you know, where the hills are. It's kind of the same deal with this racetrack. You look at it, you know, you just stand up and it's like, oh, it looks like a flat surface. No. These are some bumps, right? As you see right there, we got you know, left rears in the air through that corner. But if I look at it right now from the booth, I couldn't tell you there was a bump on that racetrack.
Right.
So that's the importance of practice, the importance of track walks, and then just knowing how your kart works over bumps. Like to me, it looks like the RPG karts have set up the go-karts to handle the bumps very well. West this time by seems to be on a bit of a better lap. He's created, you know, a kart length, maybe a half a kart length. Not really anything, but
I'm kind of in the mindset that if Elio wanted to pass him, he can pass him, but he just hasn't been able to get into that exact position.
Yeah, because this track seems to be pretty difficult to pass on.
Yes.
It would require a bonsai move, so to speak, and it's not worth it when you're clearly the two quickest guys in the class. Right. Your goal is to finish 1-2. The race really starts in the pre-final.
Right.
And it really starts in the final, right? You don't want to, if you have an incident here, all of a sudden now you're pre-final, you're starting 4th, 5th.
Right.
It's just not where you want to be.
You don't want to end up way back down the field.
Especially when you're showing the pace that you have.
Right.
I'm looking down the order here, and I don't think we got him on camera, but Joseph Botting from P3 is out of this race. So that's really unfortunate to see there for the PK driver.
I guess he must have just taken his kart off the track because I did not see a kart out on the track or a driver out on the track, so he must have gone ahead and taken it in.
Some sort of mechanical.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate there for Joseph because he was looking to get a good solid P3 finish heading into the pre-final.
West went purple that last time by again, a 53.7 to a 54.1. So about a half-second lead there for West Ducek over Haley Omeza.
Yeah, I find it so cool to see. I mean, two guys running identical lap times, different approaches, different lines, right? Some corners you're required to do the same line, but right there you saw Elio Meza turn it a little bit earlier, maybe get under the rubber a little bit more, right? The kart's going to rotate a little bit quicker, and I think it actually helped him out there. You got a really good run next to the corner, and indeed, 2/10 quicker that lap.
Gratian Redgen having a really good run as well. Didn't get to talk about him a whole lot earlier, but that Technokart USA driver right now sitting in that 3rd position, up a spot. Miles Hugh up a couple of spots right now, sitting in 4th. Braden Domingue remains in that 5th position with Rahim Albahi in the 6th spot. Giovanni Cardoni in the 7th. With Sebastian Matthews right now rolling out in that 8th spot with up 3 positions. Aiden Shimbashi in the 9th position, and Sarah Vico right now in the 10th spot. So again, our leaders continue to battle, coming through turn number 13, heading for 14.
Yeah, I will say though, here comes Elio Meza. Like with I believe, is it 2 to go or is it 1 to go this time by? 1 to go this time by. Elio Meza is here. 53.6 goes purple last time by. White flag in the air. Let's see if Wes is going to go defensive. He is. Wow, Elio all over. He actually bumped him, I think, mid-corner there. That's going to hinder his exit. Let's see if Elio's going to get a run going in to turn 8.
I was thinking maybe he'd take a look to the inside right here heading into 6. Thinks better of it. See, he washes out just a little bit there.
Elio turned in a little bit early, and I think he caught a bump wrong, and it just pushed him wide. But right there, it actually helped him. You see, he's turned in earlier, got underneath the rubber, got inside the bump there, and it's working. Look how close he is right now, entering the final 3 corners of the racetrack. Wes going to go defensive. Elio's going to look for the crossover here, entering the penultimate corner. Let's see if Wes goes defensive again. He does, middle of the racetrack. Let's see the run that Elio gets out of the corner.
Look at this run.
It's a really big run.
I think he's going to protect.
I don't know if it's going to be enough, though.
I don't think
Across the line, side by side, Wes Duchak wins Heat 3.
Wow.
That'll put him P1 for the VLR Sr Pre Final. What a race. Cross line there, Elio Mesa goes P2, Gratian goes P3, Miles Hewitt in the CRG Tesoro Raceworks team, P4, Rahim Alibai, P5 in the Anson Motorsports VLR Senior Kart.
Good run there for Miles.
Yeah.
Good run. Ends up in that 4th position.
Looking a little further down the list, P6.
I don't know. Halio's got his hand up. I don't know what's going on. Maybe he's having some sort of a motor issue as he's heading.
He's looking down.
Yeah. Looks like he's smoking quite a bit, too.
At least it happened after the race.
Right. The perfect time.
Time perfection. It was all part of the plan.
Exactly. But he was definitely looking at something, and I am seeing a little bit of smoke coming out of the cart, but he looks a little concerned about it.
Yeah, but I think he's going to make it around
Seems to be, it still seems to be running, but definitely something going on.
Yeah, something's bothering him. Maybe we can get a word with him after the race to see what exactly he was looking at.
Oh, goodness, we're getting ready for a whole big group of mini rockers getting ready to come out.
But before that, we're going to go to a quick break here right before we go mini rock racing.
All right, welcome back, folks. Hope everybody's enjoying the live coverage here online. Kart Chaser and the Florida Winter Tour. It's round number 2, the 25th year here for the Florida Winter Tour, and we're really, really excited about being here at Piquet Entertainment and Race Park in Loxahatchee, Florida. This place is going to explode, I believe.
Yeah, 100%.
I think they're in a great spot down here. Great facilities, continue to get better.
I'm excited for this one. I mean, obviously the mini boys always put on a good show.
They always do.
Heat 2 was phenomenal.
Yes.
And I expect nothing less here in Heat 3.
Max took it by what, 1,000th of a second or something like that?
Something like that. I think it was like a bumper sticker for sure.
Yeah. A very, very small one.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Getting them all lined up, looking really good as they come down through the tram lines. Sounds like they're on the power. Green flag is out. We are racing.
The outside got a really good run there. Yep. Boy. Max Christie immediately in the P1. Every single session, it seems that though the outline lane goes. And Pizzonio, once again, from first down to 5th place, just like Heat 2. I mean, it's deja vu all over again.
Yes, and not only that, but it just seems like when he gets there to the outside, so many of the other guys are trying not to let him back in. Now, that he did manage to squeeze in at about the 6th or maybe 5th position. Was it about
P5 for
P5? Yeah.
But obviously, when you're starting on pole, it's not where you want to be.
No, not at all.
Not where you expect to be.
But we've certainly seen him go from P5 all the way up to take the victory. Well, almost take the victory. But again, a gun run there for our outside pole sitter, Max Christie.
Whoa, Pizzonia. Someone got the bumper to the back of him there and pushed him out of the way. Pizzonia's going to fall back to P7. It could even be P8 here.
Wow.
He's going to do a crossover move and stay in P7. But, yeah, there was some contact there entering the hairpin.
Look at the speed that Declan Deonerin had coming by Max.
Unbelievable.
And all the way into the top position goes Declan Deonerin, the REM driver.
Man, am I watching a replay of Heat 2 here?
Yes.
I feel like I saw the exact same thing 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
Declan Deonerin back into P1.
That is a great run. Who's that following up behind him? Is that Kai Johnson?
That's Kai Johnson.
That's Kai.
Max Christie down to P3. Make it P4 as Julian Rivera inside.
As Kai Johnson goes around Declan Deonerin.
Yep. So a good move there for Kai. Move Kai up to P1. Inside, Julian Rivera, P2. Max Christie's going to follow through. Deonerin in one lap goes from P2 to P1, back to P4. It's that easy.
It only takes opening that door just a little bit.
Yeah.
And it seems like everybody else comes barging through. He'd like to say, hey, I'll let one of you by. It doesn't happen that way.
No.
The door opens and everybody comes along.
Yeah, but look who went purple last time by. None other than Pizzonia Nito.
Yes.
He's back in the mix. It's a 5-car train here at the lead of Mini Rock.
There he is sitting there in that 5th position right now. In the meantime, Kai Johnson and Julian Rivera, 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. I mean, I would like to see these guys work together. Obviously, the last race we saw, I don't think anybody led for more than a lap at a time. I would like to see them maybe work a little bit together to see if they can pull away from Pizzonia Nito, who I think has been the quickest guy so far throughout the weekend consistently. Christie looks over his shoulder. He made a bit of a mistake there.
He sure
Just
did.
wanted to make sure that Deonerin wasn't getting a run of him.
Just a little bounce in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
Kicked that card out a little bit. You can't help but noticing all the heads as they come down the front stretch from the picture here of everybody looking around.
You could put a blanket over these top 5.
Sure could. Oh,
inside, Julian Rivera, late move. Make that move stick. Julian Rivera up to P1. Kai Johnson on to P2. Pizzonia Nito actually got around Deonerin there in the same corner, so moved Pizzonia up into P4.
Again, guys making moves.
Kai Johnson, he doesn't want to be
look
P2
to the
for
inside
long.
again.
Put him P1. Christie, right front to left rear contact. It's all good though. Kai Johnson P1. Rivera holds on to P2. Max Christie stays in P3. This is unbelievable stuff. These are like 10-year-olds.
Right.
Just to keep in mind for all our viewers out there, they're 9 and 10 years old, maybe 11 at the oldest.
Right, at the oldest.
Racing like professionals out here, and they are professionals.
They've always amazed me.
Yeah.
They've always amazed me when you realize these guys have never driven cars, but they
Here
can
comes
drive
Julian
these
Rivera.
race carts.
He pops out a little early, but he's going to make it stick. Rivera back to P1. Kai Johnson down to P2. Christie looks over his shoulder. He sees Pizzonia Nito right on his bumper.
Just a little bit faster through that particular area is Julian Rivera.
Yeah.
Kai's been really fast coming down here into turn number 6. Been able to get to the inside. Don't think he's got...
Here comes Pizzonia. Late move. Inside. He's going to make that move stick. Pizzonia up to P3. Christie down to P4.
That's somebody on his way, that's for
he
sure.
has to go defensive, though, here. Christie might go for the over-under. I don't think he's going to make it work. He's not, so Pizzonia's going to stay in P3 for the time being. I mean, remember, those are your... I believe those are your top 2, I think, in Mini Rock Heat 2.
Yeah.
This is the exact same top 5 we saw a few hours ago.
Yep.
These guys are just going at it. Rivera went defensive there. I don't think he really had to. It hindered his run. Now he has to go super defensive there entering turn 1. Kai Johnson's going to go for the over-under here. He looks back. Pizzonia Nito thought he had a move. Now Pizzonia's under fire from Christie. Christie in the P3. Kai Johnson stays P2 somehow.
Julian with a big block there going towards turn number 2.
Yeah.
Able to keep Kai back behind him.
Yeah, Rivera's going defensive when he doesn't really have to, I feel like. But, I mean, I don't know. Kai Johnson's made some late moves before. Rivera goes defensive. Kai Johnson, a little bit of argy-bargy there, but it's all good. Christie's going to look to the inside here. No, Rivera's going to block. Look for Kai Johnson to do an over-under move here. No, Rivera's going to hold it. Somehow Rivera has maintained the lead here.
I was going to say they're getting a little pushy about it. I think somebody else needs to lead
comes Kai
right
Johnson. Inside, he's going to make that move stick.
Julian made an error coming out of turn number 12 right there.
Yeah, Pizzonia did too. Pizzonia went for P3 and he just overcooked it. Oh, Pizzonia.
Look at how they're just going right by him.
Motor bumped like crazy. I don't know what happened. Pizzonia, terrible exit. He's going to fall back to P6. Here comes Rivera back to the inside. Kai Johnson's going to follow through. Christie back into P3. Here comes Deonerin. Deonerin's going to go to P3. I'm out of breath.
That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. These guys are making some incredible moves. You know, all the passes have been clean. Yeah, there's been a couple of side-to-side contacts, but nonetheless, these guys are really putting on a heck of a
now
show.
Now DeHonor has to go defensive. Christie's going to go late move. DeHonor's going to chop the nose on him. Good defensive driving, good clean driving from both those guys.
Yes.
This racing, though, gives Kai Johnson a bit of breathing room. He can look ahead and just focus on Rivera. Kai Johnson right now seems to be the faster go-kart as it stands. DeHonorin, I mean, he exited the corner looking backwards. He does not want to give up P3. Yeah, but I think he might here.
I think right there, yes.
The over-under, Max Christie, put him P3.
Going to be able to outrun him there.
Bam! Julian Rivera wins Heat 3 in Mini Rock. What a race. Up 4 spots.
Look at these guys still battling it out, too.
Yeah, I mean.
All the way down.
Hey, how about Tyrone Kemper up 7 spots
Jr.,
there in
yes.
the Fennec. Up to P6. Good run for him.
Good job, Tyrone. I know Dad will be happy about that.
Yeah.
A good run.
Wow. I need to locate a water.
So Rivera takes that win. What a great battle there between he and Kai Johnson. Max Christie ends up in third. Declan DeHonorin, good run there for Declan, ends up in fourth. Antonio Pizzonia Nito ends up in the fifth spot. Tyrone Kemper in sixth. Rocco Simone in seventh. Royce Vega, good run for Royce in eighth. Antoine Lemieux in the ninth spot. And David Zhao ends up in the top 10. Quickly here, we'll take a quick break and come back and get ready for our ROK Master Shifters right after we come back.
Want to know a crucial part of the magic that's taken AJ Myers to multiple national championships? Check out Greyhound Racing Seats and their full catalog of options. From their R1 and R1 Extra soft seats for high grip conditions, their Viper medium seat for medium grip, and the RS2 stiff seat for low grip conditions. It's time to win. It's time to see why Greyhound makes the difference. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Here for round 2 of the Florida Winter Tour live on Kart Chaser. And what we're going to do real quickly here is go side by side with Xander. Let's take it down to Xander and see who he has.
Thanks, Ron John. Down here with Jorge Ortiz while the warm-up laps get underway for Master Shifter ROK. Jorge and I were talking right before this, just kind of trying to get yourself a little more comfortable in the car, fighting a little bit of understeer in the front end, and of course that kind of comes into tire wear. Where do you feel like you're at going into the third heat?
I feel pretty good. Honestly, hoping for top 3. Yeah, just trying to push the car to the limits.
And even that here, again, pushing it to the limits. We talk about turn 3 here. That corner alone is pushing 2.5 to 3 Gs. Describe what it's like to kind of go in that turn 1, 2, 3 complex. Walk me through it.
Oh, turn 1, it's pretty scary, flat out. With this senior is pretty bad. 2, it's not so bad. And then going into 3, it's pretty scary because it's pretty tight going into the 3rd apex because it's almost like a bowl, then into a pretty sharp corner.
Well, that's Jorge Ortiz again. Super tight turn number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, Shifter Master ROK on the other side of your screen, getting set to go. Back to you boys in the booth, Ron, John, and Alex.
All right, thanks a lot, Xander. It's going to be interesting to see how things shake out for Jorge. And again, we're getting ready to go shifter racing, so they're all set up here on the front. And be watching the lights here. Wait for the lights to go out. We should get a good start. Keep an eye on Antonio Pizzonia. He's been getting some incredible jumps. Boy, they had some folks jump in the back. And look at that already. Another huge, huge jump. A good launch, that is, for Antonio.
We're just seeing the result of, like we spoke to the ROK Shifter guys, the outside seems to be the way to go. There's just more grip, right? It's on the racing line. You're on the marbles. It's going to give you a better launch, possibly, but more just the traction. Once you get to that second phase, first, second, third gear, that's where the advantage comes in, and that's why he's able to get such a good launch off.
He gets a good launch, and then, as you said, first thing he takes off for is that inside of that particular corner as well. So he's definitely getting out there and blocking going into turn number 1. Not blocking per se, but
defensive.
Nonetheless, defensively getting himself situated to be in the right position for the next turn, which is another hard right-hander. So, yeah, I think he's probably done this just a few times in his life, to say the least.
A few starts.
Debos, Daniel
DeVos
is in second. Scotty Presti up a spot right now, sitting in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, let's see what Debos can do. I mean, obviously we saw him at the end of the Master Shifter race. He was doing really good lap times, but just the consistency wasn't there. He would match Pizzonia.
Right.
He'd go quicker than Pizzonia and then fall back, and then go quicker and then fall back. And I think that's just the nature of this racetrack. It's common to have a mistake here, right? With all the bumps, with how rough it is to drive a shifter go-kart here. I think just the mistakes are just going to be super common.
And the other thing, Alex, is, the numbers don't lie. A 53.9, everybody else 54s, 55s, 57s, 58s.
Yeah.
He's just got that kind of speed.
Yeah,
obviously very familiar with the track as well. But it also helps that he's got the amount of background in racing that he has. And it looks like we're going to quickly take a break here, go down to Xander, and see who he has for us.
Thanks, Ron. John, down here with Justin White in what's been kind of a week, already starting a little bit on the back foot. 15th in qualifying. You made it up to 8th in that second heat. A little bit of a help with attrition, but as a whole, you've been moving forward. We were talking before, it's been really just trying to get the kart to handle over the bumps. How big of a challenge has that been for you guys this week?
Yeah, it's been a big challenge. I mean, when we were yesterday in qualifying, we were a little bit on a softer setup, and it's been a little bit difficult, but we've been changing it up now. We've been finding some pace.
And then beyond the kart setup, how difficult is it? It seems like everyone's making mistakes even all the way up to the front of the field. Is it almost kind of like driving on the razor's edge to navigate the bumps like a minefield on the racetrack?
Yeah, you got to be very, very patient with the go-kart. If you ever try to push it a little too hard, you're just finding yourself stepping the rear out or not getting the front end enough to get it rotated for the exit.
And then you guys here, your dad's obviously helping you work on the go-kart. It's a family race team here for the Kartworks operation. So, how cool has that been to have this winter tour experience and to be slowly making your way up the grid in senior with your father right alongside the whole way?
No, it's been awesome. I mean, I love doing it with my dad. We run our own team, and we've been progressively getting better and better, but I want to see if we can get more.
Well, Justin White rolls off 15th. A little bit of work to do here in Heat 3 once again, but he's already picked up half those positions in Heat 2. Just needs another good run. He'll roll off good for the pre-final, guys.
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, Justin White's had a good run here. Before I talk about that, though, a little bit of contact there.
A lot of contact.
From the 599 of Frank Runco. Frank, move up another spot for him. He's already up 6. Make it 7 now for Frank Runco in that Burrell kart.
Looked like perhaps as one of the carts had gone by, it might have been had a back bumper maybe starting to hang down just a little bit.
Yeah, but back to what we saw in the interview there. Justin White's had a good run.
Yes.
Right, and like Xander asked, is it like driving on a razor's edge? That's what it seems like. I think there seems to be a balance you have to find between driving 8/10, 9/10, 10/10, and it's been tough for the drivers, and the guys that adapt quicker have seemed to shine a little bit more so far.
Yeah. Looks like we'll quickly again take it back down to Xander. Looks like he's got Diego Ramos with him.
Thanks, Ron John. Indeed, the master of the starts here this week, Diego Ramos. What has been the secret? How have you been able to get to the lead so easily on the start? That Heat 1 was phenomenal.
It's not like it's not a secret. Just calm down like before they start. I really focus and just happen. Also I'm not trying too hard because Margotto in front. I don't want to crash or something. We try work together, and it's not like a secret. It's just I just go.
And speaking of just going here, we know this week that this racetrack, a lot of long, high-speed corners. Where are your tires compared to Morgado, compared to Kremers in terms of tire wear, tire degradation? Do you feel like you still got 2 good races left in the set, or are they feeling to fade a little bit?
For sure, yesterday I saved a little bit the tires, but Morgado tires also good. I don't know much of Kremers. But for sure, the pre-final, the tires will be a little bit used because this track uses a lot of the tires. But let's see what I can do in this race. Try save a little bit more. Try help Morgado win for he can do less points for the pre-final. He started in the front because he crashed in the last hit, and then we try work together.
Well, Diego Ramos has 2 very, very solid heat race results. He rolls off again to the outside, but a good result here might put him as our pole sitter for the pre-final this afternoon. Good luck, Diego.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Xander. Yeah, fine young driver right there, and he's gotten his starts down.
Yeah, I want to mention, though, he brought up something really interesting to me. He goes, he wants to help Morgado win Heat 3, and it's smart, right? If Diego can finish P2 and Morgado wins, Diego still starts P1 for the final, but it gives Morgado a bit. The way it works actually is less points is how you start, right? So that he's trying to help Morgado get as good of a start as he can for the pre-final. That being said, though, we're going to send it on down to Xander, who's got another driver lined up for us. Xander, what you got?
Well, we're down here with Cameron Weinberg, and we were just talking right before this interview. Up and down start to your weekend here from a chain failure yesterday, then a decent result. Even with the front fairing kind of knocks sideways to the chaos in heat number 2. So where do you feel here at Tesoro Raceworks CRG?
We're pretty good. I feel like we need a little bit more pace to keep up with the Ramos and Morgado and Nash. They're pretty quick. I think we made a few changes. It should help. I've been hearing the track getting more grippy by the session. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that's been, of course, a big thing without warm-up this morning. How much did that kind of affect you guys going into Heat 2, basically blind and going out there really without, not much from Heat 1 either?
Yeah, I could see a couple of people struggling a little bit, maybe trying some stuff. They wanted to try for morning warm-ups. Didn't work for them for the heat race, but I had the same problem. Was able to get lucky and get through the start and have a good gap, but we'll see.
And then overall, I mean, like I said, you guys have been trying to find the last bit of pace. What do you think that those boys in red and white have that you guys don't just yet?
I'm not 100% sure. Maybe a little bit more used to the rubber on the track, driving more. But I think it's driving and setup, really.
Well, the Georgia native Cameron Weinberg here looking to find a little more out of himself and a little more out of the boys in black and orange. He rolls off with a good spot inside the top 10 and is hoping to salvage a good result, make up for that Heat 1 DNF, and get himself in a good spot for the pre-final. Good luck here, Cameron.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Xander. Wow, sounded like it might have been like a Cadillac going by here. Caught me off guard. It really did. It sounded like a car come blazing by right then, but that was Antonio Pizzonia coming by.
What was that? There's one go-kart.
Yeah, we got a go-kart up and over, and
he looks
a driver laying in the roadway right here. He looks like he's
there's a kart up and over there.
All right, they've got the yellow flag out. It is the last lap, so
they're gonna
the drivers are gonna just sneak by the one driver. They've got people there attending to him right now. Meanwhile, the rest, bam, I'll give it up to Antonio Pizzonia. We're just getting everybody to stay to the inside of the turn. Nobody ever really able to make any moves there anyway. The yellow flag was out in that particular area. Right now we're just trying to figure out exactly who that was.
That's not what you want to see
Is
at
that
all.
Hugh Tippelman by chance? Is that the number 500 of Hugh Tippelman? Really hard to tell. I'm just kind of basing it off of that uniform that he has on, that blue uniform.
I want to say it might be either Hugh Templeman or Martin Jansen.
Yeah.
That's just not what you want to see at all.
No, certainly hope he's
that
all right.
driver's okay.
Again, we'll look around to see if perhaps. All right, what we're going to do real quickly here is we're going to go down and see who Xander has to talk with down there. Xander, go ahead.
Thanks, Ron John. Down here from the grid. So, again, we got the boys in red and white with Mateus Morgado and Diego Ramos that roll off on row number 1. Blake Nash has been super consistent through all the heat races. He's right now primed to move into the front row for the pre-final. He rolls off third alongside Santiago Fernandez, who, like Morgado, had that crash in heat number 2 when they came together. He'll be looking to at least salvage good points. So you've got a mix of different strategies. You go back through the field here. Connor Zilish rolls off to the inside of row number 3. Our second-place finisher from St. Petersburg trying to dig forward. How about Aaron Benoit on this U-Race Tony Kart rolling off to the outside of row 4 after a flip in that second heat race. He's back behind the wheel and ready to get after it. You go outside the top 10. Well, the guy that's been up front in ROK Shifter's got a long way to go forward, and Marian Kremers rolls off P12. And this grid, again, so packed. They've got the entire first lane all the way through the top 20, and then we got a bigger grid that goes all the way further back here on the side behind me that goes outside 20. So there's senior. They have to do 2 full lines, and they're all set. Coming at you guys next, Heat 3, the final grid here for the pre-final.
All right, thank you very much, Xander. Yes, very, very excited about this next race, getting ready to roll out. Still keeping an eye on the track out there. We had a driver come out of his cart. Looks like he is up and walking around. Right now what they're going to do is pick up the cart, get it off the track, and that way we can clear things to get this next race underway. Again, Mateus Morgado on the pole. Outside is Diego Ramos. And then it's going to be Blake Nash and Santiago Fernandez, Connor Zilic, Jorge Ortiz, Haley Omeza, Aaron Benoit, Jose Hernandez, Cameron Weinberg. We just keep going on and on and on. Nolan Bauer, Marian Kremers, Carol Pasowitz, Louis Westover, Justin White, Camilo Trappa, Narazino Lopez Serrato, Jacob Kular, Augustin Trappa, Chris Verino, Justin Garat, Chloe Drummond, Francisco Esposito, Franco O'Dowd Savaglio. Yeah, so there's a really, really, this is an international field of racers this time.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. I mean,
it really is.
Nationality-wise, you know, front row, we got Brazil, right? The next few, it's America, then Mexico. Back to North America, you know, we got Kremers in the Netherlands, right? Paschewitz. A few Argentinians are here, right? So it's
wonderful to see.
It is cool to see.
Just goes to show you, it's a big world, and it's full of racers. And they all love coming to race in Florida for the Florida Winter Tour. It's the 25th year of the Florida Winter Tour. Somebody going to be crowned champion at our next race, which will be in the month of March, and we'll be in Orlando. Going to go to the Orlando Kart Center for our third and final leg of the Florida Winter Tour for 2023. Right now, we are here at the second leg of the tour, and we are here at the Piquet Entertainment and Race Park. Xander, that was exciting. That's exciting. I hope everybody got as excited on the grid as you were.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's kind of amped up here, ready to go. You know, we know that tire degradation always plays a factor here at the Winter Tour with so many sessions, a qualifying session, 3 heat races, and a pre-final. They call them heat cycles. Again, that's the cycle of heating up the tires by going on the racetrack. So the drivers will have 5 total heat cycles, 5 sessions, a couple of them with early DNFs. In heat number 2, like Santiago Fernandez, like a DNF in heat 1 for Cameron Weinberg, a little bit fresher tires for this third and final chance to lock in your spot for the pre-final. Let's see it as they get underway. Morgado, finally a good start through turn number 1. Blake Nash goes with him, and Diego Ramos will slide in line to third as they jockey for position to turn number 3.
Everyone hugging the low side through that turn 3-4 complex. And we got 1-2 turned around. Marion Kremers, Cameron Weinberg collected there, and they fall back in Kremers with heavy damage to that nose cone as the leaders go into the PK teardrop.
Yeah, if it pops up, you're going to see him running around with a, looks like a sail.
Yeah.
Definitely came loose. Looks like he's managed to get it pushed back down. But
he's solidified for
look
now.
At this.
Connor
Nash.
Zilish able to get up into fourth, and Blake Nash able to get around Mateus Morgado. So Blake Nash leading for the first time today. He said the big thing he's got to do is minimize mistakes. He said, I felt like our pace is good as Morgado makes another error. That time turn 14. Here comes the teammate, Diego Ramos. He'll take over second. And now the California kid leads here in Loxahatchee, Florida. Blake Nash, Diego Ramos, Mateus Morgado, Connor Zilish in fourth. And right there in fifth, Santiago Fernandez ahead of Aaron Benoit, who got a great start in that bright white suit. You race Tony Kart in the sixth position. He runs just ahead of, again, Jose Hernandez and Elio Meza. Sixth, seventh, and eighth behind the top five, who have all spread out a little bit. Not a great start for the pole man, Mateus Morgado. We heard from Diego Ramos going into this race in his interview. He's trying to help out his teammate, try and minimize the points for everybody else and get Morgado some more because he knows that he's safe. Morgado's the one with a bad result in heat number 2 that is on damage control mode here. Just at least get himself a top 3 result, not throw it away, and give him a fighting chance through that pre-final. But how about it for Blake Nash? He'll pull that gap to 4 car lengths as they come down the front straightaway. 2 laps complete, 8 laps to go.
And that time it was actually the second place driver, Diego Ramos, that went purple, showing he certainly got the speed, a 52.5 to a 52.6. Just a little tad slower than Blake Nash that time, and Blake obviously very fast. Managed to get around and sitting on the point right now. What do you call him, the California kid? For sure, he's got to be pretty excited about this.
Well, Blake Nash on his 3rd year of senior eligibility and his 2nd in the pro national ranks here. Can't call him a kid for too much longer, but he's done a great job. And the West Coast ringer leading as here we go. We got a battle starting to form for second. When does Mateus Morgado pull the trigger on Diego Ramos? He knows Ramos won't fight him too hard, being teammates. They've been playing nice so far, so I don't imagine that it will be much of an argument. Ramos took a look back, and he's going to point him on by. He says go. Morgado wasn't close enough there. I think Morgado kind of waiting to get close enough to Diego Ramos or taking his time. But again, you can see that wave by there. We saw that a lot last week at Homestead Miami Speedway, where the driver in front, just to avoid going offline in the corner and picking up all the dirt, marbles, and dust, would let someone go on the straightaway knowing that they'd be faster and will pass them anyway. Because when you get all that dirt on the tires, it takes them sometimes a lap to multiple laps to clean them back off. And so the lost time versus the ego check of just letting someone go is a big difference here. But I think Morgado is close enough in the hairpins. He might be able to get him this time. Here he comes. There he goes. P2 for Mateus Morgado.
It definitely seemed like he was just a little bit faster through this particular area of the track, and he showed it there, making a great move there in turn number 13. So Morgado now moves up into second position, dropping Ramos into third. Connor Zilish there. He's hoping those guys continue battling up in front of him. Maybe allow him to make up a little bit of that room. Still a little bit of a gap, probably about 3 or 4 kart lanes back to the 4th place driver of Connor Zilish. Can't miss that green helmet.
At this point in the race here, it doesn't look like anyone's really got a leg up on pace in the front. Jorge Ortiz went purple. He's all the way down in 10th after a not-so-great start from 6th. So the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed quickest, but buried in the pack as Morgado has quickly dropped Diego Ramos from him. Again, with that crash, Morgado did run the majority of the laps in heat number 2. So it's not like he's got a big tire advantage, but he's been the man to beat all weekend. He's closing in. He'll probably go purple this time, or at least be the fastest of the front 5, because you can see the gap has opened from himself to Ramos. It's closing up from himself to Blake Nash. 5 in, 5 to go here from Loxahatchee. And indeed, going purple, Mateus Morgado, fastest overall of the session, out of 51-51, 2/10 clear of the field.
Yeah, he's definitely shown he's proven he's got the speed. It's just a matter of getting into the right position at the right time to be able to make the pass. And it's going to be some work to get around Blake here.
Yeah, look how much wheel, though, Mateus Morgado is putting in on the front end in that PK teardrop. Again, you've got some high-speed corners where he seems to roll pretty good, and the low speed not bad, but that high-speed, tight sweeper in the infield has been his weak point. It's that quick section there that he looks really good. So interesting to see the kind of different parts of the racetrack where he looks good versus where Blake looks a little better. But his last sector,
far better than anyone else, it looks like. Mateus Morgado closes into 3 car lengths back as they head down the front straightaway. Now with 6 laps complete, 4 laps to go.
All right, and Mateus is right there. I thought maybe he might have taken a look to the inside. He did take a look, but just wasn't in the right position. Blake's still able to hold him off a bit as they come through turns number 8 and 9.
Yeah, this is where Blake...
7, 5 and 6.
Yeah, then over to 7 here. But
there
Morgado got a great run out of the teardrop. Here he comes for the lead. Down inside, and he caught Nash off guard. Look how much Nash had to really go full counter steer just to keep it off of Morgado and to keep himself from spinning out. And that move perfectly timed by Mateus Morgado. You could see he didn't go all the way down to the apex. He got to the inside position, and he forced Blake Nash to stay on the outside of the racetrack and really hurt him, get dirt on the tires. So Blake Nash now has to go back into offense mode. He's got Morgado's teammate Diego Ramos, who knows that all Ramos really has to do at this point is get around Nash or stay in third, I believe, and he should have enough points to put himself on the pole, put Blake on the outside. So he's more concerned with just trying to keep Blake away from Mateus Morgado and give Mateus as many points as he can possibly gain out of this final heat race. Let's go a little further back from the top 3 here, though. Connor Zilish right there in the 4th spot, best of the rest right now on that Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. He's been trying to dig for a bit more pace. I mean, they were really, really good at the end of the practice day. Super fast, ended quickest. And then when we got to qualifying here, it was all the Red Army up front. Connor Zilish not the same level once the race days really got underway that he had over the field coming into the weekend. Right. So interesting to see that the gap has still stayed about the same. Connor Zilish that time was a good bit slower, 4/10 slower than Mateus Morgado. On the flip side, Blake Nash went purple. He closed the gap up. But for Zilish, I mean, it's a 3 to 4/10 difference from himself and his current speed to the speed of the leaders. Let's go back from Zilish here as well. Back in the 5th spot, Santiago Fernandez, just like Mateus Morgado with that crash in Heat 2, needs to gather decent points to hopefully put himself in a spot where he at least starts inside the top 10 or close to it. He didn't have the best Heat 1 either. So for the 369 AJF Racing Tony Kart driver, one of the few, very, very small team out of Miami, Florida. They don't get a lot of data. They don't have any professional, pilots under the team. It's kind of, again, a bit of a family operation, as he mentioned, with his father and a family friend of theirs that comes and races and helps coach him a little bit. So Fernandez, still an impressive run in 5th. But up front, Blake Nash got past, fell back, starting to march back forward here with 2 to go. He's mounting one last charge at him to get himself a heat race win. It would be a big boost of confidence to knock off the reigning world champion in a heat race here on equal footing, and it should come down to the 2 of them, as I think Diego Ramos is going to be a little bit too far back to challenge. So for Blake Nash, saying that it's minimizing mistakes, he needs to be absolutely perfect here with a lap and a half to go.
That's such a good point there, Xander. I believe that's exactly what had happened there, is he made just that slight mistake, which allowed Morgado to get up there and get around him, and once he did, Mateus did exactly what Mateus has been doing all along, and that is he gets out there and just kind of takes off on everybody. Again, we'll luck him to see him, and bam! He'll take that victory. A great run there for Mateus. Blake Nash, though, ends up in 2nd. Diego Ramos in 3rd. Connor Zilish will be in 4th, and Santiago Fernandez will end up in that 5th spot. But a great run for Mateus. It's the first time I've actually seen him do a great start.
Yeah,
get out
a good
there ahead.
start, but also the first time we've seen where he's not been the fastest as well. Blake Nash was quick at the end as well, closed in on that final lap. Morgado did pull back away in that last sector. I think Nash started to take it easy once they got to the back hairpins, realizing he was not going to be close enough to fight with him. So there's your top 10. Mateus Morgado wins heat number 3 for ROK Pro Senior, and he completes the mission of just trying to get the least amount of points possible. How about a 0? A heat race win. Again, that extra bonus point off the record for Mateus Morgado. It puts him in a safe spot to start hopefully inside the top 10 and maybe even inside the first couple rows in the pre-final later on today when we add 3 laps and go 13. Blake Nash 2nd, Diego Gomez Ramos in 3rd, Connor Zilish, Santiago Fernandez, your top 5, then Jose Hernandez on the Orsolon Racing Tony Kart in 6th, Aaron Benoit 7th, Elio Meza 8th, Jorge Ortiz in 9th, and Karol Pashewicz in that International Motorsport Factory Lenzo Kart. 3 spots gained to 10th. Justin White didn't get as many as he did in heat number 2. He got up to 8th there. He gets up to 11th on this one, and that Kartworks Cosmic. So that does it for Pro ROK Sr. Their grid set for the pre-final. ROK GP Masters getting set to go green here as they'll roll onto the racetrack. And William Isaias will lead us out here with a number of contenders right there, including round one dominant winner, Andre Nicastro. Now, I haven't been in the booth for a lot of these sessions, Ron John, so what's the story been so far in our ROK GP Masters class?
Actually, Nicastro and Isaias, Nicastro has managed to get around Renato Yater-David, but William Isaias has been very, very fast. Got out there, got the lead, was able to hang on. I believe took both the victories. So heat race number 1 and 2. I'm getting myself confused on whether or not we're on 3 or not, but I believe we're in 2. But anyway, nonetheless, William Isaias has been the class of the field so far. Renato Yater-David's been actually struggling a little bit. Had a tough race yesterday where he didn't even finish. So again, our 22 Florida Winter Tour champion out there racing. It'll be William Isaias, the International Motorsports driver, on the pole. Renato Yater-David in the outside pole, the 625, the Orsalon driver. The RPG of Mike Rollison, the 626. Alex Mueller rolls off. Andre Nicastro in the 628. Takahiro Nakamori in the 616. Martin Stone, Mario Barrios Ferrero. Again, these guys will come around and we will get ready to go racing here. They're just now starting to form up.
No Mike Rollison in this one either.
No, Mike's not going to be in this race. Nope. Sorry to hear that. All right, here they come. Going to make their way into the tram line. 10 quick laps around here.
So here they come into the tram lines here, and here we go. William Isaias, Renato Yater-David, the front row. Lead your field down to turn number 1, and good start for Nicastro. Not a good start for David. He'll lose 1, 2, 3 positions over to turn number 3. If he can get down low, he's going to send it on the high side. What a move by Renato Yater-David around the outside lane. He'll send it on the outside of Alex Mueller. No, that's not Alex Mueller. That's going to be Martin Stone on the REM Cosmic. So he gets himself back into third. And here we go. Great start for Nicastro. Quickly and decisively to the lead. William Isaias back to second.
First time William's seen the back end of a kart in a little while, so good run there for Andre. Andre Nicastro was having a great run the last race as well, just not able to make up that gap that William Isaias was able to get out in front and put on the field. But again, good start here on the first lap for Andre Nicastro, getting ready to come through turn 14, now through 15, and down the front stretch once again.
Yeah, here they come onto the front straightaway. 1 lap complete for Andre Nicastro. William Isaias second. Renato Yater-David third. Pass back for 4th and 5th as we see Takahiro Nakamori and Daniel Robertson. Alex Mueller trading some spots. Mueller going to get around 1 back on that Speed Concepts Racing entry of Danny Robertson. So he takes that spot away for 5th, but great start for Takahiro Nakamori from Japan on the Super 2 Tony kart. Running there in that 4th position. This is 4th, 5th, and 6th on your screen as they head over to the infield turn 7 and 8. And then back from them, you'll see the rest of the pack coming through with David LaPlante, David Walt, Pablo Ceballos, Sylvain Colombe, Scott Carapalati, and Alfonso Santiago. And indeed, as we mentioned, no laps for Mario Barrios or Mike Rollison. Rollison parked it early on, and then Mario Barrios, weird to see a scratch out of the wily veteran here, but obviously didn't feel like he had a want to go, or maybe something else came up to have him to pull out of the event. But Andre Nicastro, unfazed, continues to lead with pressure from William Isaias, who went purple that time by.
Yeah, William is all over his back bumper now. He's made up that little bit of a gap that they had before. We'll see as they come out of turn number 5, race down to turn number 6 here. This hard sweeping teardrop of a turn. It's been an interesting turn. We see quite a few passes here, but we've also seen a lot of incidences here where folks have just managed to hit the bump in the wrong spot and end up kicking out, and other folks being able to take full advantage of that. It's a fast, tough track. It's 15 turns. The way the layout is basically been laid out for this particular weekend. I know it was a different layout for a couple of weeks ago, but again, talking to the guys, they love the fact that it's 15 turns as opposed to possibly 22, right? Being that it is so fast and so physical.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot, right? Even without the 22 to 15, you know, I mean, there's really not a lot of time to breathe. The closest you got is this quick kink into the Piquet teardrop and then that long front straightaway. Besides that, you're up on the wheel for all 50-plus seconds of a lap time here around Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex. And you can see William Isaias is staying on him, going to work, staying on the wheel of Andre Nicastro for the lead. There's a car length gap between them as we've got 3 laps in the book, 7 laps to go. Renato Yatter-David just kind of watching on back there from third in that Orsolone Tony Kart, hoping that a battle will happen and the race could come to him, but not with a mistake like that. Isaias had a little bobble in turn 13, jumping over the bumps, gets a better run.
Takahori Nakamori still hanging on there in that 4th spot. Alex Mueller still in 5th. Daniel Robertson in that 6th spot. David LaPlante 7th. Martin Stone in 8th. David White in that 9th position. And Pablo Savalas, the Orsolon driver, right now in 10th. He's up 3 positions for Pablo. Again, Andre Nicastro, the Brazilian driver, part of REM. The Racer's Edge Motorsports driver right now out in front, about a half-second lead over the 2nd place driver, Renato Yatter-David. Renato been a long-time racer for Orsolon. And it's really good to see Renato back out here racing with us. Was unable to make our first leg of the tour here for the Florida Winter Tour over in St. Pete, but he's here this weekend, and it's great to see him out here racing. A multiple-time Florida Winter Tour champion and international champion as well, Xander.
Yeah, big-time champion of Renato Yatter-David, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like he's got a championship-level piece at the moment. Right now, they'll head their way over into the Piquet teardrop, and while we do that, let's go side-by-side. Pro Senior ROK is all wrapped up, and Emery Lida's got us down low. Emery?
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with Blake Nash. Blake, you were P1 for most of that race. You lost it to Morgado at the end, but you had a really, really good kart under you. Just walk me through how that was for you.
Yeah, the inside row had a way better start this time. We were able to get to 2nd right away. And then I saw the opening going into corner, I think 8, the long right. I took it because I thought we had some pretty good pace. And like you said, the kart was really good. Nash gave me just a great piece to work with, and the engine's been great. Speed's done a really good job with it. So, yeah, I think overall our pace was okay. I made a little bit of a mistake in the back S. I think that's kind of what allowed Mateus to get around me. But then after that, we kind of settled in, showed a little bit more pace, and I think we started to catch him at the end. And unfortunately, I just made a little bit of a mistake that kind of put us a little bit too far to make a pass. But I think we have a good piece going into the pre-final and the final.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, Blake. Blake Nash, everybody. He has a kart to contend for the victory here. Look for him for a win in pre-final coming up shortly. Back to you guys at the booth.
Thanks, Alex. While we were side-by-side, ladies and gentlemen, Andre Nicastro, as you saw on your screen, threw his hand in the air coming out of turn number 12 and unfortunately broke the chain on that number 628 Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. He's gone a lap down now. He's put the chain, I believe, back on the go-kart, or no, he's going to tip it on its side, fully get it back on. That's just to probably get him back into pit lane so they don't need to use the recovery vehicle and he can save the race day a little bit of time. But a frustrating end to heat number 3, sorry. He was leading. Again, out of the lead for Andre Nicastro, and he hands the lead to that man right there, William Isaias, in the International Motorsport Tony Kart. Gets a gift and a half with half a lap to go, and he's got more than enough space out back to cruise to the finish here, Ron John.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to have any issues being able to take it home. Renato's probably a good half-second back behind him, about 5 to 6, 7 karts now, as Isaias just now coming through turn number 14 for the last time, getting ready to turn through 15. Come on the front stretch, look up, see those checkered flags, and bam! William Isaias takes the victory. Good run there for Renato Yatter-David in the 2nd position. Takahiro Nakamori, the Super Tuning driver, the Japanese driver, all the way into 3rd. So a good run there for Takahiri. Alex Mueller in that 4th spot, and Daniel Robertson rounds out our top 5, Xander.
Moving on from there, of course, with ROK Masters all wrapped up, we'll go down trackside for some more. Catching up here, Aaron Benoit. A topsy-turvy Saturday to say the least, and he's down here with Alexander Searle and Emery Light on pit lane.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Aaron Benoit. Like you said, topsy-turvy. I mean, Aaron, Heat 2, you flipped. Heat 3, P7. I mean, tell me, how's your go-kart after your flip?
We were able to get everything pretty much fixed, which was great. But we made a few changes from yesterday that we wanted to test this morning and warm up. that got canceled. We want to test in Heat 2. I flipped on the first lap, so we're a little bit behind now, and considering we were only here on Thursday, we didn't practice Wednesday like everybody else. We've been just kind of playing catch-up the whole weekend, so we're hoping to keep improving the kart so we can be faster than ever in the pre-final and final.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned, you didn't get a warm-up. You really didn't even get a Heat 2 for you. And obviously, you haven't been in the go-kart much since early last year. I mean, how much has that hindered your progress this weekend in terms of just getting up to speed faster?
Yeah, it's on tracks that I know really well, like Homestead or Orlando, it takes me about a day to get kind of back up to speed to where I used to be. But on a brand new track, it is a big challenge to not have the seat time that all these other pro national guys have.
Yeah, good point there. Aaron Benoit, everybody, P7 there in Heat 3. He looks to start probably about mid-pack in the pre-final coming up. Back to you guys in the booth.
One of the nicest young men you'll find in the paddock is Aaron Benoit, the U-Race Tony Kart driver. Is so easy and so to like and so easy to root for. And, man, what a story already he's got in the making. 7th in that third heat race, a flip here in heat number 2 to start today. And, like you said, just the beginning of a little bit of a comeback tour here in the early parts of the winter as we get set for more action. So, Pro Senior ROK, we've heard from Blake Nash, we've heard from Aaron Benoit. We may hear from a few more as we continue to roll through. But Micro ROK is also getting set to go green for their 7-lap final heat race on the weekend. And let's take it through with one more commercial break here for this one. Live from Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex in Loxahatchee, Florida. You're watching the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour live on Kart Chaser. Stick with us. We'll be back after this. Welcome back here to Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex in Loxahatchee, Florida. Micro ROK headed onto the racetrack with one of the bigger grids on the weekend here. Up front, Mateus Romalo once again will get to lead the field to the green. Maxwell Macha, that SLA Kart Racing Parallel, will join him on the outside of the front row. Antonio Pizzonionito saying, hey, Mateus, come on, man, let's go full. Let's bring it a little bit closer to the end of the racetrack before we form up. So he's going to speed him up a little bit. And then they'll form up in the final few hairpins saying, you know, we don't need to parade around for 2 minutes. We can just close on up and then slow down back over here. And now Mateus will, and Pizzonionito will find his way into line, and they'll begin to make their way up 2 by 2 towards turn 14. Again, it's Romalo and Macha on row 1. Pizzonionito and Juan Diego Garcia Stavila, row 2. Josh Bergman with a great qualifying effort in 5th on that PK Sports DAP kart. Starts to the inside of Colton Schneegenberg and the GWR Racing Energy. Then you've got Massimo LaRusso and the REM Cosmic, Hudson Jack Erlin, Gavin Decay, Yao Paulo Benadaman, Asher Pavon, Nico Orbezo, and more. Here we go, looking for the green flag, first time by, and we're going to get it. We're racing down to turn 1. Mateus Romalo and Pizzonionito get through down the inside. What a great start for Josh Bergman on that PK Sports DAP kart. He gets by. We've got one turned around, one of the Alessandro's Racing CRGs in front of the field, and what a start for Colton Schneegenberg. Hello, Colton Schneegenberg, and then GWR Energy to 3rd.
That's a great run so far for Colton.
Look at this here.
I was looking for Josh Bergman to make a little bit more of a move there. He had gotten such a good start, but as we say that, Antonio Pizzonionito has now gotten around Romalo, and he's now up into that first position. What a good move there, going through turn number 6.
Yeah, nice move in that PK teardrop through turn 6. They'll head over to the back S's into the Vortex hairpins right here. You can see turns 13 and 14, and Romalo's got Schneegenberg all over him, but he's not going to go there. A little blocking further back. That was one of the REM Cosmics going low. And as we head out of the Greyhound Racing Seats final corner, down the front stretch, Antonio Pizzonionito, Mateus Romalo, Colton Schneegenberg side by side for 5th down into turn 1. Mateus Romalo will lose his spot. Maxwell Macha loses his spot. And we stay green. Let's go side by side here. 1 lap complete, 6 laps to go. Emery Latta down on pit lane. Emery?
Thanks, Sander. Here with Leo Scorpioni. Leo, it's a pretty good race for you in the heat number 2. You were able to get up to 2nd and up in 3rd position. So pretty good, but how are you feeling coming into this one?
I'm just going to try to get another good start. Last time I was from 8th to 5th and center around the outside and try my best to catch up to Ernesto and beat him.
And looking through the whole weekend, you've obviously had a decent bit of success in this track. You've been top 5 in pretty much every session across the board. What are your thoughts as you head into tomorrow in terms of how the track is gripping up and what you expect for it to continue to evolve?
By the end of the weekend, I think there's going to be a lot of grip on the track, especially with everybody putting new tires tomorrow for the final. There's going to be a lot of grip on the track. And the thing's going to be a lot more bumpy now.
All right, one last thing, son. I asked you earlier in the weekend about how you were feeling physically. You've been running 2 classes. How is the body holding up thanks to the bumps on the track?
We figure out some stuff on the go-kart to let the bumps roll, so the cart rolls smoothly through the bumps, and it got a lot better. So now I'm not feeling anything. It feels a lot better now.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Well, Leo, rounding out inside the top 5 here, heading into the ROK Jr category. We'll see what he can do. Good luck, Leo.
All right, we'll take it away here. While we were there side by side, it seems like whenever we go side by side, a boring race turns into a wild one. Mateus Romalo got shuffled way back and then had to get his elbows up and kind of get into Massimo LaRusso a little bit going in through turn number 12. And now, as the field heads through 13, 14, and 15, where's your leaders? Here's the kind of back half of the lead group. Romalo's in it. Maxwell Macha is in it. That's your front row. All the way up front for Antonio Pizzonionito. Then side by side for 2nd. Here comes Josh Bergman on his race team's home circuit to the inside of Colton Schneegenberg. Schneegenberg hangs tough on the outside and holds on to 2nd.
That was a great run there for Schneegenberg, able to hang on to that high groove. Obviously, they able to maintain a whole lot more speed coming up through on the high side, but nonetheless, looks like Josh is still taking a look as they head down here into turn number 6. Thinks better of it, stays right there off his back bumper. Colton really having a good race. Little mistake right there for Bergman. Just got that right rear tire off the track just a little bit. That kind of slowed him up.
Yeah, a little wobble right there.
Just a little bobble.
Not too bad, though. He's still got time to make up for it at least. And then behind Josh Bergman What a run for Hudson Jack Erlin, the Canadian. Up 4 spots already, up to 4th here. Good run through the lead pack for Hudson Jack Erlin. He's got a nice gap out back to Asher Pavon. So big run in the works for him here in heat number 3 as Colton Schneegenberg continues to lead this little grouping now with 4 laps complete and 3 laps to go. Antonio Pizzognianito building on that margin out in front of that Orsilon Racing Paralyn. It's over a second and a half, nearly 2 seconds. Back to second and third on your screen right here, Schneegenberg and Bergman, and then right behind in Hudson Jack Erlin. So they're not making up much headway. They need a little more speed to get there. But good stuff out of the GWR Energy Kart driver as he heads for turn 7.
Yeah, great run there for Nico Orbezo. Orbezo in the 9th position, up 3 spots, went purple that last time Pike, that Iron Rock Motorsports driver. So a good run for Nico. Had a whole lot to talk about from Nico. He's been trying to make his way up the list here, and as we look a little bit further down, talking about people really working hard out there, Lorenzo Varela up 15 spots now into 15th. So great run so far for Lorenzo. But Antonio Bizzognianito out there in front, stretched it out to about 1.3 seconds now over Colton Schneegenberg, and Josh Bergman now in third. Boy, they're still battling all the way back through the pack. Meantime,
yeah, this is
probably
the group up.
what, about 10 cart leads, you would say?
Yeah, pretty big gap up front now. Granted, that time by there was a mistake by Pizzognianito that closed them up. Here's a look a little further away. This is Gavin Decay, and that's Zanella Racing Bennick, the number 75, leading this 4-car train behind him there. This is 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th. You got Massimo LaRusso and that REM Cosmic in the mix of it. I think he just got around, actually, Decay. Then you have, or no, he got passed by the Orsilon Racing Paralyn of, or Yao Paulo Bonatoman. No, Decay by Bonatoman. Bonatoman right there. This is the fight for 9th. Bonatoman back on him. Going to go by on Gavin Decay, so that's for 9th and 10th. Nico Orbezo on that Iron Rock Motorsports silver and black Tony Kart is at the end of the train. Crossover move onto the front straightaway. Gavin Decay gets it back. Great battle here as they come across the line. The white flag in the air here. They're still going to fight to turn 1, and they're going to fight up for second as well. Great catch by all the different angles. Colton Schneegenberg's lost the second spot. Leader of this 3-car train, Josh Bergman, got around him in turn number 1. Completed the pass through 2 and 3, and Hudson Jack Erlin is close there, 2, 3, 4, as they go through the PK teardrop. Schneegenberg, little mistake there. Here comes Jack Erlin to the inside. Oh, contact. Schneegenberg's going to go way wide into the dirt there, and he hangs on to it.
Look at that save. What a great save.
Dirt tracking it out of turn 7.
For sure.
Well, he's got Maxwell Macha that'll get closer to him, but it's all happening behind this kiddo. Antonio Pizzognianito in double duty, mini and micro, talking about all the physicality. Well, how about a young kid running 2 classes? He'll come across the line through the Greyhound Racing Suite's final corner and win heat number 3. Josh Bergman with a good final lap to second. Hudson Jack Erlin third. Schneegenberg fourth. Maxwell Macha fifth. All kinds of battling across the line. Some fist pumps, some hands waved in the air. And, we got one spinner back over at turn 13 coming in. One just spun out. That's the 36 of Diego Garciar's, I believe. Or Juan Diego Garciar's Davila in that Orsilon Racing Paralyn that's gone around. He didn't even have a transponder on, so he didn't even get scored of where he was going to be regardless. He goes all the way to the tail there, but 7 laps completed. The micros all wrapped up. Antonio Pizzognianito, the winner over Josh Bergman, Hudson Jack Erlin, Colton Schneegenberg, Maxwell Macha, and more here. Another heat race in the books. Working our way towards that Pro ROK Shifter final heat race, and then straight on into the Shifter Pro ROK division following. Of course, we've got VLR Masters and Junior ROK. So Junior ROK, VLR Masters, Pro ROK Shifter, the final 3 classes to go on the afternoon. Another one beached off there. That is going to be, is that the number 5? That's the number 5 machine of George Ho and that Goodwood Kartways Tony Kart out in the gravel. So we got cleanup to do here, including from that Greyhound Racing Seats final corner for Rock Cup USA's Florida Winter Tour. You're looking at the wide shot of the Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex in Loxahatchee, Florida. We'll be right back here live on Kart Chaser.
Want to know a crucial part of the magic that's taken A.J. Myers to multiple national championships? Check out Greyhound Racing Seats and their full catalog of options, from their R1 and R1 Extra soft seats for high grip conditions, their Viper medium seat for medium grip, and the RS2 stiff seat for low grip conditions. It's time to win. It's time to see why Greyhound makes the difference. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. Welcome back here to Piquet Race Park in Loxahatchee, Florida. The warm-up lap underway for Junior ROK. Let's take you through the starting lineup here for this one. Ernesto Rivera has been on another level here in this field and all weekend long as the sun comes out here for the first time really all day. It's been a pretty cool Saturday with a lot of
really
overcast skies.
Yep.
And now we're getting that track to heat up with that hot Florida sun starting to bear down as the Junior Rockers into the racetrack. So it's the RPG Cosmic of Ernesto Rivera on the inside of row one alongside Sebastian Garzone and that Orsilon Racing Tony Kart. Teddy Musella will start to the inside of row two alongside Anthony Martellus Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. Then it's Caleb Campbell for another SCR Red Speed inside the top five. Starting fifth, Joseph Lonnie on that Powerhouse Racing OTK in sixth. Stephen Miller's CDR Kart Republic starts in seventh to the inside of Leonardo Scorpioni, who we spoke to a moment ago on that Zanella Racing Tony Kart. Then to round off your top 10, it's Anthony Radicano and that Prime Power Team Beer Lard on the inside, Nathan Dupuis on the SCR Red Speed to the outside, Sarah Bradley, Pierce Wade, Emma Scarborough, Major Makovskis, Chase Buscalia, and the rest of the Junior Rockers are underway down to turn one. Look at a Scorpioni in that bright yellow cart, threading the needle through the middle there, four wide in turn one, and somehow, some way, we have not lost anyone through the first corner. Here we go to 2 and 3. Look at Enzo Vidmontian on that red and white Parolin all the way around the outside, trying to rip the top side, does not work. And we've got a few more drop-in tires, Ron John, but we've made it. The whole field has made it to turn 6.
That was somewhat amazing. to think that all those guys were able to tiptoe through there. Again, a couple of side-by-sides, but no harm, no foul. Everybody able to continue on. Right now, Ernesto Rivera.
Oh, 2 in the wall there, right as I jinxed it. They made it to 6. Not everybody made it past turn number 6. First up is the 277 of Yao Shimoda and that Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. The other one, the 267 of Matisse Constantini, getting together in turn number 6. Meanwhile, up front, Rivera, the smallest lead we've seen all week, 4 car lengths to Musella, then back to Caleb Campbell, and heck of a start for Stephen Miller from 7th to 4th here on the opening circuit.
Yeah, great run there for Stephen. Been keeping an eye on him. He is slowly but surely starting to make up a little bit of the ground that he's been having to try to make up, and showing he's got a little bit more of that speed. You know, normally we're talking about Stephen. He's usually up there right there in front. But,
how about it from Caleb Campbell right here? Nice move there for second. The Canadian gets by Orlando, Florida's own Teddy Musella for P2.
splits up the RPG Cosmics dominating run so far. Caleb Campbell's had a really consistent weekend. As look at Leo Scorpione. Decisive move there in turn number 12. He gets by. And we got one more off. That is, who is that? That's the 219 of Francisco Rodriguez. That Ursula Tony Kart was running 21st. Knocked off the racetrack there. Here as the field works through turn 1 is Scorpione, Miller, and then back to the 208. Great start, not a great start for Sebastian Garzone on that Ursula Tony Kart. Drops back a couple spots, picks up a few. 2 down, 8 to go. Rivera leads by 7/10, but Caleb Campbell was quicker than him last time by, and Stephen Miller is looking sporty as well, right behind Leo Scorpione after losing that 4th spot a moment ago.
Teddy Musella continues to try to battle back up there and catch back up to Caleb Campbell. Teddy been really very, very fast in that RPG kart. Not
look
quite
at
as fast
Garzone
as
right
his
here.
friend, but
Tight move there for Sebastian Garzone for 5th on that red, green and white Orsolone Tony Kart. He gets by. Then it's the bright yellow of Zanello Racing's Scorpione. And then here's up the road to Caleb Campbell and Teddy Musella. Well, they gained on him for a moment. Ernesto Rivera just put 2.5 tenths on the field.
You know, we've seen him do that throughout the entire weekend so far. Yeah, he has been absolutely phenomenal. Leonardo Escarponi now up 4 spots. Leonardo's right now is in that 4th position. Got a bunch of people coming along. As I say that, it looks like he's gotten past.
Miller.
Looks like Steven had gotten back around him.
Yeah, nice little slide job there by the Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic driver, Stephen Miller, to retake that 5th position. Sebastian Garzone gets a little bit of breathing room up the road in 4th, and the Scorpione goes back to work right behind him. Terrible start for Anthony Martella, just like it was for Garzone. Martella down 4 spots in 8th from where he started on that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, just behind these front 3, or this group of 3. So there's your 2nd and 3rd. Here's this next group: Garzone, Miller through turn number 1, and then a Scorpione. And if we look a little further back with now 4 laps complete, so there comes this group. Then you have that SCR Red Speed. Then you have this fight back for 9th and 10th. That is, of course, Joseph Lonnie and Anthony Raducano. Lonnie getting by on the Powerhouse Racing Tony Kart and gets around Raducano's Prime Power Team Beryl Art for the 8th position. So this is, again, Sebastian Garzone right there in 4th on the racetrack. Stephen Miller in 5th, behind 2nd and 3rd there. So 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th still pretty close as well. And then you go way back to 10th and onward with Gennaro Trappa, who has come from...
How about Gennaro?
Yeah, 10 spots gained for Gennaro Trappa, although he got passed here by Emma Scarborough. Or is trailing Emma Scarborough, sorry. So Gennaro Trappa, he's in that bright green, yellow, and orange suit. And back in the 11th position, he's up 10 spots from 21st, and he's digging. He's already, again, only 5 laps in, so he could have a move on Emma Scarborough in that Kart Republic here in a lap or so, back for 10th and 11th. And Chase Buscalia, talked about him having a great run in that 2nd heat race. It's not far back here in heat number 3. He's back in 12, still up a couple positions. Here comes Trappa, looking inside, and got it. And Buscalia will go as well. Scarborough, 2 spots back there in turn number 6.
How many times we've said it, you open up that door, if you don't close it quickly, other folks are coming right along, and that's exactly what happened there. Just open it up, not 1 kart goes by, but 2.
How about up front here? Look at Leo Scorpione and Sebastian Garzone making some moves in turn 14. Garzone gets around Anthony Martella, and, no, that's Caleb Campbell. Oh, nearly throws a wheel at him. This is for 3rd, crossover. Sebastian Garzone fighting hard with Caleb Campbell, nearly touches tires into turn number 2. This is allowing Teddy Musella to get away and allows Leo Scorpione, who just got back around Stephen Miller for the 5th position, to close in on Campbell also. So now 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, back to Anthony Martella.
In the meantime, Ernesto Rivera went purple again that last time by, 52.3 to a 53.1. Right now he's about 3.2 seconds out ahead of our 2nd place driver of Teddy Musella, who, by the way, is starting to gain a bunch of friends, because right behind him is the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh, bottom of the screen, sorry. Vidmontien getting into it a little bit. Viscalia. Who is that? Sarah Bradley and Vidmontien coming together. Those were teammates making contact in turn 14. Whoa.
That doesn't always work out so well, but at least it did in that particular case. No harm, no foul. Everybody able to continue on. Looking for that battle going on second here. Make it third, I'm sorry. That's what a move there. I believe that was Caleb getting around Sebastian Garzone. What a move. When he got around him, he pushed him high, and when he did, he just almost pushed him completely off the track. Looks like that's
But look at this here, a Scorpione on Caleb Campbell, trying to get him with 2 laps to go. Leo Scorpione, Caleb Campbell right there. You can see how big of a gap it is up the road to Teddy Musella. He's gotten plenty of breathing room here with a lap and a half remaining. So this will be 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th on looking there. What a run forward for Joseph Lonnie to rebound after that start. And what a run for Ernesto Rivera, who hasn't gotten a lot of airtime, but don't worry, folks, he is safe and sound out front as Caleb Campbell leads this pack up the S's, through and back on down, over through 11, over to turn 12, that full throttle right-hand kink, and then through turn number 13, a Scorpione, a late race charge on the Zanella Tony kart, trying to get himself back up into the top 4, maybe even charge for 3rd later on. This is all final points to shuffle through. It could be 3rd here on this final lap if he has a perfect one, but he needs it. Did not get a run through turn 1 that he needs now. He'll have to block into turn number 3. This is going to help out for Caleb Campbell as Garzone gives a little love tap to a Scorpione, letting him know, yeah, you can block. I'm still right there.
I'm right here. That's right. Well, he set him up and tried to go to the inside. Yes, he's definitely looking.
And got him. Maybe overshot it, but he parked it nicely. Good move by Garzone.
I was wondering whether or not he was going to give it that shot. It looked like he'd had such a good run coming out of 4 and 5.
So now it's single file to the S's. It'll be a dogfight in the hairpins for the final corner. Stephen Miller's close. I think it should all stay pretty easy as Ernesto Rivera rounds the final turn, cruises to victory in heat number 3. Checkered flag in the air for him. Musella will get 2nd. Here's back for 4th and 5th. Miller on the outside. To the inside, Joseph Lonnie. Look at they're smoking the tires as they bang off side pods. And Stephen Miller hangs on over Joseph Lonnie by 8 thousandths of a second there across the stripe. Ron John, that's close.
These guys are going at it, that's for sure. All the way down to the start finish and 8 thousandths. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, so
again, some amazing young drivers making their way up. Another great run. Look at Gennaro Trappa. Trappa up 11 spots. That's a good run there for Gennaro.
Yeah, he rounds off the top 10. Anthony Martella, and that's SCR Red Speed, faded a little bit back from his starting spot to 9th, but holds on to a top 10 result. Anthony Rodacano in 8th, Joseph Lonnie 7th, Stephen Miller 6th across the line over Lonnie by a couple thousandths. Then it's a Scorpione in 5th, Sebastian Garzone on the Orsolone Tony kart 4th, Caleb Campbell 3rd, Teddy Musella 2nd, and over 5.6 seconds out on the field, Ernesto Rivera remains perfect in ROK GP Jr. Flag to flag, every lap of competition has been led by the number 204 driver from Mexico. Junior ROK is set for their pre-final. VLR Masters up next. Pro ROK Shifter follows. How about a little quick preview of what those Pro ROK Shifters are all about? VLR Master onto the racetrack now here for 10 laps. Alex Dalbon dominating the class so far. Mark Pavon had an issue early here in heat number 2 that sidelined him and had to come back when him and Christian Vomier came together in turn number 1. So both drivers with a not so great second heat, but Christian Vomier did pull in early, Ron John, to save those tires a little bit. And for these Masters classes, they run at about a 30 to 40 pound heavier minimum weight than the regular karts do in senior, and even those a little bit heavier than the weights that they're typically designed for in Europe from the factories. So for VLR Master, you would think maybe, even though it's slower, there's still a good bit of tire degradation with that heavy of a go-kart driver combo working into the racetrack, leaning on those Levanto tires as they wrap up the Vortex hairpins, and they'll go to the Greyhound Racing Seats final corner and head on to the front straightaway for 10 laps in the final heat race of their weekend. 7 drivers strong for VLR Master. Dalbon versus Pavon. Again, for this one, we'll go side by side to talk to probably some of the ROK Juniors as well as some more pro ROK Shifter pilots. Getting ready to go. Into the tram lanes we go here for the final single-speed start of the heat races. And they're on the power early. It looks good. It'll get the green flag. Dalbon leads into turn 1, and Vomier again gets a great start on the inside and moves into second.
Looks like Lily Quiones is going to try and make a move as well. We'll see if he was able to get back around.
He was.
He was able to get around him. Ended up in that 3rd spot, so that puts Pavon back into 4th now.
So here comes, and look at Vomier. What a good opening lap here for Christian Vomier. He's all over Alex Dalbon. If he can stay close in this Piquet teardrop, he could challenge him. Look at this. He's on the bumper coming out. Is he going to try the inside? No, he's not close enough, but Dalbon defended a little bit as well. So now Vomier goes back to work on him, and the gap opens to a car length or so. But Luis Quinones, like you said, great start for him also.
Good start.
In that LFB Racing Cosmic. Dalbon the leader. Here comes Pavon back on him for 3rd. And Carapalati gets in a little bit too deep on the brakes there, tried to follow, and doors slammed right in his face for 4th as Alex Dalbon leads across the stripe for 1 lap in, 9 to go.
Alex looking good out there in front. About 0.2 of a second lead there on that first lap, so not really stretching it out a whole lot. You got Christian Vomier, the Techno Kart driver, right there all over his back bumper. I know Christian would love to be able to make up from what the mistake was in the last race and try and maybe capture himself a heat race victory here. The first thing he's got to do, though, it's one thing about catching Alex, it's another thing about getting around him, and right now he just is not able to get right there into position to get around Alex Dalbon. So still Christian Vomier in that 2nd spot, Alex Dalbon out in front, getting ready to come into turn number 13 once again.
Yeah, they'll head through that hairpin here as they go towards the final corner. We'll put 2 down. Mark Pavon starting to lay down some heaters. I wouldn't be surprised to see his name be shown as the quickest on the circuit this time by. This looks like a good lap for that Goodwood Kartways Lando Norris kart, and it is.
Bam.
Purple lap time for Mark Pavon that time by.
Good lap time for him, a 56.48 to a 56.93. So obviously Mark's got some speed, just got to make his way up there. Right now, though, Christian Vomier working hard to get up there to Alex Dalbon as, again, they come down towards turn number 6, a real hard left-hander who they call it the teardrop, the PK teardrop through here. And it's been, to say the least, it's been a very, very interesting corner for racing. A lot of folks giving a shot to the inside there, trying to make a pass. In the meantime, Alex Dalbon just now coming through the S's, heading for turn number 13. He'll take that turn, run up towards the Vortex, and then come through turn number 14. Another one of those hard right-handers. Now back onto the front stretch once again, down past the start-finish. Lapping.
3 down now,
3 down.
7 laps to go here in VLR Master. Alex Dalbon continues to show the way as they go through, but Pavon again closes in. That time of 56.51 to the 56.7s in front of him. He's on the bumper of Vomier. Where does he try to go? He knows last time it ended in tears for the two of them, so maybe he tries again with more commitment. Maybe he tries somewhere else. How about right here? Does he go? Nope. We've seen a lot of passes in turn 7, and all these VLR Masters, they don't want to do it. I don't know if it's maybe a little bit less braking or, what the deal is. We've seen it in ROK Sr quite a bit. those drivers coming out. And Luis Quinones is a little bit wide out of turn number 12, but that run out of the Piquet teardrop, Ron John, I'm surprised we haven't seen more guys try to do it. I thought Vomir might have been able to do something on the opening lap. Looked like Pavon was close enough. Now Pavon's close in turn 1. Here we go, Vomir choking the engine. That's going to help him on the front straightaway. So, again, what he's doing when he reaches his hand down, it's one of two things depending on the engine. He could be tuning the carburetor needles, or he could be covering the holes on the airbox to flood the carburetor with fuel. So if you feeling like maybe it's a little bit lean, put your hand over there for a split second, get some more fuel into the engine, try to put him in a better spot. So Vomir making some mid-straightaway adjustments there to try and get more speed out of that VLR power plant he's got strapped to the Techno Kart. Pavon pulls right to the bumper into 7. Doesn't get close enough to get by him here, and this rubber band single file train continues with Alex Dalbon at the helm and his teammate Luis Quinones at the end. Pro ROK Shifter again on deck, Junior ROK on grid here, side by side, and again they make contact there into turn number 13.
And guess
Couldn't
what?
Do it, and Quinones takes advantage.
Takes advantage of it.
Whoa.
Meanwhile, something's going on there with Christian Vomir. I see once again he drops his hand back down, as you had mentioned, perhaps putting it over the air box right there, but not really sure. We'll have to keep an eye on that, though. He's still right there. Now it was a battle amongst 3. Now it's 4. And with Quinones managing to get around Pavon, now Quinones taking a good look now to the inside there of Christian Vomir. But I guess David Pavon has said, I'm going to make my way right back up here and try and get back around. I tell you, coming through those S's look like really got to get yourself set up exactly where you need to be as you come through those S's, because I've seen a couple of them almost tilt up.
Yeah, we've seen a couple already up and overs.
Yes.
Couple flips here this weekend, but so far everyone's been okay. Racing's been good. 6 down, 4 to go. And Quinones looking on Vomir to turn 2. Christian Vomir has not been making it easy to get around him. One of the tallest drivers in the field, the big man, keeping everyone at bay and keeping himself in second, as he knows he's got to do everything he can to score every point to put himself in a better starting spot for that pre-final, as Quinones sent it into the Piquet teardrop. You can see he was bouncing over the curbs, kind of riding them like jumps almost into the corner, because he went in probably a car length and a half deeper than Vomir.
Yeah, he really was trying hard there. Look at that. Oh, that was close. Just about took the rear end there out of Vomir as they came out of the S's there. It looks like, who was that? That was Pavon.
Yeah,
Pavon that ended up running off the track just a little bit. I think he was just protecting himself there, because those two up ahead about came together, but no harm, no foul. Christian Vomir still right there on the back bumper now of Alex Dalbon, as obviously Alex must have had something happen as well, because they've managed now to get back up onto his back bumper.
They've gotten close to him for sure. We'll show you the action here. Let's go down on the audio side, track side here. Emery Lyda, Alexander Searle as they go side by side for second. Quinones gets through on Vomir. Boys, what you got down on pit lane?
Thanks, Andrew. Here with Teddy Masella, your second place finisher in the ROK Junior category. Teddy, after the Heat 2 mechanical failure, it was nice to get back on track in Heat 3. Walk me through your race.
So I just started off easy. Followed Ernesto through it, then Caleb Campbell passed me, try and push, and then I tried to push him to get to Ernesto. Realized that wasn't going to happen, and then I realized Caleb was making mistakes, and I was faster than him. Passed him and made a little bit of a gap, and from there on it was just managing my pace, so I wouldn't fall back into Caleb.
And looking ahead through the rest of the weekend, obviously it seems like you still have about 3 tenths or so to pick up to Ernesto. Where do you think you can find that?
For me, some of it is in the chassis. My car didn't feel as well as it did in the other 2 heats, but from there on, it was just trying to get down to the few tenths where I'm making mistakes a lot, lap per lap, or like braking zones.
Last week, the pre-final coming up later today. Your tires already have 3 full heat cycles on them, plus 4 full heat cycles on them. How is your tires feeling heading into the last race on them?
My tires didn't feel bad through Heat 3, so I don't think they will fall off as much during the pre-final. So I think the tires are still in a good place, and it wouldn't drop up a lot through the pre-final.
All right, Teddy Masella, a strong second place finish to overcome one of the DNFs in the heat race. We'll see where he starts with the pre-final later today. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Emery, here with now just the final lap underway. Alex Dalbon continues to lead by about 0.6 of a second as they head over into turn 3. What a late race charge for Luis Quinones. Even Kim Carapalati putting a heater down at the end. How about that for Kim Carapalati? Has more years racing go-karts than probably 2 or 3 of these Pro ROK Shifter drivers have been on this earth.
No doubt.
The amount of experience
it's great
he has.
to see him out there running now. He's doing really well. He finished 3rd last heat.
Yeah, he survived, kind of kept his nose clean, and as a whole, he's been, very, very solid, I would say. Kim Carapalati working on his own go-kart, driving all the way down on his own.
Yeah.
Retired, just out here racing for fun. And how about this move on teammates? Turn 13, final lap. Dalbon holds on Quinones. And, man, we might be in for a pretty good free final. It may not be the biggest grid, but it's putting on a good show. Dalbon hangs on. Quinones second. Vomir third. Pavon fourth. And Carapalati closing at the very end there for 5th. A good little fight for VLR Master. Pro ROK Shifter down on the grid. Coming your way next. We'll take a quick break here to talk to our partners, and then the next chapter of the AJ Myers Martin Kremers saga. We heard from Kremers before the lunch break after Heat 3 that he offered AJ the outside. AJ didn't take it. Looks like AJ Myers has elected to start on the outside lane for the final heat race of the weekend. So one apiece. The winner of this heat will be your pole man and the choice of lane for the pre-final if it's either one of them or if someone else gets into the mix like Giorgio Carrara, Vincenzo Saraceno. How about round 1 winner Josh Conker and the rest of your Pro ROK Shifter field? They're coming your way next. Well, we're back here for Pro ROK Shifter as they get set for the command to go green here on the racetrack. Let's get set to go through the starting lineup for heat number 3. Ron John live from the booth here in our skybox at PK Entertainment and Race Complex. We've seen one heat race. We've seen the other kind of both play out. One in the favor of AJ Myers, one in the favor of Martin Kremers. Who do you have? Do you have either one of them? Do you have someone else kind of getting the heat win here for heat number 3?
Without a doubt, it's hard not to take either one of those two. But I've said it before. I talked about Hunter the last time. I know he's starting a little further back, but if he should maybe get a good break here, a good jump on the start, who knows? Yeah, so I'm gonna stick with Hunter.
Well, Hunter,
he's kind of my out of the realm of possibility of winning is Hunter, but he's still my pick.
Well, he's been getting closer.
He has been getting closer.
He's got his wife and son following along back home, watching on the live stream. So they got to watch Dad get after it here, and we'll see if he can do it. His teammates proven that the material is quick. We'll see if he can get going. As for Alexander Searle and Emery Lida, they've been down in the trenches on pit lane all the way through the day. Boys,
Diamarino is down there. I gotta say, so far today, it seems like both Martin and AJ have been very evenly matched. I think this heat with AJ starting on the outside, cruises the opportunity for him to get in the whole shot. He's been adamant that was better. He did not know it was in the rules for him to be able to do that. So I have AJ winning this one just because of the start and him being able to get out and get in the lead. What about you, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, I happen to agree. Obviously, AJ now on the outside, Martin on the inside. AJ's probably going to get the whole shot. Just that's the way it's been. Outside's always been the best lane. As for my pick, I'm going Giorgio Carrara. I think Giorgio's shown really, really good pace throughout the heats, just not the luck. But I believe he's going to be able to walk away with a win in this heat race.
Well, I mean, like Alex said, good pace, maybe not the best of luck for Giorgio Carrara. Alexander Searle, Emery Lida giving us their picks here for this one. So we hear it. Got an AJ Myers pick, got a Hunter Piquet pick, got a pick for Giorgio Carrara on that silver, red, and white and blue Lenzo kart. You know what? I'm gonna say Marian Kremers. I think he might be able to kind of prove everybody wrong, get that hole shot off the inside. But I'd love to see Vincenzo Saraceno get up there and make some noise. Man, he's been progressing forward.
Really has been.
How about Colin Daly?
Yep.
How about Josh Conker from Team Canada? You could bring the whole field into it if they fight. Right now, it's been really just a matter of not making mistakes. But, again, in both heat races, after one mistake was made, one of the two was quicker. Yesterday, AJ Myers was faster. Today, Marian Kremers was faster. So the quicker driver was the one that, really from lap 2 on walked away. Now, if this case, AJ Myers, he lined up on the outside and picked the inside. How about that for a little bit of mind games? I love it.
I do too. I love the fact, because I was watching him as he came down and he kind of went up and it's kind of.
The last little thing to keep Marian Kremers on his heels. So the mind games, the little bits of trying to tit for tat we go. AJ Myers won Heat 1. Marian Kremers won Heat 2. We're ready for the final heat race of the weekend. ROK Shifter, rev them up. Pop them into first, hold the clutch and drop it. We're green. And what a hole shot again for Kremers. Look at everybody jostling for position as they go 3 abreast behind them. But Marian Kremers sails it around the outside. He'll lead them into turn number 3. What a start for Hunter Piquet on that PSL Karting Bureau Art. There's your pick up to 4th as he trails Vincenzo Saraceno.
Yeah, and a good start for Vincenzo. Needed to get a good start. But Hunter, what a great jump.
Terrible start for Giorgio Carrara. He's buried down in the pack as Colin Daly gets the boot from Josh Conker, the Canadian. Maybe not the nicest one right now, as it's all eat or get eaten at CMC here in the opening lap of ROK Shifter. And Carrara nearly lost his spot as Colin Daly's right up the road from him as well. Giano Torino with a great start, and off the racetrack dropping a tire. Baylor Griffin nearly cleans out one driver in front of him as he hangs on and loses his spot there. Griffin going to go back on Ricardo Esquioto. All the while up front, Marian Kremers just needs to kind of keep it clean. He knows that the tiebreaker would go the way of AJ Myers, and either way, both of them splitting the heats. There's only 3. Someone's going to come out as the better, and we'll get the lane choice in the pre-final this afternoon. But Marian Kremers, great launch, gets the whole shot again.
Already stretching it out about a good 10 carts back to AJ Myers. Vincenzo Saraceno went purple that last time by. He was the fastest kart out there. Hunter Piquet now into that 4th position. So Hunter up a couple of spots. Right now the PSL karting driver in the 4th position.
Look at this here, back behind Giorgio Carrara trying to dig forward. He gets the little bit of a boot there as looked like Colin Daly was going backwards, and I think that was Lucio Massini on the Magic Kart trying to push Carrara through, and he got his bumper hook behind the tire. Luckily got it kicked out really quickly. Only lost the spot to Colin Daly on that DR North America entry, but quick recovery for Lucio Massini, who had a mechanical failure in heat number 2. Meanwhile, with the first lap in, Marian Kremers already a 10.5 quicker than AJ Myers for the lead. Hunter Piquet safe there in 4th, ahead of Josh Conker for now. Everyone kind of spaced on lap times. In fact, the second quickest was 3rd on the racetrack, Vincenzo Saraceno. Look how much curb Kremers takes there. He about pops a wheelie coming up the S's here as the field cycles through, but it's all single file. So Kremers the leader, Myers second, and again Vincenzo Saraceno in 3rd. But Marian Kremers, let's see what he does here coming out of turn 14 this time. I'd bet that he puts another couple tenths on AJ across the line. 3 down, 7 to go.
He's in a different league right now. Look at that, a 51-1 to a 51-4. So he's 3/10 faster that last time by. And speaking of crazy, what a tremendous move that Josh Conker made coming through the S's, absolutely sideways, doing a little drifting action out there, but able to get it back underway and maintain his position, trying to get up there to battle with Hunter Piquet. Hunter just ahead of him in that 4th spot. 5th right now is Giano Torino. How about Giano? Excuse me, Giano is actually in 6th, not 5th. It's Josh in 5th. Giano now in that 6th spot, that black cart.
I think Kramer
Yeah, Gianno Torino, that all-black Magic Kart right there. Again, on that Capristo black and red suit. His father has a car dealership not too far down the road from here as A.J. Myers goes through turn number 1 with now 4 laps completed, 6 laps to go. Headed through turn number 3, Vincenzo Saraceno is going to have company here pretty soon. Hunter Piquet picked up a couple hundredths to him that time by, so Vincenzo Saraceno in that bright green TV cart. There's the gap for himself back to Piquet, and Josh Conker was quicker than both of them on that Maranello USA entry. So Josh Conker, talk about him. Remember, for those of you that were watching earlier on here today this morning, Josh Conker got spun out in that red, black, and yellow Maranello back in the fit spot. Got turned around in the Piquet teardrop back in heat number 2 on the start. The opening lap, there was kind of carnage everywhere. We were joking about it. And now he's looking a little better here in heat number 3 as he rockets out of turn 14 and continues to try and hunt down the Californian West Coast driver Hunter Piquet on that PSL VLR, the reigning Challenge of the Americas champion, which of course is that West Coast Winter Championship that runs in Arizona and California. So again, we have kind of a split of our national contingent between the West and the East here. Piquet elected to go over to the East, which typically in the last few years has been a little bit stronger and trying to prove himself. So the reigning 2022 Challenge of the Americas champion, the West Coast West Coast Winter Tour Championship for the ROK Shifter gearbox package, joined up with PSL Karting midway through the year. We talked about it a lot at St. Petersburg for him that, you know, he just really felt like he was finally starting to feel a little bit comfortable with the package by the time we got to Vegas season in November. And then he unloaded in January, was struggling all the way to the main event. Then the carnage opens up the gap and opens up the opportunity for everyone to catch because Marian Kremers and A.J. Myers collided. But for Hunter Piquet, it was short-lived as he got turned with an incident with Giorgio Carrara. So as he runs in 4th right now, where was that lap compared to Saraceno? About dead even, and about dead even to Josh Conker as well. So evenly matched for 3rd, 4th, and 5th at the moment. Gianno Torino a little bit further back on pace here. I think Giorgio Carrara is going to get to him. That International Motorsport Lenzo card is 7th right now, as there goes your top 5 on through. Giorgio Carrara was gaining on Gianno Torino last time by, and he did get around him. Torino was quite a bit slower the lap before, so Giorgio Carrara is now up to 6th. Torino back to 7th. 8th on the racetrack. Carlin Daly there looking on. Lucio Massini is 9th.
I tell you what, as big and as strapping as Gianno Torino is, he told me yesterday, he was worn out. Oh, yeah. I mean, he was absolutely worn out. And lo and behold, that could be exactly what's going on with him right here.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about fatigue all weekend here. This track really pushing drivers, especially this section right here, turn 3. There's so much of a G-force load onto him. It really just works the body. It makes it more and more impressive for some of the elder statesmen in the class, like Hunter Piquet, like Giorgio Carrara. Even A.J. Myers and Martin Kremers getting up there in age just a little bit. The pair of them, 25 and I believe 26 years old for A.J. I remember I joked with him yesterday about we were talking about plans for the future and, the progress of the sport, and A.J. Myers was, we were just kind of shooting back and forth on that Magic Kart, and he said, I said, when we get these races bigger and bigger, we keep growing this sport, this program, I hope you're there. AJ looked over back to me. He said, Xander, I'm getting old, man. I said, dude, come on. Are you serious right now? He's probably feeling a little bit old. Oh, I think one driver may have a pipe coming loose.
Something.
Got an exhaust pipe coming loose there as Marian Kremers continues to lead. Myers in 2nd. That's Giorgio Carrara back there. Here's AJ Myers. I don't know which driver, but we'll try an ID. Which is the one? It may be Carrara.
Is that Josh Conker trying to get back there onto the back bumper of Hunter Piquet?
Oh, yeah, look at that as well.
Yeah,
great
really,
catch.
Really.
Let's go up the road to 4th. Josh Conker. It's definitely someone further back in the field that has the loose exhaust, but Hunter Piquet, Josh Conker coming together for P4. So we've got a great battle looming up at the front of the field as Carrara still runs back there. We'll switch our camera forward. And where we pick him up? There we are. Right there, turn 14, Hunter Piquet. Josh Conker. 2 laps to go. Can Piquet hang on here for that 4th place result in heat number 3? It'd be a really, really solid. Oh, wow. Yeah, someone's pipe has fully come dislodged. I don't know which one it is. It's somewhere down in the midfield.
Yes.
Might be either maybe Torino, Daly.
I thought maybe it might have been Gianno as he had come by, but I'm not sure. Maybe either he or the gentleman right back behind him, and I believe you're right.
Colin Daly behind him.
Daly.
Yeah, so it's one of the 2 of them here, but we're on the final lap regardless. So Hunter Piquet versus Josh Conker. This is, again, last little charge. Yeah, I'm not sure which one of them it is there with the pipe. You can hear it probably through the live stream. Meanwhile, Pickett's got to worry for a couple more corners. Looks like he should be safe. Up front, A.J. Myers has made a valiant effort back towards the lead, and Marian Kremers has withstood the pressure. He'll take it 2-1 on the score on the weekend. Marian Kremers, A.J. Myers frustrated. Wow. Look at that there. The hand signals coming across the line. Not happy with that one. And going back through as everybody crosses the stripe, we'll try and figure out who it is. Someone's getting disqualified, unfortunately, out of the top 10. And look at that there, Oscar Panozzo hanging loose there coming out of the final corner. Dropped a tire out of turn number 15, that Greyhound Racing Seats bend. So, all 3 heats done and dusted. Pre-finals here for all 10 classes. We're going to rack them up and get back going. VLR Jr will kick us off. We'll have some post-race interviews with our pro ROK shifters and see if we can figure out. It looks like it indeed is Giano Torino, potentially, that has that dislodged silencer. So Torino, what a great run forward. Faded in the final few laps down to 7th. Again, it's Kremers over Myers, Saraceno, Pickett, Conquer the top 5, Carrara, Torino, Daly, Massini, Riscardo, Escoto, Lechuga, the top 10. So ROK Shifter all done, and Marin Kremers will win in the battle for the pole in the pre-final after A.J. Myers struck first on Friday. Saturday has been all about the boys in red. We'll see how it turns out. Pre-finals coming up next here live from Piquet Race Park. VLR Jr out on the racetrack for the pre-final, and a perfect weekend in the works here for Mexico's Ernesto Rivera and that Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. He'll line up on the inside of row 1 alongside Speed Concepts Racing's Anthony Martella. It's 5, make it actually 8 different race teams in the top 8, the first rows. It's SCR and RPG on row 1. Zanella Racing with a Scorpione on the inside of row 2 alongside Chad Dawkin Racing's Kart Republic's Stephen Miller. David Ibarra, that Tesoro Raceworks CRG, rolls 5th to his outside. Jordan DeLeo and the Goodwood Cartways X-Pre. And the rest of the VLR Juniors are clean and green down to turn 1. Good start for Martella. He gets through down to 2nd. Miller's going to have to run the high side through to turn number 3. How deep does he go? He'll slot in line to 4th, right in front of Ibarra, and turned in front of the field as Alexander Van Jev will collect 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a yard sale on turn 3. So unfortunate deal there for a number of drivers there as Alexander Van Jev in the number 860 JC Karting Lando Norris car got turned as there goes Stephen Miller. He gets by for 3rd.
That's a good pass by Steven.
Yeah, that was slick there in turn 7.
Of all places.
He'll be close enough for a dive for 2nd right here. Martella has to give way, and so Miller takes over P2. Is Scorpione going to go on Martella as well? He's going to run him wide. Ooh, that will get tight. Ibarra follows, trying to follow through as well. I think it's De La Vecchia. Salvador De La Vecchia going to get run low by Martella. Martello gets clear. De La Vecchia hangs on, and there's Victor De Alencar right behind him. Two buddies that hang out a good bit off the racetrack, De La Vecchia and Victor De Alencar. But look at the lead already for Ernesto Rivera. My goodness, has he figured this place out here in all junior ranks. The RPG Cosmic leads to turn to the PK
he ran a
Teardrop.
55 that last time, died at their 57. So yeah, he's couple tenths quicker there, so he's just been absolutely untouchable. He's been really, really, really good on his starts, and once he's been out in front, he's just been able to walk away from everybody. A 1.6 second lead already after just working the second lap here of 13 in our pre-final. The first one of the day for the Florida Winter Tour here at the PK Entertainment and Race Course. Another beautiful day. The sun is now behind the clouds. Still a little breezy out here. Beautiful day for racing. In the meantime, still Stephen Miller in that second position, up a couple of spots. Leonardo Escaponi in third. It's Martella fourth. Yarbera now in that fifth spot. Emma Scarborough. Emma already up 8 spots into 6th after just a couple of laps. Salvador Della Vecchia, a good run for Salvador, now up into 7th. Jordan DeLeo 8th. John Antonino in the 9th spot. And Christopher Aiken right now rounds up your top 10. So again, Steve Miller in that second spot has been able to pull it out just a little bit over Escarponi.
But look at the gap here. The entire front straightaway is the difference from race leader Ernesto Rivera of over 3 seconds back to Stephen Miller. That time by, he put on nearly 9 tenths. I mean, this is just unprecedented, the dominance that Ernesto Rivera has right now. The next best driver is a 53.87 out of Anthony Martella. He was 2 tenths off that time in the tow of his Scorpione and Stephen Miller, while Rivera is all by his lonesome. I mean, he is just, again, another zip code, another whatever you want to call it. Ernesto Rivera has been untouched so far this weekend. He's just got to survive turn 1 and turn 3, and really from there he can set sail. So it's been phenomenal to watch the young driver have really probably his best weekend to date, dominating in both VLR Jr and ROK GP Jr on a racetrack that is so physically demanding, so demanding as a whole mentally from the driver to hit your marks as well, with the bumps kind of constantly wanting to rip the wheel out of your hands and knock it sideways. Speaking of trying to go forward, Anthony Martella to the inside for third. He'll get through on a Scorpione. He's been the next best lap time wise. He'll try to move his way forward now towards Stephen Miller's Chad Dawkin Racing KR after losing the second spot on that opening lap.
Yeah, that was a nice pass there for Anthony. Got around Leonardo with no problem there. I thought perhaps Leonardo was going to look to the inside as they head down into turn number 6. Just now coming through the PK teardrop, heading for turn number 7. The two continue to battle. I believe that's for that second and third spot, excuse me, the third and fourth spot. Meantime, look a little bit further down. Emma Scarborough now up into 5th. She's now up 9 positions. David Yarbera in that 6th spot. And Jordan DeLeo up a spot now into 7th. Della Vecchia back down into 8th. Antonino 9th. And Turner Brown. Turner now up a couple of spots into 10th. A 4.6 second lead already after 5 laps of the 13 for Ernesto Rivera. He has just been absolutely untouchable, and his kart has been a rocket ship.
Yeah, not much more to add here for Ernesto Rivera. Stephen Miller, a car length up here on Martella. So we're seeing that battle kind of come together here. And, you know, again, I mean, that time by, Ernesto Rivera was over a second quicker than Stephen Miller, who is second on the racetrack. An entire second quicker on that specific lap. He's just flying. I mean, there's just nothing else you can say about this kid. Look at the gap here. He's already on the front stretch. The leader, the next group just headed into turn 14. This would be a phenomenal race if Ernesto wasn't here.
Right.
But he's here, and he's making this just a battle for second, which, again, still a good battle because Anthony Martella is closing in there on that SCR red speed. And Stephen Miller, you know, was battling with Rivera last month.
Right.
So he's probably like scratching his head, like, what is he doing that he's got this place so much more figured out than I have? But heck of a run so far.
That's the million-dollar question amongst the rest of the drivers is, what in the world is Ernesto doing? What has he found, right, out there on the track that he's able to do it so much better and so much faster? Looks like quickly here we're going to go down to Emery and see what one of our drivers has to say. So let's go down and see what Emery has to say.
Emery?
Here, Ron John. AJ, it's been an interesting day. You started out today, earned heat number 1 yesterday at the top. These last 2 heats, you've been second. Feels like you're a little bit off the pace. Marian, what do you attribute that to?
Yeah, I mean, I'm way off the pace. His cart is planted, and nothing I do works. So there's definitely some tires out there that they're not the same, and we see it through all the classes. Some people are a second faster than the others, a half second faster than the others. ROK GP is running the same lap time as me, and there's something going on.
Thank you, AJ. Back to you guys in the booth.
Wow, very, very disgruntled AJ Myers after that one here about those Levanto tires. So obviously he knows he's going to get a new set for tomorrow's main event. But we've heard that story a couple times over here. Let's go down to talk to some more. Looks like we got, I believe that's Hunter Pickett down with Emery. Is that correct, Hunter? Or Emery?
Thank you, Xander. Here with Hunter Pickett. Hunter, pretty good race for you. Probably the best race you've shown all weekend. Ended up in 4th position. Walk me through that one for you.
Yeah, it was probably the best winter tour race this series so far. So it's definitely we found some stuff. So hopefully we can just figure it out and go from there and work on my driving a little bit, set up there, and approach the corners on throttle traction. So we're starting to make some progress.
And it looks like you were able to hit low 51s throughout that race. Kind of a little bit more pace than the weekend. Silva off of what Marian's doing, and maybe Vincenzo in 3rd. What do you think you can do to kind of gain that last little bit of pace?
I just need to get to work, look at a couple things, probably not overdrive. That's pretty critical here, so got some stuff to work on.
And then one last thing, obviously it's been kind of a tough winter for you when you look at the pure pace that you've had here with the VLR PSL karting team. But it looks like you continue to get better throughout the weekend. We saw this at St. Pete, we're seeing it now at Piquet. Is there a reason behind that, or just kind of you being more comfortable?
There is a reason, but I'm not going to get into that too much. But it should be good from here, and we're looking forward to it.
Got you. Hunter Pickett finished 4th in the heat. He should start in the top 5 for the pre-final. See what he can do. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Emery. Again, Hunter Pickett, like he said, you know what, I'm just going to keep some cards for myself, but very, self and introspective. Said there's stuff that I can work on kind of not overdriving. That's, again, trying to ask too much, brake too late, get on the gas too early, wheel the car a little too much, let the car drive itself a little more, and just, take what it's willing to give you. And as we watch this group here battling with 4 laps to go in this heat race, or this pre-final for VLR Jr., they'll come to see 2 to go at the line. 3 to go? 2 to go? We'll find out here in a moment as I
think it's 3 to go. Yeah,
I think
3 to go.
I'm going crazy up here, Ron John.
That's all right. I'm right there with you, my friend. It's what it's all about. But I tell you what, Ernesto Rivera, without a doubt, hands down, has been the class of the field. Now the battle begins for that 2nd and 3rd place. And that's Anthony Martello and Leonardo Escarponi right now sitting in the 2nd and 3rd position. Stephen Miller in that 4th. Emma Scarborough, again, another great run for Emma, up 9 spots into 5th. So what a great run for the young lady. She has been absolutely fast, the Chad Dawkin racing driver, sitting there right behind her teammate and Stephen Miller.
Yeah, she's been,
she really has come on.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a phenomenal heat race for her, right?
Yeah.
We've seen the pre-final. The heats have been kind of up and down for Emma, but that black helmet and that CDR Kart Republic is close. And now as a 2 to go signal comes out here, Emma Scarborough at a 53.95, about a little bit slower than the couple in front of her. Let's see what the boys do now. Stephen Miller, her teammate, starting to get up there and mess with the Scorpione, but Chad Dawkin Racing's got to be pretty happy. 2 of his drivers there running right at the front. Christopher Aitken, team driver, back there in the 12th spot, looking for a little more. She fends off a charge from Quentin Macpherson on that RPG Cosmic. So a lap and a half left as Scorpione and Miller. We've seen them battling for the lead quite a bit before. Right now they're battling for 3rd. Martella is still 2nd. Back from that group, David Ibarra on that Tesoro Raceworks CRG still 6th. And across the line for the white flag. 1 to go for Ernesto Rivera as he heads down to turn number 1. And then there's the gap all the way back to the rest of the group. Here comes the Scorpione hanging on to 3rd. Martella, big gap out back from 2nd as they go to turn number 1.
Yeah, look at that battle going on now there for 3rd, though. It's still Escarponi, Miller, and Scarborough would like it. With 3 of them nose to tail as they're just now coming out of turns number 5 and 6. Excuse me, turns number 3 and 4, heading for 5, heading for 6 actually right here. As Teddy looks to the inside, able to, Stephen Miller, that is, got around Escarpone coming out of turn number 6. But Ernesto Rivera, just been the class of the field. This weekend has been absolutely perfect. Waiting for him to come more. Not at all, as he comes down through now turn number 15. Look up and see those checkered flags, and bam! Leonardo Escarpone. No, it's Ernesto Rivera.
Ernesto Rivera again, the winner here. Anthony Martella hangs on to second. Look at that group coming across the line. That was Scorpione, Stephen Miller.
Yeah,
Miller got a Scorpione
Yeah.
at the line. Scorpione 4th, Scarborough 5th, Jordan DeLeo 6th, John Antonino on the Tesoro Raceworks CRG gets by his teammate for 7th late in the going. 6 spots gained for John Antonino Jr., Ibarra 8th, Victor De Alencar 9th, Salvador De La Vecchia in the San Antonio Racing Lando Norris kart rounds off the top 10. Hard charger William Rasmussen for the tail of the field, 13 spots gained on the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony kart. Ends up just behind Super Tune USA's Shun Sekaguchi from Japan, Quentin McPherson in 13th, Chris Aitken in 12th, Turner Brown on that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed in 11th. And then a few DNFs on down the order. Peyton Westcott, Chase Lee, Austin Dromelev, Alexander Jacoby, Landon Cardwell, and Lillian Scarborough, all with issues in VLR Jr. VLR Seniors up next. Wes Duchek versus Elio Meza. They've been the class of that one, and it's been the Purple Show so far here. One pre-final in, more to go as the field continues to get set for action here from PK.
All right, welcome back, folks. Back to the Florida Winter Tour here in Loxahatchee, Florida, at the Piquet Entertainment and Race facilities here. As we're getting ready to go VLR Sr Racing on the pole, the 935 of Wes Duchek, the RPG driver, Haley Mesa, the Iron Rock driver on the outside pole, 927 with Braden Domingue in the third position, the 985. It's Miles Hewitt up next, the 917. Joseph Botting back to the, I believe that's the fifth position for Joseph in the 955. Rahim Albahi in the 949. Saravico in the 921. Giovanni Cardone, 910. Sebastian Matthews, the 937. Aiden Shimbashi in the 972. Grecian Redzian in the 984. Alexander Dalbon Colin in the 959. And I don't believe Travis Varney has made it. We'll wait and see as he comes back around and see if the 920 is actually out there and on the track. Again, our pole sitter, Wes Duchek. Outside pole, Haley Mesa. Here we go. Getting ready to go 13 laps. Pre-final racing here for our VLR seniors underway.
Yeah, good start there. Actually, on the inside row there, Braden Domingue almost got the P2. He got the bumper of Wes Duchek, got him a little loose, and it actually hindered Domingue's progress, and that's how Elio Mesa was able to get back to P2, but good start there from Wes Duchek on the inside.
In the meantime, they still continue to bang and beat on one another towards the back there.
Yeah, wow, Joseph Botting got really deep there into turn
Sure
6.
did.
Barely hung on to it, but good save for him.
I'll tell you what, when they come into turn number 6 there, they are pulling so hard that that back inside left wheel is up off the ground.
No, at least the left
least,
rear.
yeah.
Sometimes I feel like the whole inside is in the air.
It does look like sometimes. Another thing, too, I've noticed them coming out of the S's. Out of the S's has been somewhat squirrely as well.
As we have a few guys in the wall. Looks like Domingue and Hewitt got together. Those are your third and fourth running go-karts, and they are both out of the race.
Oh, no. It does look like one of them is going to try and get his cart
Hewitt's
going
to get back going. He might just pull in, though. He's just lost so much ground at this point. No, he's going to continue running.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go ahead and continue. In the meantime,
and we have more go-karts off. I can't get a glimpse of it. It's one of the Formula K go-karts. Might be Rahim Alabi. And then I can't get an idea of who the other one is. But man, I mean, they're almost in the trees.
Yes, they ran off in obviously a high-speed part of the track right there. Must have obviously come together as they were going into turn number 2. It looks like.
All this racing, or wrecking,
and we still have the race going on, though.
It's going to create a pretty big gap here for Wes and Elio Mesa to just work together and try to pull away.
Right. In the meantime, they're going to have to do a little work to get the barriers up and over there to protect the other drivers, and they have been able to do that. In the meantime, that'll leave those two carts
one of them
to the left
the
side.
984 is able to get back underway there. Yeah, it's not the 984. Yeah, I read that wrong. Yeah, it is. Gracian Regian.
Yep.
He's back underway, but
Sebastian Matthews.
It has him classified as P5 right now, but he's not going to be P5 when he crosses the line next time by.
Right. All right, looks like quickly here we'll go down and talk with one of our drivers. Let's send it down to Emery and see what's going on, Emery.
Thanks, Ron. John here with Ernesto Rivera. Ernesto, you have not been in second or worse a single lap this entire weekend. Won all your heats. You won the pre-final for ROK Jr. or for VLR Jr. How did that happen?
I've had good speed this weekend. I've had good starts, and I'm being consistent.
Gotcha. We were talking before we started this about how kind of the similarities between this track and some of the tracks you've raced in Mexico have helped you out. Talk to me about how that is and how you felt like that allowed you to adapt quicker earlier on this weekend.
Yeah, in Mexico, tracks are a little bit bumpy and tight, so I got used to this track fast.
Gotcha. Well, one last thing, as you look ahead to ROK Jr., any differences in terms of how you've been setting up the car, or just going to roll with what you got?
It's the setup's different, but we are going to leave it the same for the pre-final.
All right, well, Ernesto Rivera has not had to change much all weekend. He's been blistering fast. We'll see what he can do going forward. He'll start P1 in both ROK Jr. as well as the final for VLR Jr. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Emery. I mean, can anybody beat him right now?
Yeah, he's really, truly has been untouchable.
It's almost like he's in a different league almost, and it's not fair to the other guys, right? Because it's not like they're slow. I mean,
Right.
you know, last week we had Stephen Miller and Scorpione, toe to toe with them. So
yeah, we're starting to have a little batter starting to brew here for Haleo. He's finally almost made his way back up onto the back bumper there of Weston Duchek, but I think what we'll do is quickly take ourselves another quick break, go down to Emery and see what he has.
Thanks, guys. Here with Anthony Martello. Anthony, you had a pretty good run through the pre-final. You were in second position at the end. Obviously, a little bit of a rough start, but got things going. Talk me through your race.
Yeah, it was a very, very hard race. I started in second. I had an okay start. I got into second, and the car took a little while to come in. Then I got past, went back down to fifth, and then made my way up to second again.
Yeah, so we'll focus on Ernesto later, but for now, just talking about the guys that you were racing against, guys like Stephen Miller, obviously Scorpione, even Michael Scarborough late in the race. What do you think allowed you to kind of pull away just that little bit at the end?
Well, I just try to stay very, very consistent. Try to make no mistakes. I knew Ernesto was a long way ahead. He's driving very, very good. So I just try to hold my line, just drive, and just bring it home into P2.
Lastly, you've been running both classes all weekend. Obviously, this is a track that kind of promotes a lot of physical wear and tear. Just want to ask how you're feeling so far.
Well, I feel very good. We tried to put elbow pads on my elbows, put some rags on my ribs, so it's helping a lot, but this track is very, very bumpy and very, very physical.
All right, well, Anthony Martello, he's been off to a pretty good start this weekend. He'll roll off second in the main event for VLR Jr. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery. Yeah, I mean, interesting to hear all the things that they're trying to do to just stay, not getting sore throughout the weekend. I mean, jeez.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah, I've had to do that a few times. Remember when I first got into KA, I ran a skateboarder elbow pad on my arm just so I didn't hurt my elbow running KA, so I get it.
Interesting hearing him talking about that. Putting some pads on, shoving some shirts in there, trying to protect his ribs somewhat. Hey, how about that? For the first time in a little while, we're actually seeing somebody else put a purple lap up, and that's Elio Meza, the 927, a 53.826 to a 53.9.
Closed that gap to within a kart length now, halfway to go throughout the pre-final, and Elio Meza is right on Wes Duchek's bumper here.
One thing I've also noticed is that they got quite a gap back to the third-place driver of Joseph Botting. Joseph, the PK Sports driver, now solidly in that third spot. Sarah Vico up 3 positions, now in fourth. Giovanni Cardone up 3 spots, now in fifth. 4 spots for Aiden Shimbashi up into that 6th position. Graydon Redson up 4 positions as well. And Alexander Dalbon Colon in that 8th position, up 4 spots, now sitting in 8th. So still a lot of passing going on out there on the track, but right now it's just our 2 leaders that kind of cut out from everybody. There's only about a 0.4 of a second lead that last time. It actually looks like Elio's backing off just a little bit.
Yeah, no, he's not backing off. I saw what happened. I believe it's the turn, 9-10 complex. He got really wide over the bumps and just completely missed turn 10, and that's kind of what that's how this gap has been formed, really. So I wouldn't say he's backing off. Obviously, if this gap stays like this for a few more laps, I suspect him to maybe back it up just a little bit, obviously, because these 2 are the 2 quickest in this class, at least have proven to be. So, but I mean, as you can see this lap, he is on an absolute tear. He's halved the gap that it was last lap, so I think he is doing what I said. He wants his win, obviously, the pre-final, right? But you want to be on the inside. Yeah, he goes purple at a 53.7. 3 tenths quicker than Wes Duchek. Let's see, he might even go for it in turn 3 here.
Boy, he's right there, too. If you just get to that inside.
Yeah, he is. Wow, left front to right rear there. Not going to make it stick, and now he's a little bit in the grass there.
And put him out into the grass a little bit. That's going to take him some time to recover those tires as he heads down into turn number 6.
It's a late move. Wes was not going to give that up easily.
Not at all. And I thought perhaps he had enough of his kart up there to the inside to get through, but just not enough.
I'm surprised he went for it so late. I mean, I thought he had the run to go for it early, but he threw it in so late that Wes kind of already turned in.
Yeah.
And it created a bit of a contact, and luckily they're both still going straight.
All right, this time by they'll be banking lap number 10 of the 13. So 3 laps remain here in the VLR Sr Pre Final here at the Florida Winter Tour for 2023. Beautiful day for racing. We've been really blessed. No liquid sunshine and just nothing but cloud cover. The sun is MIA, but it's absolutely beautiful out, and that's what we love, especially for the drivers who are out there just busting their humps lap after lap, turn after turn, and boy, what a gap he has pulled out now on Elio Meza.
I wonder if this is one of those things where, Elio lost 8/10 last lap, 3 to go. He might be thinking to himself, okay, the pre-final's his. Let me save my stuff, right? Every lap counts that you put on your tires, and he might be sitting there just working on it, just seeing how the kart handles up the race, not really pushing it too hard now that the win's almost out of sight at this point. But you never know. Right. People have been making mistakes left and right. So
11 down, heading for 13. It just seems like Wes has just had the bull by the horns and not willing to give up any ground at all. And of course, it's all been on the starts. The starts is if the driver who's been fast manages to jump out there in front and walk away, it's been really difficult for anybody to try and make up that ground. And here's an example. Now he's out over 0.8 of a second over the second place driver of Elio Meza. So Wes is really putting on quite a demonstration of great driving and excellent speed in that RPG kart.
Yeah, the RPG karts have been
flying
fast in every class. Obviously Ernesto Rivera, right? They have that thing dialed in. To me, it just looks like when you watch that go-kart, I've been saying it, I feel like a broken record, but it looks like it just rolls over the bumps better than most of the go-karts. They have that thing dialed in.
Yeah, and the driver has absolutely loved the fact that it's been dialed in because he's been dialing it in the entire weekend. He just continues to put that kart where it needs to be.
Yeah, we're on the white flag
right now,
lap here.
Wes is out 0.8 of a second over the Iron Rock driver of Elio Meza. Again, our pre-final winding down, getting ready for our leader to come through turn number 13, heading for 14. Only one more turn to go onto the front stretch for the last time today. Give it up for your winner, VLR Sr. Bam! It's Wes Duchek. Elio Meza shaking his head there.
Whoa, how about what a way to close out the race. Lap 13, purple, Wes Duchek at a 53.6. So that's kind of he sends a signal to the rest of the.
Yes, he does.
Rest of the class,
Still got plenty of speed.
I had pace in it.
Yep.
He was holding back a little bit almost.
All right, ends up Joseph Botting in that third spot. It's Grayson Redzian gotten around Saravico there.
What a comeback there from Grayson.
Yeah,
he was around halfway through the race.
Yes, got into fourth spot. Saravico in that fifth. It's Aiden Shimbashi in the sixth position. Giovardo Cardone in the seventh. Miles Hewitt ends up in eighth. Alexander Daban Colon in the ninth position, and the rest did not finish. Down about 12 plus laps there, unfortunately, for a couple of the drivers. But again, congratulations and a big bam out to Wes Duchek.
Yeah, good run there for Wes. Now,
all right, looks like we're going to quickly here take a break, and we'll come back. That was VLR Seniors. Up next, going to be our Mini Rock. Mini Rock up next here on Kart Chaser as we're live from the Florida Winter Tour in Loxahatchee, Florida. Be right back after this.
And we're back here.
This is going to be a fun one, Alex.
Yeah, mini ROK.
It has been, to say the least, one of our favorite races that have been going on this throughout the day. These guys have put on an incredible show.
100%. I think it's been the best races all day long, for sure.
Hard to believe these kids are just, what, 7, 8, 9, 10?
Yeah, I mean,
11?
8 to 10.
8 to 10?
Maybe 11.
Yeah, I mean, these kids going to put on a heck of a show for us. It's going to be Max Christie on the pole, the Moses Spots Paralyn driver in the 139 with Kai Johnson on the outside pole, the 167. Big shout out to his dad, Obi. Thanks for the message. Greatly appreciated it. The AKT driver of 134, that's Julian Rivera. Antonio Pizzonia Nito in the 173 will be in the 4th position. Tyrone Kemper Jr., Rocco Simone, Declan Dionaran, David Zhao, Antoine Lemieux, Alexander Procuna, Royce Vega, Theon Shi, Luis Nunez, Jackson Worley, Hudson Jack Erlin, Cole Medeiros. It's Martin Hermio, Alex Miller, Luke Fedowitz, Santiago Nandum, Geronimo Corral, and Jordan Polkovich. And here we go. Green flag is out. We are racing. It's pre-finals here for our mini rockers going 10 laps.
Man, it was an interesting start. Kai Johnson got such a jump, but nobody behind him was even close to him, so he didn't get anybody to push him. That's why he fell back to 3rd there. I thought the outside lane was going to go, but I feel like maybe they didn't think it was going to go green. They backed out of it, but it worked out there for Max Christie, who's P1er now. As we have contact there, looks like turn 3 has the 189.
The 189 and the 192.
Yeah,
189 is Martin Hermio.
192 is Jackson Morley. Jackson Morley.
Wow.
He's been quick all weekend. He's had some bad luck in the heats,
yes,
but
he has.
That's not what he wanted to happen there in the pre-final.
In the meantime,
we have a little bit more contact there in the chicane.
Look at the
couldn't get a glimpse of that, but penultimate corner, we have
so many different lines being taken coming through there.
I mean, I couldn't even tell who's who right there. Max Christie P1, but not for long, because here comes Julian Rivera on the inside. He's going to get followed by 3 go-karts. From 1st to 4th, Max Christie goes. Julian Rivera now leads Tyrone Kemper in 2nd place. What a run for him so far. Kai Johnson back into 3rd. Wow. I mean, right now we have a 52 train go-kart right now. Julian Rivera leads. Tyrone Kemper, Kai Johnson.
Absolutely out of nowhere, already up there into that 2nd spot. Good run for him. 2nd place finisher in the Florida Winter Tour last year. And the highest ranking finisher ever in the Florida Winter Tour for anybody from the New Orleans area. So a great run here for Tyrone Kemper Jr.
Late move there from Kai Johnson.
Kai was able to get around him right
to P2. There. Look for Christie to go for an inside. Yep, there he goes. Christie to P3 now. Here comes Antonio Pizzonia Nito. All this fighting, though, is giving Julian Rivera a few kart length advantage, but obviously in a low horsepower class, once they start settling down and working together, they should be able to catch him pretty quickly.
Yeah, because it was about 7/10 at the line that time. Now you have Kai Johnson in 2nd, Christie right now showing in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, but I expect these guys to start to work together, you know. The first few laps, you can race pretty close, but after a while you need to settle in, you know. Find your pace, work together, and catch up to the guy in front. You don't want to let him get too far out.
Looks like about at least a good top 9, 10 perhaps.
Yeah.
Out there on their own, leaving, we'll have to wait and see which particular driver that is. I'm not sure if that's Rocco Simone that's kind of out there on his own.
Yeah, right now it's Julian Rivera out front. And then we have about a 4-car train with Kai Johnson, Christie, Kemper, and Pizzonia Nito. And then about a 5-car train with Dionaran, Zhao, Royce Vega, Theon Shi, and Rocco Simone. Last time by, Max Christie goes purple. About a 1/10.5 quicker than your leader. Here they come. Max Christie to P2 now. Oh, man. Kemper tried to follow through. That didn't work. Christie up to 2nd. Kai Johnson holds on to P3 there. I thought Kemper was going to try to follow through, but he couldn't make it work.
I did too, and he was able to just kind of squeeze that cart right back in there and maintain that 3rd position. But it's happened a lot. Anybody absolutely opens the door. A lot of other carts have been coming through instead of just that one.
Yeah, Kai Johnson. I think Kai Johnson has the quicker go-kart, but he's going to try to push Christie here. I think they need to, because they can't let Julian Rivera get any more of a lead than he already has.
Right. And he's about...
Here comes Pizzoni Nito. No, I thought he was going to sneak through, but he thought better of it. Because here comes Deonerin. Deonerin has joined the train. He's made it a 6-kart breakaway out front. It might even be 8, to be honest.
Look at this crowd of drivers as they come ripping by to start finishing. And it was Max Christie in the second spot. Went purple, a 57.3, so he did get around Kai, obviously. That pushes Kai back into third. Tyrone Kemper remains in that fourth spot. That's Antonio Pizzonio Nito now up into fifth. Declan Deonerin right now in that 6th position. David Zhao 7th. Royce Vega 8th. Rocco Simoni right now in that 9th position. And Fion Shi right now in 10th.
Yeah, you see Kai Johnson all over Max Christie right now, but he's playing it smart. You know, they're about halfway through this pre-final right now. He knows his best chance at winning this race. Never mind, to second place goes Kai Johnson. He was tired of running third. He wants to lead this train now.
Once again, able to set up right at Max right there as they went into that turn. Able to get around him. In the meantime, though, Julian Rivera stretched it out to about a second lead, 57.2 to a 57.5.
That's a strong lap on his own.
So that was, 3/10 faster on his own right there.
Let's see what Kai Johnson can do now. Kai Johnson has pulled about a 1.5 cart gap there to Max Christie, so he probably feels like he has the go-kart right now to challenge for this victory. Max Christie's pulling along Kemper and Pizzoni Nito and Deonerin down in P6 as well. And who's going to join the fray, I think, in a minute is Royce Vega. Royce Vega up 4 spots in the P7. It's a good, solid run for the Bennett driver so far.
I was going to say also, too, it looked like David Zhao was coming right along with him.
Yeah.
In the meantime, our leader just now coming through turn number 13, heading for 14.
Christie's back on the bumper of Kai Johnson here. These two look to be putting on a pretty good lap here. I'll be curious to see what they run. Probably purple. It is purple. Max Christie, 57.144, 2/10 quicker than your leader. Here comes Max Christie and Kai Johnson. Kemper has been running pretty defensive this whole race. I think Pizzoni Nito is kind of stuck behind him because Kemper's quick enough in the infield to where once he defends in the fast stuff, it's holding Pizzoni back, I think.
And he just hasn't been close enough there coming into turn number 6.
Yeah, but here comes a good run here from Pizzoni Nito. He might go for a move here.
I was going to say, looking to the inside. Nope, thought better of it. In the meantime, Julian Rivera continues to kind of stretch it out a little bit.
Yeah, but here comes Kai Johnson. Kai Johnson's on a really good lap here. He's about half to the gap that it was last time by. And it wasn't a good run there. Julian Rivera bogged down on the exit of 13. He might have gotten the curbing a little bit. Here comes Kai Johnson. Yeah, 4/10 faster than your leader last time by. We're going to have a battle for lead here.
Yes, we are. The laps are winding down. We've got 3 left. Next time by, we'll be getting to 2 to go. Right now, they're working lap number 8. 7 in the bank. Heading for 10. And Kai Johnson has definitely made up a little bit of room. You can see right there as he came through turn number 6, he was able to pick up a couple of kart links.
Yeah.
Seems like he's a little faster through this particular area as well.
Julian Rivera's go-kart seems to just be tightening up a little bit. I don't know if the tires going away from him. Setup wasn't perfect because right now Kai Johnson's kart just seems to be working so nicely through the infield for him.
It looks like Julian is really grinding on that steering wheel as he comes once again through turn number 15 onto the front stretch once again.
2 to go this time by.
2 more laps. I see Tyrone Kemper Jr. trying to make his way up around that driver out in front of him.
Yeah, Rivera put his head down last time by. Went a 10th quicker than Kai Johnson. So although it may look like the cart's not working for him, he might be out driving the piece that's under him right now. So it's impressive stuff there from Julian Rivera to hold off a guy like Kai Johnson. Let's see if Christie and Kemper can work together and possibly capture the Kai Johnson. But this is the first time all weekend that we've seen this sort of field spread here in Mini ROK.
Right. They've spread out a whole lot more than they were earlier for sure.
I'm also surprised Pizzoni Nito hasn't shown the pace that he's shown all weekend long. You know, he's last time by 8/10 slower than the guy in front of him, a second off of your leader. So
yeah, we had Tyrone Kemper Jr. get around I believe that was Max Christie pushing
Tyron
Max
Kemper
back
up to P3 now.
Up into 3. Last lap, folks. Last lap here for our minis pre-final 10 lap. Right now it's Julian Rivera out there. Kai Johnson desperately trying to run him down.
Yeah,
he's still got a pretty good gap there for him to be able to make up. I'm not so sure.
It's extending too.
It's gonna take him actually making a mistake.
Yeah, but let's look at this battle for third here. Tyron Kemper is gonna have to hold off Max Christie. He probably wants that third place starting spot. I mean, you know, we've seen it changes, right? I mean, the first few heats we saw the outside lane work. This heat we saw the inside lane work. So it's really where do you want to start? I would still prefer P3 to be honest, but it's really just if Max Christie can get to him here. Kemper's defending. Back up front though, Julian Rivera is going to cross the line here to win the Mini ROK Pre Final. And side by side, who's going to take third is Tyron Kemper. By 0.06 of a second. Kemper at P3, Max Christie P4.
Tyrone, yeah, good run there.
Yeah, Pizzoni Nito down 1 spot in P5. Didn't have the pace there towards the end. That's surprising to me. Declan Deonarin, just another strong showing for him, P6. David Zhao, P7. Fion Chi up 4 spots in P8. Royce Vega, 9th, up 2 spots. And to round up your top 10, up 3 positions, Luis Nunez.
Good stuff. Good run there for Julian. Was able to get out there in front. And again, be able to stretch it out. The other guys were battling so much, it kind of slowed them up a little bit. He got a good enough of a lead and able to hang on. So the AKT driver, Julian Rivera, takes the pre-final victory here. Next time we'll see them, it'll be finals racing.
Oh, man. That's going to be fun. Next up, we got the Master Shifter guys. But before then, we're going to go to a quick few-minute break here. When we come back, though, like I said, Master Shifter Racing coming up next.
All right, quickly here, we'll send it down to Emery. He's got one of our drivers. Let's go down and see who he has. Emery, take it away.
Thanks, Ron. John, I'm here with Jorge Ortiz. Jorge, it's been a pretty good week so far. You were inside the top 5 throughout practice. In the heat races, some solid results, but kind of ended on a sour note in Heat 3. Walk me through how fast you've been this week and just kind of what your expectations are.
We had decent pace in practice. We were top 3 most of the time. Then walking into the quali, we didn't get the best set of tires, so we qualified P6. Wasn't too bad. Was obviously hoping for better. The heats, we struggled with Heat 1 and Heat 2 with the front end, but then we got down with in Heat 3 for sure. Just not the best start. We're starting in the outside for the pre-final, P6 again. I wouldn't say the outside is the best decision, but it's if you get it right, you can for sure get a nice jump.
Yeah, so starting on the outside, you have 3 straight right-hand corners. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult. But when you look through your first 3 corners, kind of what you've done so far this week, and you've started 6th every time. Is this something you're used to? Are you going to try to merge down to the inside or hold it around the outside, try to stick it around?
For sure, try to merge down the inside. Always want to, stay as close as to the curb in the first couple laps. Yeah, we got Diego's fast, Morgado's fast. Obviously, want to keep up with them for sure. Yeah, that's it really.
All right, well, Jorge Ortiz, he's been pretty solid all weekend. He'll roll out 6 for the pre-final. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Emery. Yeah, Jorge, he's been quick all weekend.
Yep.
Last heat didn't really go his way. He showed the pace for sure. Just not really the luck. Got involved in a few things. Ultimately hindered his progress. But
speaking of showing pace, this gentleman here now on the pole, Antonio Pizzonia Jr. on the pole. Daniel DeBoss, the 504, will be on outside pole. So the Orsilon driver now on pole with the International Motorsports driver Daniel DeBoss on the outside pole. Scotty Presti in the 508 up next with Jose Montalto in the 580. Alex Mueller, the 521. Luis Goche, the 569. Corey Matthews will roll off in the 515 with Freddie Rimrev in the 527. What a great name for a racer. Freddie Rimrev.
Freddie Rimrev.
Love
That's
it.
a cool name.
Love it. Anyway, the 501 of Renee Martinelli Diaz will roll out there. Martin Jansen, the 595. Francisco Vasallo in the 538. Michelle Legrand in the 578. Frank Runco will roll off in the 599. Matt Machinko in the 528. And Hugh Templeman in the number 500. Have to see if Hugh actually comes out. I believe he was the one that was involved in that incident.
Yeah.
In turn number 14, I see ST and Matt showing in.
Yeah, it was Templeman who was involved in the incident.
Was it? I thought so, based on his driver's suit that I'd seen. Glad to see he was actually up and moving around and didn't need any assistance. So again, as these are our master shifters, they will come around and they will start from the standing start. Obviously, Antonio pretty familiar with that.
I'd say so.
He's probably watched the lights a few times in his life, and that's exactly what he's getting ready to do. He has been pretty much the class of the field over last couple of days in practice and as well as in the heat races.
Yeah, I've been waiting to see the pace that DeBoss has showed in qualifying. I mean, qualifying, he's on pole.
Right.
But, I mean, it's one of those things where, yeah, you can do the lap, you can do the lap, once, but can you do it over the course of 13 laps,
All right, so for the first time, the pole sitter has decided to take the outside lane.
Yeah,
Very interesting.
I think it's the way to go.
I do too.
That's where the grip is.
He's been so fast off that particular spot anyway. He was like, I'm not changing.
Exactly. Why would you change it if it's what you're used to?
It has definitely been a good spot for him.
All right. We got Pizzonia Jr. Sorry, Antonio Pizzonia Jr. outside pole sitter, DeBoss inside pole sitter. And we're going around one more time.
I'm not sure if we didn't have somebody stall.
Yeah, I think we have one kart stalled, I know for sure, in the track magic. And then there's also one kart
Yeah, that's Frank Runco having an
Yeah,
issue
Frank
there.
Runco, and I believe one of the track magic carts has also stalled it. So
once again, what we'll do is we'll bring them back around, get them formed up once again and lined up, and we'll try and get this start underway here. These guys are going to go 13 laps. 13 laps here at the Piquet.
Man, I can't imagine what that's like. I mean, I've never driven a shifter, so you get to the grid, you know, your adrenaline's all fired up. And
all right, looks like we'll quickly go down to Emery and see who he has. Let's send it down to Emery. Take it away, Emery.
Thanks, Ron John. Here with Connor Zillis starting third in the ROK Sr Pre Final. You've kind of lacked a little bit of pace all weekend long. Is there anything you're doing to get any better?
Yeah, we made some adjustments. We've been trying everything we can, but it almost just feels like we're so far off that we're just getting ourselves into a bigger hole. So we're kind of just riding it out, and we'll get to the final, get a new set of tires, and hopefully something gets better. But we're still trying our best. You know, it's only my third or fourth weekend with REM Racing, so we're trying to make changes to get us in the right direction, but we're kind of stationary right now.
All right, Connor Zillis starts third. Got a lot of work to do, though, with the setup. Back to you guys to get started in the Master Shifter race.
Without a doubt, we'll be keeping an eye on him. Thanks, you, Emery. Appreciate
Here we go.
that.
Pizzonito outside pole sitter. Debo's inside pole sitter. Engines revving. They're getting ready. Looking at the lights. Here we go. And it's lights out and away we go here. Good start there from Daniel Debos. He got the whole shot immediately. So the outside didn't work there for Pizzonia. Wow, what a start there from Daniel Debos.
I don't think Antonio's going to take long to try and get around Daniel. But you're absolutely right. For some reason, all of a sudden, the inside lane worked, and the outside, he just didn't get that grip and that jump that he normally had been getting. And so we've got D-Boss out in front.
Yeah, this is what we've been waiting to see.
Yeah.
Can D-Boss hold off Pizzonia now? He showed the pace in qualifying, showed it in practice. Hasn't been able to do it in the race, though. I mean, like you see, we just saw him there go up the racetrack a little bit. Didn't really have the grip, so maybe pressured his tires a little lower, right, for the 13-lap pre-final. But yeah, he got the start he wanted.
Yeah, that's all you can ask for. Just get out there, get out in front, do the absolute best you can. You know you've got a former racer right behind you, a gentleman that's raced at the highest levels of racing and open wheels. So he knows he's got the real deal on his back end. So you get out there and keep trying to stretch it out a little bit. You can see right there that Antonio was a whole lot faster coming through turns number.
Yeah, Debo struggling for
three.
grip here. Sliding all over the racetrack here. Easy move there for Pizzonia Jr. Put him to P1.
He about set him up there just coming out of turn number 3.
Yeah, D-Boss, like I said, he's just been sliding up the racetrack so much. I don't know what it is. Just hasn't got these tires fired up at all.
Right. Still got that race going on back behind there between Presti and Mueller. They're still going at it as well. I believe that's I believe that's Mueller in front. Scotty's getting back around him.
Yeah, it's Scott. That's Alex Mueller, I believe.
Is that Mueller in the Schumacher cart?
Yeah, we're having a bit of a timing and scoring issue here. There we go. Now it has Pizzonia back into the lead. D-Boss second. Scott Presti in third. Jose Montalto has found his way into fourth, and Mueller in fifth now. Frank Runco's had a good start there, up 5 spots in the P8, so went from stalling it on the grid to moving up 5 spots. Not too bad for him.
I tell you, I happened to be watching right down here in front of us on that start, and one of the gentlemen he missed a start.
Yeah.
And the other guy, if he wouldn't have been aware, he had to get quickly around him. Looks like we've got another driver down there with Emery. Let's go down and see who Emery has for us.
Thanks, Ron John. I'm here with Elio Meza. Elio, you're starting 5th in the pre-final, your first ever ROK Sr start. Walk me through how this has been possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's our first weekend driving with this GP package. It's lots of fun, lot more power than the VLR. It was pretty much late news. We put together something quick. We're on a 2014 OTK. We slapped on an engine. And just throughout the sessions, we've been learning so much. And every session, we've been getting quicker and quicker. So hopefully we can continue that going into this pre-final.
Yeah, and you mentioned the 2014 OTK, and obviously it's a new racetrack for a lot of people. A lot of kind of new points getting made up every single session. I actually got to ask, how's the kart been handling and how easy has it been to adjust to that?
Compared to my VLR, I'm on a 22, so when you go back between the the 2014 and the newer chassis, you can feel it's a lot like saggier, a lot more worn out. So you have to drive a little bit more precise with your driving. You can't make as many mistakes, so it's been a bit tricky.
And then one last thing, is there anything different that you've kind of learned in terms of racecraft in this weekend, having to race in ROK GP, especially compared to both the VLR where you're racing against Wes Duchek and also your junior experience over the years?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit different, right? Because in VLR, I'm just racing against pretty much Duchek pretty much the whole time. But here, you have a bunch of fast guys, so you got to watch out behind you, what moves you're going to make. You got to be smart and work with everyone.
All right, well, Elio Mesa, he'll roll off 5th for his first ever ROK Sr Pre Final. We'll see what he can do. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery. Yeah, we just learned something there. 2014 there.
Wow.
He's running a 2014 Tony Kart in ROK Sr, and he's finishing P7 in the heat races. It's incredible there for his first ROK Sr race. And just threw together just threw together.
Going from a 2014 to a 2022.
So nonchalantly.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
You gotta love it.
That's so cool.
And when you're a young, good driver like that young man is, it definitely opens our eyes a little bit more.
Oh, it opened my eyes for sure. They're still open. I'd hope so, at least.
All right, halfway home. 6 laps now in the bank of the 13. Antonio Bisogna Jr. out about 2.7-second lead now over Daniel Debos. Still Presti right there behind him. Jose Montalto in that 4th position with Alex Mueller right now in 5th. Louis Gauthier on the roll. He's up now in his 6th. Rene Martinelli Diaz up a couple of spots. Rene in 7th. Reddy Rimrev right now in that 8th spot. Frank Runco, as we had mentioned, he was up a couple of spots. He's now in the 9th position with Martin Jansen rounding out your top 10. So again, the Orsilon driver of Antonio Bisogna Jr. goes purple that last time by a 51.8.
Not even purple. I mean, it's 6/10 faster
to a 52.4.
The boss.
Yep.
So,
and that's actually looks like that's going to be Daniel's actually fastest lap so far.
Yeah, but I mean 6/10 off.
Right.
And a 51.8. That's faster than what they ran in qualifying.
Right.
That's a fast lap.
Yeah, I remember. I think at one point it was 52 flat.
52 flats. Yeah. So that's impressive stuff there from Bisogna Jr.
Obviously, a little home cooking for him too.
Yeah. Further back though, we got a pretty good battle brewing up here for 3rd place between Scott Presti, Jose Montalto, and Alex Mueller. Oh, wow, 51.5, Antonio Bisogna Jr. That's fast.
All right, we're impressed.
Yeah, you can slow down now.
Wow, a 51.5 to a 52.6.
Yeah.
Of the 2nd place driver of DeBoss, the International Motorsports driver. Daniel out of Peru. I'm hoping we can find a track down in Peru and maybe we can go down there one day.
That would be great.
I bet they've got one.
If not, we got to build one.
Yeah, well.
That'll be our project.
Beautiful country, that's for sure. All righty, Scotty Presti still hanging on to that 3rd spot. No change there amongst our top 8.
What a move there from Jose Montalto. Move him to P3. And Alex Mueller, I believe, followed through there. So Scott Presti from 3rd down to 5th.
Wow. Yeah, that's, again, one of those cases. You open the gate and the rest of the guys want to come through, and that's exactly what happened. Instead of just one guy getting by, two drivers were able to squeeze by. So that'll kick Scotty back down to the 5th.
Yeah, you almost wonder, like, when the field gets so spread out like this, are these guys just going to try to save tires, right? Save their body a little bit? Because obviously the feature race is even longer tomorrow, so.
I think at this point, this is their pre-final. They'll get a new set of tires tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah, I guess. It's more just saving their body, maybe.
That I would think.
I'm watching these guys.
We know physically
it almost looks like they're coasting through some of these corners. I mean, if I was Bisogna Jr. right now, a 5.3 second lead, I would start lifting up a little bit, you know?
I got a funny feeling we'll see that. I mean, it was a 52 flat, as we had talked about earlier.
Yeah, he's slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, he slowed down just a little bit.
Yeah, he's still 5/10 clear of the field, but he probably thinks he's slowing down.
Antonio, a Formula One driver years ago.
I tell you, we need to, at some point this weekend, I want to get an interview with Bisogna Jr. and Bisogna Nito at the same time.
Yeah.
We got to do that. A little father-son interview. That'd be great.
Father-son, and both of those two have done phenomenally well this week so far. Of course, Nito didn't exactly get the results he'd like to have had.
Yeah, but he's shown such good pace, and obviously the trophy only comes in the final, right?
That's right. You know, these points, though, are so important because, as we all well know, they're 33% higher each step as we go along. So points are 33% more for the second leg.
Yeah.
And as you head up to the third leg, then you better, been in a good position and get ready to perhaps take yourself a Florida Winter Tour Championship.
I'm just so impressed. I mean, obviously, Piquet Jr. has his fair share of laps in his career, but I'm just so impressed with how smooth it looks for him. Almost how easy it is, right? But for the really, really quick guys, they make it look easy, right? And that's what that's what he's doing right now.
That reminds me a lot of, as I'd mentioned earlier, Jordan Musser and his ability just to be so consistent. It was very interesting actually seeing somebody out ahead of Jordan last year. So for him not to be here this year, I'm sorry that he's not here racing with us. Florida Winter Tour champion. Rock Vegas champion as well.
Yeah, he's a champion in a lot.
Yeah.
My God. He's won almost everything he's been a part of.
I hope he's listening because I got to tell you, that's one beautiful Porsche you have.
It is pretty cool.
It is absolutely gorgeous. And Antonio Piquet Jr. getting ready to go around for the very last lap today. Next time we see Antonio, it'll be for Championship Sunday, at least for the second leg. It won't be the championship yet because we still have one more leg, which will be in the month of March in Orlando, Florida at the Orlando Karting Center.
And here we go.
Yeah, he's basically just taking it easy as he came
around the final corner here.
Here he comes down.
Checker flag in the air.
Flag. Bam! He just kind of takes a look around. He's probably
sightseeing.
Yep.
Got pretty close there with Jose Montalto at the end with the boss.
Right there, all over his back bumper.
Yeah, good run there for Montalto. Look at that last lap. The boss 1.2 seconds slower than Montalto, so clearly made a mistake there.
All right, looks like what we can do is take it down to Emery. He's got some folks to talk to. Let's run it down there before we head into our next race.
Sorry about that.
Thanks, guys. I'm get down here on the grid for the ROK Senior category as we get set to go for their 13-lap pre-final. It's going to be an interesting development here. Obviously, Mateus Morgado has been the fastest car all weekend long. Got in a bit of an incident in the second heat that brought him back. He was able to win the third heat to get himself starting in 4th position. We'll see if anyone has the pace to keep up with him. Elsewhere, you got on pole Diego Ramos and Blake Nash beside me. They're two cars that have been very competitive from a pace standpoint. You got Connor Zilish in 3rd. Again, Zilish, we talked to him earlier. He's going to need to find a little bit more pace to be able to keep up with those top two in front of him. Throughout the rest of the grid, more storylines. You've got guys like Jorge Ortiz starting in 6th. You've got Helio Meza starting in 5th in his ROK Senior debut. Marian Kremers has struggled all weekend. He's back in outside the top 15. Cameron Weinberg, after a Heat 3 crash and a Heat 1 mechanical failure, has a lot of work to do. There's a number of storylines, but really, it's the Burrell Art guys. It's Diego Ramos and Mateus Morgado that have been up at the front for all 3 heats, and it's going to be exciting to see what they can do as we get set for this pre-final. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, they certainly have a couple extra drivers in between them now. It's not just Ramos and Morgado. It's Blake Nash and Connor Zilish right there in between those two. So Diego Ramos on the pole, Blake Nash on the outside of the pole, Connor Zilish in the 3rd spot. That's a good starting spot for Connor. Keep an eye on him. Mateus Morgado, obviously extremely fast. Helio Meza in 5th, starting off in his first
on the 2014 OTK.
That's beautiful. As ROK Senior, excuse me. And up next is Jorge Ortiz, the SCR driver, the 311. Carol Pasowitz, the International Motorsports driver. In the 310, Justin White, the Kart Works, the 332. Jacob Kolar, the PK Sports driver. And the 396, Nolan Bauer, a Canadian, the Prime Power Team. And then Aaron Benoit, the U-Race driver, the 329, had gone over on his lid earlier today. He said it's been 6 years of racing, and it's the first time he was actually flipped over in his kart, but thankfully he was up and out and perfectly fine and able to continue racing with us. Up next is Jose Hernandez, the Orsalon racing driver in the 327, Camilo Trappa, Santiago Fernandez, Francesco Esposito. Marian Kremer's up next, Cameron Weinberg, Naziro Lopez Cesardo in the 317, Augustin Trappa in the 330, Chris Verino in the 315, Justin Garrett in the 331, Chloe Drummond roll off the 386, Franco O'Dowd Savaglio in the 391, and Louis Westover. I don't believe he'll start. Haven't seen him over the last couple races, so we'll just have to wait and see if Louis is able to make the race, the 326.
Yeah, he's going to be a scratch, unfortunately, on the weekend. Yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier on the weekend. Louis Westover suffered a rib injury back last weekend on Sunday in the main event at the SCUSA Winter Series. About 3 laps to go in the next 30 main event. Tried to nurse it through practice, kind of took a session off or would take a session back on and talk to him a little bit. At this point, he's out of the points championship, so there's not much that he can really do. His mindset is kind of just, rest up. Take the rest of the winter tour off to nurse the ribs, miss the opener of the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and really just try and focus on the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour at the end of March. So that'll be the next time we'll see the Englishman. So unfortunate because, again, that's a driver that was super quick back here in St. Petersburg. Had some bad weekends on the X30 side with the SCUSA Winter Series, but he is expecting to hopefully get himself back in the seat in about a month and a half time. And we'll see, if he can, kind of come back to full form. Because it's a big ask when you get out of the seat. We hear that from all the drivers here this weekend, how crucial seat time has been.
Right.
Talking with Elio Meza, right before there, he was mentioning, again, there's a lot for him to learn. There's a lot of fast guys in this class. There's a reason why, again, there's so many, factory-supported drivers. They just are that good. Their job is to go out and put it up front, and Diego Ramos has done a great job of that. And in Louis Westover's case, now all the Nash Motorsports banners fall to the prodigal son, Blake Nash, to try and put it up front, and he was super quick at the end of that final heat race. Almost got back to Mateus Morgado, who has been the benchmark here this week. Now, the other benefit for Blake Nash here, while he does start on the outside, Morgado, who's been the quickest, starts behind him. So he should get a good little push, and he knows that the main driver, the only one that's really beaten him outright on speed, is already starting 1 row back from him. So we'll see where he can go. And then again, for Elio Meza, on the oldest kart in the field, an 8-year-old go-kart. Talked to him after that interview.
How interesting is that?
9-year-old go-kart.
9-year-old.
From 2023 back to 2014, which was arguably one of the better eras for Tony Kart chassis. That was really kind of right at the peak of their domination, and we still see the remnants of that today with how many OTK teams have committed to the brand and how many drivers run on them. So he's on a go-kart that a lot of guys liked, and he mentioned that he just kind of dug it up out of the back of the Iron Rock Motorsports shop and said, you know what, let's take a stab at it. Him and his dad showed up again late Wednesday night, rolled onto the racetrack on Thursday, so they were missing a little bit of seat time on a brand new racetrack, whereas everybody else was on track testing for unofficial practice on that Wednesday.
Yeah.
And that's a big thing that hurts him, but at the same time, running double duty does help. And I was talking with Charlie Swain on my way back over here to the tower, asking about, we heard the storyline this weekend, a lot of drivers struggling with Levanto tire issues.
Yes.
Believing they got a bad set. I mean, if you look at that final heat race, Mateus Morgado was in the same 1/10 of a second as our fastest guys in ROK Shifter.
Yeah.
In both Marian Kremers, who thought he had a bad set, A.J. Myers as well.
A.J. definitely felt like he did.
So
no doubt. Obviously, that's all of a sudden been an issue starting to rise. I've heard more and more folks talk about it. Of course, we're about to the end of the day for our pre-finals.
And then it'll be a new lottery for tomorrow with the new sets that everyone puts on there. But for Elio Meza and Charlie Swain, his team owner, I said, well, we're poor. We have no idea what other new tires should feel like. We just know the new set we bolted on for qualifying.
Gotcha.
So they didn't do any extra new tire runs. Learn the racetrack, get up front. He's done that so far. Top 5 starting position for Elio Meza. Your front row on the left. Diego Ramos on the right. Blake Nash. Ramos with an early jump here to the lead. And Nash tried to get low. He's trying to find a way down low. Look at Mateus Morgado going 3 wide on the rookie. He gets around Elio Meza, gets into 3rd. Nash slots into 4th ahead of Meza, who backs out of that 3 wide situation. Falls in line down to the 6th position, but everybody makes it through. And what a start for Connor Zilish as he got underneath Diego Ramos for the lead. Ramos trying to get him back. Can't quite do it. And Flipper leads the way out of the PK teardrop here headed to turn 7. Look at Ramos with help. Morgado going to shove him through. Morgado gets through as well. And just like that, the PSL Karting Red Army gets to 1 and 2.
Didn't take him long, did it?
No, not at all. Quick moves for all of them.
Yep.
Blake Nash going to go on Connor Zilish now for 3rd. He dive bombs him in turn 13.
they get a little bit tripped up and they got to worry. They know the teammates out front are going to work together, so you're not going to expect a battle to bring them back to you. Morgado signals for Ramos to go forward. Ramos does. Here comes Jorge Ortiz to the inside of Elio Meza. That's going to be back for the 5th position. He gets through. So Meza back to 6. He's got Justin White looking on him there in the 7th spot. Jacob Kolar is 8th. Aaron Benoit is 9th. Karol Pashewicz rounds the top 10 as they head through turn number 5 and head to 6. Diego Ramos pulled away a little bit from Morgado, and look at Ortiz giving it to Connor Zilisch in turn number 6.
Connor's just all of a sudden fallen back, off pace once again.
Yeah, not a great start for Connor
Yeah,
Zilisch. Led for about
start, yes.
half a lap, and then quickly the dive bomb started, so maybe, could have defended a little more, but the 3 perennial front runners as Justin White goes on Zilisch now. And Meza loses a spot to Jacob Kolar. Pashewicz closing on him. Aaron Benoit going to stuff it on Pashewicz. He'll bring Marian Kremers on by, and that continues to allow the leaders to go forward and break away.
I was going to say, it looked like once he opened the gate, it looked like at least about 10 other carts were going to come right through.
So Mateus Morgado and Diego Ramos working together nicely, but Blake Nash was the quickest that lap. He's, again, all on his lonesome with his teammate Louis Westover out with a rib injury. So the bright blue Nash Motorsports EOS kart, the California kid trying to close on in through the Piquet teardrop as the Brazilian duo for PSL leads, and Morgado wants to take the lead away from Ramos, who quickly checks over his shoulder to see where Nash is at. And Mateus Morgado, your round 1 winner, didn't take him long to get through the field here in this pre-final.
Not at all, and
look at Nash.
All know you got to keep an eye on him.
Blake Nash, smart move right there. Got through on Ramos, roughed him up a little bit on the way by, but just wanted to make sure he got through. And I'm sure Ramos was trying his hardest to not make it easy for him because he knows the main competition this week has been Blake Nash. I talked to Jorge Ortiz before his interview. Asked him, he said in the right before the 3rd heat, they were trying to get him a little more front turn. Just had to put a lot of wheel input into it in some of these higher speed, higher load corners. Said he felt like they figured the go-kart out. At this point now, it's just trying to march forward. And so the top 4 with a big gap. You can see Justin White leads Connor Zilisch back for 5th and 6th into the PK teardrop. That is a tightly packed group. It is, contact. They get all hooked together. Problems for Justin White. He's checking the engine side. He's going to lose 4 or 5 spots right there. Benoit went to the outside. He'll lose his spot to Pashewicz. This is a big, big bottleneck here from Connor Zilisch on back. And how about Jacob Kolar? Living here trackside in that PK Sports. Dap kart gets through. Kremers trying to force his way by on Zilisch. He'll run him wide. Zilisch giving it back to Marian Kremers. A little bit of argy-barginess there between 2 drivers. A lot of good friendships off the racetrack. No friends on the circuit. And Zilisch now gets himself back through, and Kremers is going to get the business from everybody else.
He sure did. Boy, Connor cut somebody's nose off there going into turn number 1.
Meza gets through. Look at Pashewicz and getting into Justin White a little bit here as Zilisch tries to hang on. Is Justin White there in that blue and white Tony kart. Then the red and white International Motorsport Lenzo kart of Karol Pashewicz, who gets in a little too hot to the teardrop. Kremers to the bumper, looking inside, turn 7. Crossover. Nicely done. And Kremers has also got company. It's the Prime Power Team Biro Art right behind him, and Nolan Bauer, and they get together. Kremers and Bauer come together and collide in the S's, and Marian Kremers is out. Marian Kremers, with what a good day in Pro ROK Shifter, gets tagged here in the S's. He'll try to get back going and get refired. Oh, no. Day that just went from bad to worse in a hurry.
It sure did.
Well, let's look back through the field here. Where does that leave everybody? Well, Santiago Fernandez, the ultimate benefactor. We saw him with that big crash with Morgado in heat number 2 this morning. He's already up 8 spots into the 6th position on that AJF Racing Tony kart. The blue, red, and white machine leads that battle over Elio Meza. Meza's right there, though, looking not close enough. It is elbows up here early in this 13-lap pre-final.
These guys are definitely pounding on one another.
So they'll head through turn number 12 over to turn 13, and up front, here's your leaders coming out of the final corner. Mateus Morgado, Blake Nash, Diego Ramos. Morgado that time resets the fast lap. Ramos beats him. They both put 3/10 on Blake Nash, who must have had a little mistake that lap and gave up some time to the Red Army as he's again in the sandwich on that PSL karting duo. So it's West Coast versus technically East Coast, where the Brazilian PSL factory guys have been racing. With Marian Kremers, one of the 3 bullets in the gun they've got taken out of this pre-final. Again, it rests back on Diego Ramos and Mateus Morgado, and I think they're in a very safe spot. They know they finish where they lie right now. That's first and third in the main event tomorrow. That's a really, really safe spot for the teammates.
I was going to say, and the two of them are about running dead even on their times.
Mm-hmm. So
51.5 to a 51.5. So they're right there with one another now. Of course, Mateus has got himself a pretty nice lead there, 0.8 of a second that last time by.
Look at Jacob Kolar there in the fifth spot. I think he might have a pushback bumper there for Jacob Kolar. Hard to tell on the PK Sports Stat Card. There's your leader, Morgado. Got the leaders now. You can see the gap is holding station for the top three. Let's go backwards here from the front three drivers as they go into the PK teardrop. Fourth again, Jorge Ortiz on that Speed Concepts Racing red speed as he heads over to turn number 7. Jorge Ortiz here thought he found a little bit more, still missing. It seems like a little bit on that black, white, and red SCR red speed. And then there's Jacob Kolar coming through. Here's Elio Meza. Look at this battle. Zilish has gotten back around Santiago Fernandez. Karol Pashewicz on the run forward as well after a not-so-great start from 7th, trying to move that factory Lenzo kart up the order as he runs in his 3-kart grouping. And Flipper Zilish from 2nd here a month ago, running outside the top 5, has got to feel like a pretty big demotion.
Yeah, no kidding. I know he's just been under the tent, if you will, of the REM group. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time to mash together and get everything right. Just seems like he's just been off a little bit.
Yeah, it's not been the dominating Connor Zilish we've seen here this weekend. You know, they've been, just again figuring things out of where they can try and find a little more speed for him. And in his case, even him too. Feeling like maybe it's just a mixed bag of whether or not you feel like you get a set of tires to compete. So I don't know what the deal may be there, but nonetheless, Connor Zilish doing everything he can with what he's got. Had to really kind of get aggressive with Marian Kremers a couple laps ago to try and just hold on to his position as they exit turn 14 this time by. 9 laps complete, only 4 laps to go. His best shot will maybe be to run down Elio Meza. As you can see, Justin White is closing in on that Kartworks Cosmic. And Santiago Fernandez all over Zilish to turn number 3.
Santiago's been on a roll. He's now up, I believe that'll put him up 5-6 spots. Right now sitting in that 8th spot, all over the back bumper of Connor Zilish as they head down to turn number 6. Is he going to look to the inside? He goes to make a move, but look what ends up happening.
Yeah, he hesitated there. He could have had a shot at him, and that little hesitation cost him that 7th position or 8th position on the racetrack. Yeah, Karol Pashewicz going by on that red and white International Motorsport Factory Lenzo kart. You can again see Justin White coming into frame to make it 4 drivers there. That's 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Jose Hernandez running back in 11th, and Frankie Esposito on the Prime Power Team. Bureau is not a good exit out of the last hairpin for Zilish. He had Fernandez pushing him through that Greyhound Racing Seats final corner. And here he goes to the inside, turn 2, turn 3. He'll bring Justin White with him. And Zilish jumps all the way back to 10th.
Wow.
Terrible pre-final here for the likes of Connor Zilish, a driver his caliber. So I'm sure he'll be a little bit frustrated with the way this one kind of panned out for him.
No kidding. For sure. He's obviously a very, very talented young driver. For him to have a kart not under his rear end that he'd like to have, I know he's probably not too happy about that. But nonetheless, he's given it everything he certainly has. In the meantime, Mateus Morgado out there in front, about a 1.3 second lead now over Blake Nash.
Yeah, we'll go and see if we can find that PSL Karting Bureau Art here. 2 to go. There he is. There's the Brazilian reigning Florida Winter Tour champion, Mateus Morgado. Only 1 blemish on the weekend, a Heat 2 crash in the 362. Red and white PSL Factory Bureau Art. He just reset the fastest time of the session last time by 51.263, about a 10th and 300ths, 0.13 quicker than second place Blake Nash. Another half tenth back from Nash pace-wise, finds Diego Ramos, and it's about a second a lap, or almost 7/10 quicker. The top 3 are than the rest of the field. Ortiz back and forth, Jacob Kolar in the 5th spot, Elio Meza in 6th, all the while back through. But Morgado will come across the line this time. White flag in the air. Should be a smooth and controlled run here to the finish. No need to save the tires. They'll get a new set of Levanto tires tomorrow morning, so he can burn them down here on the final circuit, and he's just kind of putting a little bit more of a stamp on this one. And Diego Ramos, I think, lining up in 3rd, should feel pretty safe. Blake Nash there in 2nd on the outside of the front row, potentially for tomorrow. It's been his best weekend results-wise, I think, so far in his pro national career when you look at consistency. Blake Nash has not slipped outside of the top 4, top 5. I don't think at any point in any of these official sessions. He's been, again, the only alternate to kind of spoil the Red Army's party here at the Florida Winter Tour. And that blue Nash Motorsports EOS cards just come up a little bit shy here in the pre-final. Mateus Morgado will round turn number 15 and come across the line. He gets the checkered flag. Bam! And wins the pre-final. Nash second. Ramos in third. Here comes Jorge Ortiz. He'll finish fourth and survives. Jacob Kolar in the fifth spot with a pushback bumper penalty potentially. It looks like his bumper's a little bit loose. There's Pashewicz. Zilish taking a look at his there, looking over at both sides on the front end as he came by the start-finish line. All the way back to Cameron Weinberg. Terrible run through the heats for Cameron with that issue in Heat 1 and not a great Heat 3. He starts 17th, picks up a handful, gets to 14th. Justin Garrett in 15th. Chloe Drummond in 16th. Chris Farino 17th. But again, your top 10, Morgado, Nash, Ramos, Ortiz, Kolar, the top 5. Elio Meza, Carol Pashewicz, Justin White, Connor Zilish, Santiago Fernandez, your top 10 on that AJF Racing. Tony Gardy ends up with a net gain of 4 spots, and it's a net gain of 3 for the reigning champ. He extends the championship points lead here as we wrap up the Pro Senior ROK Pre Final. Coming at you next here, it'll be the ROK GP Masters, the Micros still to go, and of course we go all the way to the rest of the day with your Junior ROKs, VLR Masters, and Pro Shifter ROK Pre Final. Stick with us, don't go anywhere. Car Chasers live coverage of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour live from Loxahatchee, Florida at the Piquet Race Park Entertainment Complex rolls on. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. Welcome back here to Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex as we are live here from the studio over here in the booth. And let's kind of break down what we got from that one there. What stands out to you the most from that third third race of the day, the pre-final here for Pro ROK Senior going into tomorrow, the morning main event?
It's going to be all about that start. If you just don't get the start that you absolutely have to have, unless you're able to recover, I don't know. It's all about that start right there on that front row. Do you get out there? Are you able to do the inside, or is it the outside? You know, I watched Antonio Pizzonia, who all weekend has been on the outside. Now, he was pole sitter the last race. Instead of taking the inside, he went to the outside, right? Same spot he'd been running from. Ends up in second going into turn number 1, right? So it didn't get the start that he wanted, but nonetheless, he did obviously have enough of the speed to get back around and take the victory in his group. But it's all about the start here. These turns are so fast and bumpy, as we've seen. But, yeah, good starts. That's all it takes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would have been the difference for Jorge Ortiz surviving to finish in fourth in that one, and maybe going all the way back to where, Connor Zilish was. I mean, the pace for Jorge was pretty far off. Unfortunately, the speed just was not there for the SCR Red speed. You could see it on the time charts. He was fading backwards quickly. In a couple of the laps, Jacob Kolar would have gotten to him, but he was able to escape the fray with a decent start and got away from that midfield before they really started going at it with Marin and Connor all kind of trading blows, and everyone else in the group, Paschalwick's everyone, and that really cost you a lot of time. We're seeing that here. We've seen that in some of the older U.S. Open and ROK Vegas track configurations with back-to-back slow hairpins that as soon as the first guy in front starts blocking the low side, it backs everybody up, creates a really big gap to the rest of the field. So, interesting to see how, the race kind of plays out in those first couple laps. If the leaders don't battle, the gaps can get really, really big on this racetrack with back-to-back-to-back passing zones.
Certainly.
Going into 13, going into 14, coming out of 14 into 15, and then all the way down to turn number 1. I really do think that we would have seen it a little bit tighter packed, but you could look at the lap charts again. Blake Nash, Diego Ramos, Mateus Morgado, league of their own currently here in Pro ROK Senior. So I don't know if you'll expect to see many others be able to get into the mix tomorrow. But, if what the drivers are complaining about is true, which not all of them are, only a handful have been, that maybe they feel like they just didn't really get a good set of tires to mount on that kart. That's been a bit of a story throughout a lot of this year. I was joking with Charlie Swain when I talked about it too. I was like, it seems like every few years we kind of get a new crutch. That's the thing to blame, right?
Yes, sure.
And it's not been motor. It's not been bad, chassis for a little bit. A lot of the guys on OTK felt like the newer Tony karts maybe weren't as good as the older generation ones. We've seen plenty of time drivers always will talk about, engine and horsepower or something else. And, we haven't really had any tire complaints until,
I was wondering if they passed around a little slip with the word tires on.
This is what we're going to complain about this week. So you just never know,
They've
right?
had the bumps, right? We've had the bumps.
It's a tough pill to swallow to be 7, 8 tenths off and to not know why. But, this track's been a big wrench thrown into it. Even talking with some drivers, talking with Josh Conker there after Pro ROK Shifter, he's icing his left ribs as well because he was saying not only is that turn 3 G load a lot, but that fast right-hand kink into the final 2 hairpins, turn number 12 on the racetrack. They're flying the inside curb, and when they land, it's brutal. And again, they land into the bumps, so they continue to kind of bump in the seat. And he said, man, it's just going to be a lot of painkillers tomorrow. They got a shot at the championship, try and nurse the ribs for 2 weeks, and then come back for that three races in 4-week stint in Orlando that we have coming up with the U.S. Pro Kart Series, the ROK Florida Winter Tour, smack dab in the middle of it to close out this championship. As the winter stretch of the Pro National season ends and the regular season gets underway. So, we'll see. But for now, looks like 2 PSL Bureau Arts and that 1 Nash Motorsports EOS car to Blake Nash, the 3 contenders we might see come Sunday morning. Now, this class here, ROK GP Masters, will be the first one out in the afternoon group tomorrow afternoon. So 13 laps for them. William Isaias, Takahori Nakamori on that Super Tuned Tony kart out of Japan will join him on the front row. Then it'll be Martin Stone on the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. Alongside him, Alex Mueller. Renato Yatter-David will roll off in 5th. Alongside Andre Nicastro, 2 of the quicker drivers in the division. Nicastro with a mechanical DNF in that final heat race. Again, after coming out of the lead with a broken chain into turn number 13, right out of that fast kink where they fly the curbing.
Absolutely.
No doubt I would bet money that it was because of that big launch and then land that it flat spotted the gear, and then from there pops the chain off. So he's got work to do from row 3 on the grid as Isaias gets on the power, and we get underway down to turn number 1 for ROK GP Masters. Great start for the inside. Nicastro's way off and into the wall. He'll tag the outside retaining wall and continue. One more driver collected. It's Scott Carapalati, that goes around. Danny Robertson is around in turn number 2 on that SCR Red speed. So multiple drivers going wide or getting fully knocked off. And Andre Nicastro all the way to the rear of the field with gravel on the tires. Got a long way to go forward as Isaias leads over Renato Yater-David, who's going to look for the lead in turn 7. Side by side, little hip check. He's through. Isaias back to 2nd. 3rd now is going to be Takahori Nakamori. And then you'll find Martin Stone in that REM Cosmic in 4th. He's got pressure coming. Looking inside for 4th and clear for what I believe is going to be not Alex Mueller, sorry. That is going to be, is that maybe David Walty? We'll find out here when they cross the line. Let's give you the updated order. It's Yatter-David over Isaias, Takahori Nakamori, David LaPlante in the Premier Karting Cosmic. Great start. Up into 4th. He's got 5 spots gained from 9th on the grid. Then it's Alex Mueller, then Martin Stone in 6th, then Sylvain Colombe, David White, and Pablo Ceballos, and then Andre Nicastro all the way down to 10th. And he's just got up to Pablo Ceballos, so I believe he got around him for 9th, but we'll keep an eye on the leaders. Let's also take a look back. Where does Andre Nicastro find himself here coming out of that PK teardrop? Here he goes over to turn number 7. So the leaders going. Nicastro back in 9th on that Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic as the top 3 roll through. Here goes the next group. Here comes Nicastro's group. So watch this man. The Brazilian has had to come to the field. One of the first SCUSA Pro Tour starts I ever made. I followed Andre through it. Oh, we got one off. That is going to be one of the LFB karts. I believe that might have been David Watt. That's the 681 of Sylvain Colombe in the Premier Karting Cosmic.
Yes.
So Sylvain Colombe out as it's going to be David White in the Raceworks karting entry, but Andre Nicastro safely gets by him, so he'll have a little way forward. Look at Alex Mueller looking to the inside and clear on David LaPlante in that Premier Karting Canada Cosmic entry. So David LaPlante falls back. Mueller goes forward for 4th. Right behind is Martin Stone in the top 3, separated by about half a second apiece. Yader David, Isaias, and Nakamori here in ROK GP Masters as they go up the hill towards turn number 12. So again, curb hit here and that right, then a quick left, then a quick jump over the right curb. So it's 10, 11, and 12. That's this kind of rougher section for everyone going into the final hairpins.
Yeah, they are really flying through there. You can see them as they, there's not a whole lot of runoff right there in that particular area coming out of turn number 12, heading for 13. These guys are really pushing it all the way out there to the edge. Just barely able to catch it and maintain themselves all the way down into turn number 13. In the meantime, we got about a half-second lead there for Renato Yader David over William Isaias. Got to go all the way down to Andre Nicastro, who we were talking about, a 52.8 to a 53.1. So he's 4/10 quicker that time, all the way down to Nicastro right now.
Isaias got around Renato Yader David for the lead. William Isaias to the point in that International Motorsport Tony Kart. David back to 2nd, and that was a big gap they had a lap ago. So Renato Yader, look at him putting all that wheel input into turn 13. He looks like he's struggling on that Orsilone Tony Kart. Takahori Nakamori closing in on the Super Tune USA entry.
I felt like perhaps Renato was struggling just a little bit. Even though he was able to get out there and get in front, he just hasn't had that card underneath of him that he's had, that we've seen in the past. Where with Renato getting out in front of you, he usually just takes off. It's not been the same way. William has been able to get back around him. That'll push him back into that 2nd position. Meanwhile, Takahori Nakamori still hanging on there in that 3rd position. The Super Tune driver.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. Let's go side by side here. Send it on down to Alexander Searle and Emery Light on pit lane with the Pro ROK Sr Aftermath as they continue to battle for the top 3 here in ROK GP Masters. Boys, take it away.
Thanks, Andrew. Here with Mateus Morgado. Mateus, it was a pretty good run for you. You got yourself back up in the lead very quickly and really just cruised from there. Just walk me through it.
Yeah, for sure. It was a really good race. Really happy with the results. The speed is amazing. Can only thank my team and my engine builder, AM Engines. Well, it was a comfortable race, I can say. Blake was there. Was a bit faster than him. I think we have good speed, good pace for tomorrow. Really excited, and we'll try to get this one for the team.
Yeah, I'm looking at your weekend so far. Obviously, you've had a lot of pace. You were on pole, won 2 of the 3 heats, won the pre-final now. What do you think made the difference when it comes to just being ready for this weekend?
I don't know. I feel really good with the chassis this week. I think the whole package, chassis, engine, is perfect. So I think this is helping a lot. And yeah, nothing else to say. I think that's all.
All right, Mateus Morgado. He's been almost perfect so far this weekend. We'll see if he can wrap it up in the final tomorrow. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery here. Mateus Morgado. Obviously, like you said, go-kart's good, engine's good, feels like the package is good. That makes it nice and easy. Speaking about making it easy to come to the field, it's been fun to watch Andre Nicastro as he picks off another one. Gets by Martin Stone, move the Brazilian back into the top 5. His fellow countryman Renato Yader David chasing William Isaias for the lead. He gave up a couple tenths another 10th last time by to the man out in front. But Nicastro's not terribly far back. Here's the margin, about 3 to 4 car lengths from your race leader on backwards. As they go on through the section, there's Nicastro, and then we go back up front here
to William Isaias and Renato Yater. This time by, the halfway mark will be fully completed. 7 down, 6 laps to go here in ROK GP Masters as they come across the stripe. William Isaias continues to show the way over David and Takahori Nakamori in that Super Tune USA Tony Kart.
Andre Nicastro up another spot now into the 5th position for Andre, so a great recovery to say the least. The REM driver, the Brazilian, now in that 5th spot. Meanwhile, William Isaias continues to lead. Renato Yater David, last time by was about 0.4 of a second. This time what we're going to do is send it down to, I believe that's Emery, and talk to one of our drivers. Emery?
All right, here with Diego Ramos. Diego, it was a pretty good run for you. You got to the lead briefly at the start of the race, ended up falling back to 3rd. From there, it looked like you maybe kind of preserved your equipment. Just talk me through your strategy over the course of that race.
Yeah, for sure. In the beginning of the race, I was pushing, and then when Morgado passed me, I tried work together. And then Nash, in my opinion, he passed me a little bit dirty, and then I dirted my tires, and he opened like almost 5 carts, and then I decided to stay 3rd, you know, for tomorrow. The final will start inside. We had a really good pace. The equipment is very good. The engine looks strong, and I'm confident for tomorrow.
All right, talking about that pass that Blake made coming into the second to last hairpin there, it looked like you guys were side by side. Debatably used you up a little bit. Is that going to change how you race them tomorrow, or just some more of the same?
No, for sure not change the race tomorrow. I'm gonna push hard. That's it, and race clean, you know.
Gotcha. Diego Ramos, he's had a lot of pace this weekend. He'll roll off 3rd for the final tomorrow here at ROK Sr. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery. We'll take it back away. And, you know, again, we thought that we saw that little hip check from Blake Nash, but I think that was just as much strategic as it was anything else. You know, a lot of the passes when we've interviewed him in the past, and he came on our podcast a couple weeks ago on Happy Hour on Tuesday night saying, you know, one thing about running in senior is they know everybody's roughly can be the same speed or put the laps together. So when they pass you, they really try to make sure that you don't get, you know, the opportunity to pass them back. Morgado did it to Blake in the 3rd heat race when he went by him, kept him on the outside. I think Blake was trying to do the same thing to Diego, and Diego was trying to crowd him down, and they made contact. But obviously, again, drivers, you know, they might forgive, but they never forget.
Right.
So, you know, Ramos, again, just kind of making a little mental note there as how tomorrow goes. But heard it from him. He said, you know what, not going to change how I race. If I'm still going to race clean, I feel like I got a fast enough piece to run to the front as Andre Nicastro goes to work on Alex Mueller. Let's go back down for one more here. Down to trackside with Alexander Searle and Emery Lida. Boys.
Thanks, Sander. I'm here with Jacob Kohler. Jacob, it was a pretty good race for you again. You started at 9th position. By the end of the race, you worked your way to 5th. Looked like you got through a lot of chaos there in the middle portions. The guys like Connor Zoos, Marian Krimmers, all kind of doing battle. Just walk me through how you were able to pick your way through the chaos and then put down some fast laps at the end.
At the start, basically, I just wanted to keep it clean, just try to get through the first lap, you know, try to stay in the same position or maybe gain 1 or 2. That worked a little bit. Then it got to the battles as first 3 started to spread away. And then I started to pick off one by one and then started to pull away and try to get to Jorge for 4th.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pace that you had this race. I mean, you've been pretty quick all weekend long, but this time it looked like it was just another step forward. Was there anything you made a change to the go-kart along with your Piquet Sport guys to make it any better?
Yeah, we made some minor changes, which helped a lot. But mainly I just try to work on my, you know, my consistency, make sure I get close to the corners and stuff like that. Because so far today I've been driving not the best, but at the pre-final I started driving a little bit better, so I started getting a little bit better for that. But yeah, for going into the final, just try to do the same thing, make some little bit more changes to make it go a little bit faster.
Yeah, talking about the final tomorrow, again, you started in 5th position. That's about as far up as you started all weekend long. It looks like you've got on the right foot for the pace. Is there a goal that you have in mind?
Just want to, wait, what did you say again? Sorry.
Just any sort of goal that you have in mind for tomorrow, given that you start all the way from 5th.
Just try to keep it clean, just like today, and then just try to push on and try to get top 3.
All right. Well, Jacob Kohler, he went from 9th to 5th in the pre-final. Goal is the top 3 tomorrow. We'll see if he can do it. Back to you guys in the booth.
Impressive run from the rookie Jacob Kohler as the white flag waves. We'll see if he can get his first career pro national podium tomorrow at the home racetrack and help defend home turf for PK Sports North America, the newly signed Sodi Racing USA official U.S. factory team. The announcement came out just earlier this week. Kolar still on that DAP kart with PK Sports, but I'd imagine he'll be sporting the orange and black colors here later on this season. Meanwhile, on the final lap, Renato Vieira has found just a little bit more juice left in the tank. Can he close into William Isaias through the S's one more time? Big run coming here through 11. Jumps the curb in 12. He's close enough. Here he goes, and the Orsilon team is going crazy here on the fence line. They are pumped up. What a move for the lead, for the win as they battle back behind him with Mueller and DeCastro. Renato Yater pulls off a stunner. Bam! Fabio Orsilon and his boys are pumped up on that one. We could hear them down on the fence line screaming as across the line. Great battle for DeCastro. He gets himself all the way back to fourth with a heck of a run through for Andre DeCastro, but how about that from Renato Yater David? My goodness.
He must have been thinking about that for a while, huh?
Yeah, I mean, he was just saving it, and there's just something about the great drivers that even when they're already pushing at 110%, they find a way to dig even deeper when it counts, when it's in that last moment, that last breath, and they hit that buzzer beater shot, and that right there was it. Renato Yater David gets the win in a pass for the lead and the win on William Isaias. He's done it to him before. It's becoming a bit of tradition almost, Ron John, dating back to Pompano Beach in 2022 with that slider he had for the win. And here in the pre-final, he punches his ticket to the pole. Renato Yater David, William Isaias, Takahori Nakamori, the top three. Nicastro fourth, Alex Mueller fifth, Martin Stone, David LaPlante, David White, Pablo Ceballos, and Alfonso Santiago in that Orsilon Tony kart rounds off the top 10. We're going to take a commercial break. We'll come back after this, live from the Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex. We've got 4 more pre-finals to come your way for round 2 of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship.
For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. Want to know a crucial part of the magic that's taken A.J. Myers to multiple national championships? Check out Greyhound Racing Seats and their full catalog of options, from their R1 and R1 Extra soft seats for high grip conditions, their Viper medium seat for medium grip, and the RS2 stiff seat for low grip conditions. It's time to win. It's time to see why Greyhound makes the difference. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
Welcome back to the Piquet Race Park. We have your micro rockers getting set to head out for the pre-final. 10 laps the distance here for the pre-final in micro rock, and this is going to be an exciting race. We've seen a lot of action amongst the top 5 and beyond in this race so far. I mean, Antonio Pizzonia, and it'll pick you up where he left off at St. Petersburg. He starts on pole position for this one. Maxwell Macha, another guy that's had a lot of success on the national scene this year. He'll round out your front row. You've got Josh Bergman, a really nice run for him.
He's been having a good week.
Yeah, home track, home advantage for the PK Sports guys. Bergman has been very exciting. He's in third. Mateus Ramallo, your pole sitter, starts in fourth. Then you've got Hudson Jacquero in fifth, Asher Pavan in sixth. And then going through the rest of the grid, you also have Gavin Decay, Juan Diego Garache de Villa, Massimo Russo, Zane Burgess, and Colton Scheinberg rounding out your top 10. This is going to be an exciting race, Ron John. I mean, we get set to go for this micro rock.
Pre-final racing, baby. That's what it's all about. We're going 10 laps.
Yeah, and arguably the 7-lap heat races for this class have been more exciting than just about any other class, to be honest. I mean, we've had 5 carts going toe-to-toe throughout the heat races. We've had a flip, unfortunately.
Yep.
A lot of chaos, but Antonio Pizzonia found himself back up at the front.
Here we go. 10 laps pre-final, Florida Winter Tour. Round number 2, well underway. It's pre-final racing for our micros.
They're underway. Antonio Pizzonia gets the jump from the inside. He'll get himself up into the lead. Josh Bergman falls through a second. A little bit of contact behind them. Gavin Decay trying to get to the inside. A lot of defensive driving there. And around the outside there, that might have been Asher Pavan into the third spot. Not entirely sure on the number of that, but certainly a lot of defensive driving now as they snake through turns 3 and 4 up towards turn 5 and into the bowl heading into turn number 6. You can see Pizzonia with about a 2-kart length lead ahead of Josh Bergman. Then it's Maxwell Macha, I believe, in the third position. A lot of good driving so far as they now go into turn number 7. You can see the top 4 have kind of strung themselves out. And you can see Pizzonia Neto up in the front. Bergman in second. We saw Bergman in second a lot of heat number 3. Maybe not quite as much pace to match Pizzonia, but he certainly is on it so far in this one.
It's going to be interesting to see how Antonio handles this. He's now out in front. Will he be able to maintain that? Or will the guys that are back behind him be able to get up there and battle with him and get around him and allow the rest of the crew to catch up? Right now he's only 2/10 out ahead of the second place driver of Josh Bergman. Hudson Jack Erlin was the driver that was making up all that ground. The number 4, the Canadian driver, right now into the 3rd position, up a couple spots. Gavin Kay now up 3 spots into 4th.
Look at Josh Bergman holding on, holding strong in 2nd position. Now you can see, though, Gavin Decay gets himself back by Hudson Jack Erlin for the 3rd position. So already seeing some battling going on. This allowed Pisonia and Bergman to get even more of a gap. You can see them now at the line. It was a 9/10 of a second gap. Now it's looking to be at least 7/10, although as I say that, Gavin Decay looks to be flying right now in the 3rd spot. He's already kind of have that gap of the last few corners. We see 3 wide action coming out of the 2nd hairpin. But now Pisonia leading lap number 2 will come across the line with Josh Bergman right there in tow. Behind them, it's Gavin Decay in 3rd, who just won purple, a 58.566. He goes fastest. Colin Shireberg makes a move for the 5th position, getting by Maxwell Macha. A good start for Shireberg, who started outside the top 10. Now he's in 5th, and he'll set his sights on that front 4. A little bit interesting to watch some of the guys that have fallen back quite a ways. Asher Pavon from 6th down to 20th. He seems to have an issue on the start. Mateus Romalo, again, kind of continue with the trend this weekend. He has not had good starts. Kind of bites him again in the 7th position. He's going to have a lot of work to do to make up from that.
Well, looking down the list there, speaking of folks on the roll, we got Dominic Moskalenko. Dominic right now up 7 positions into 10th. Nico Orbezo on the roll again.
We got
up now up 4 spots into 9th.
We got a pass for 2nd now as Gavin Decay gets by Josh Bergman. Bergman have lost a little bit of ground to Pisonia over the last lap and a half. Move Decay, who just went purple again, up into the 2nd spot. We'll see if Bergman follows through. No. Bergman wants that 2nd spot for himself. He's going back down the inside. Cannot make it stick into turn 1. That's going to open up the door for Hudson Jack Erlin, who's going to try to get down the inside of Bergman. Cannot make it happen. And that's also brought in Scheinberg into the fray. So now what was a 3-cart battle for 2nd is now a 3-cart battle for 3rd, as we have another fight down the inside. Goes Hudson Jack Erlin up into 3rd spot, getting by Josh Bergman. Now to the inside, Colin Scheinberg is going to follow him through. So Scheinberg taking advantage of the chaos. He's now picked up 7 spots. So Bergman,
in the meantime, here he
back
comes right
down
back.
the inside. Bergman hip check to Scheinberg, gets the position, and Bergman stays
and obviously
aggressive.
that left Scheinberg pretty high up onto the corner there. Able to get it back underway. In the meantime, it looks like that's Mateus Romalo trying to get up there as well. Not such a great start, as you had mentioned, for Mateus, Bo.
Yeah, Maxwell Macho looked like he was able to get by Scheinberg throughout all the chaos. We'll see when he comes across. Yes, indeed. Scheinberg has fallen all the way down to 7th as Nico Orbezo also got through. You can see now there is Maxwell Macha trying to make a move on Bergman for 4th. As we'll pick that up in a second. There's Pisonia in the lead. And Macha has indeed made the moves. We see 1 car all the way at the barrier over there on the exit of the hairpin. Not sure who that was, but continuing to follow the leader there. Pisonia leading from Gavin Decay. They've got about...
I tell you, Gavin is really showing some speed.
He really is. He started 7th. He hasn't really been in that top 5 battle throughout the weekend, but he's found it here in the pre-final. I mean, 3/10 clear of the rest of the field. I got to say, Gavin Decay, he looked really fast when he was in 3rd. Pulled up to the back of Bergman and Pisonia. Now he's made that move. We see battling more through the rest of the group. That looked to be one of the Orson guys getting by for about 7th or 8th there. And yes, indeed, that is the Orson. Juan Diego Grache de Villa getting himself up into the 8th position. I believe that was. Saw Maxwell Macha to the inside of Hudson Jack Erlin for 3rd. He brings Josh Bergman back with him. So Bergman's kind of been all over the place here, but now getting himself back up the order a little bit as he follows through Macha. Again, Macha's got a lot of work to do to catch up to Pisonia Nito and Gavin Decay, but certainly Macha's had the base all weekend. He's been running quicker than the leaders this last lap or so, and now we'll see if Bergman elects to work with him and try to get himself back up towards the front.
Also, too, just taking a look again at Nico Orbezo. Orbezo up 7 spots into 6th. The Iron Rock Motorsports driver, a 58.6 that last time by, to the 58.8 of the leader, the number 73 of Antonio Pisonia Jr. Excuse me, NATO. And I should have just taken the halfway flags that last time by. We're working lap number 5 now.
You can see that
heading for 10.
You can see Pozonia has Decay right there for company, and they come onto the main straight. Matcha is bringing Bergman and Jack Irwin along, and they weren't that much. They were only about a 10th quicker than what Pozonia and Nato did, as now we see Matcha going to go defensive from Bergman coming into turn 2. We'll see what happens there. Looks like Matcha's maintained that position again aboard the SLA machine there. He is fast. He's been fast all weekend long. But got to find a way to kind of keep these guys at bay, because it looks like he has the pace to at least match what the leaders are doing. But with only 4 laps left, there's no real point in being able to catch up to them.
Right.
So at this point, it's just down to every man for himself. Try to see who can get themselves
do the best
in
you can, right? Maintain your position if possible.
Yeah, try to get themselves into the top 3 spot for the for the final. So we have one car off the track there. Believe that might have been a 48 car. Not sure exactly who that was.
Was hard to tell. But
we'll get a look at that when
that's
they
a
come
fast
across.
part of the track right there as well.
Yeah, we'll get a look at them when we come across them next time. But for now, Pozonia continues to lead from Gavin Decay. Maxwell Macha in 3rd. Then it's Josh Bergman right behind him in tow. Hudson Jack Irwin about 2 car lengths back from them. Meanwhile, behind all of this, Juan Diego Garache de Villa has made himself up into 6th position, getting through all of that second pack. So Garache de Villa was a little bit behind the 8 ball on the start, but now he's found himself back up in a top 10 position. Well inside the top 10, he'll be good in a good place for the final. And I mean, he's running times that are quicker than what the leaders are running. A 58.5 that last time through, really good for him. But yeah, I mean, this has been a great showing for Antonio Pozonia. He's just kind of managed the race. He's still got Gavin Decay right there in tow.
Gavin's all over him, that's for sure.
Yeah,
It's
we'll
a 10th of a second the last time by, so you can see him as they just come through turn number 13. Gavin right there on his back bumper, now through 14. Looks like he might have a run on him, but he thought better of it. I saw that Antonio kind of looked over his shoulder and realized he was there, but he's got a run on him now.
He looked
down
the
to the
wrong
inside.
way.
He sure did.
He looked the wrong way, and Pozonia Neto is going to fall back to 2nd as Gavin Decay, for the first time all weekend, takes the lead here at Micro Rock. Now with only 2 laps of racing to go. We'll have to see what happens.
He truly did. He just looked the wrong direction, didn't he? He looked over his left shoulder and he went around his right shoulder.
Good old. If you look back and he's not there, you might be too late. But speaking of too late, Pozonia's going to make it too late. He tries down the inside, a little bit of a move there on Gavin Decay, gets the job done, and he's got about 5 car lengths to spare on him now. So a great move. Looked like he had caught Decay off guard a little bit.
Looked like he pushed him a little high too, and that did catch him off guard.
Yeah, you get off the rubber here at Piquet Sports or Piquet Race Park, and it just makes it very difficult for the guy in 2nd. So now Decay's got a mountain to climb in this last lap. Don't know if that's going to happen. In the meantime, real quickly, the guy that we did lose in turn 2 the last time through was Massimo Lorusso aboard the REM Tony Kart. So he's out of the race, but meanwhile, hitting the white flag.
One to go.
One down to 1 laps of racing to go. Josh Bergman to the inside. He gets the job done on Maxwell Macha. Macha's going to cross him over, coming down towards turn number 2. Macha tries the inside, gets the job done. Move Macha back into 2nd.
I was going to say, he did not look like he was willing to give up that spot. He wanted it badly. It was able to hang on to it. The SLA driver right now solidly in that 3rd spot, but he does have a visitor.
Yeah, Bergman's there, and now Hudson Jack Irwin, and even Juan Diego Garciade de Villa is also there as well, as we have a battle for the lead now.
Look.
As now Decay was able to get the job to the outside there of Pozonia, not able to make a stick though, and as they come through 12, he went wide, and that's going to keep him from getting the race lead. He's going to have a mountain to climb, another 7 car lengths there. So Pozonia suddenly is in the clear as we see more battling for 3rd position now. And Macha looks like he's been able to hang on in that battle. Macha going to deliver, but at the front of the field, it is Antonio Pozonia who will win the pre-final and start at the front for the final. As we see now, Maxwell Macha coming through to finish in 3rd ahead of Hudson Jack Irwin. Josh Bergman hangs on to 5th. Juan Diego Garaciade de Villa in 6th. Nico Orbezo leads the next pack. You see crossing the line now in 7th. Colin Scheinberg in 8th, Juan Paulo Bondeman in 9th, and Zane Burgess in 10th, with Mateus Ramallo falling all the way outside the top 10. So exciting racing there in the Micro Rock category. I mean, we saw Gavin Decay really put up a fight for the win. Came up short, came up about half a lap short, maybe tried to move that wasn't quite there, but still a lot of pace there aboard the Zanella Racing OTK there for Gavin Decay.
Yeah, he truly, throughout the weekend, has really made his way up the ladder, and right here in the pre-final, showing he's got real speed in that kart. Will he be able to put himself in the right position tomorrow? And
That's the question. That's the all-important question there. I mean, you moved from 7th to 2nd in the pre-final, but we've already seen starting 2nd at some points can be a death sentence. So we'll see what Gavin Decay can do, but regardless, a solid pre-final there for Antonio Pizzoni Neto. He wins your pre-final over Gavin Decay, Maxwell Macha third, Hudson Jackiro, and Josh Bergman, and the rest of the Micro Rock guys put on a show in their 10-lap pre-final. But coming up next, it's Junior Rock time. We've got some of the best junior drivers in the nation coming up live on Kart Chaser. Welcome back to the Piquet Race Park. We're about to get set here with the Junior ROK Pre Final. 13 laps the distance. And the main question, can anyone stop Ernesto Rivera? The RPG Cosmic driver has been dominant in every session this weekend. He's led every lap of every heat race on both junior categories. He already won the pre-final in the VLR Jr category as well. He starts on pole position. Alongside him, Caleb Gamble aboard the Speed Concepts racing machine, driving, I believe, a TB kart in that one. He will start in second position. In third place is where it gets a little bit tricky, because Stephen Miller was slated to start in third, but he is pulled out of this event due to a rib injury, so we will not see the Chad Duncan Racing for Kart Republic in Stephen Miller because of an injury. So in his place, it'll be Leo Escorpioni moving up to the third spot on the second row. He is aboard the Zanello Racing OTK. Giovanni will make up the second row with him. Elsewhere down the rest of the list, you've got Teddy Masella starting inside the top 10. Chase Pasquiglia, Enzo Vitamontien, Anthony Rediconi, and Sebastian Garzon rounding out your top 10 positions. Garzon has been faster out the heat races, fast in qualifying, set on the outside of the front row. He'll be one to watch here, but certainly very few have ever been able to match the pace of Ernesto Rivera this weekend for any lap, and in particular in any of the races, as Rivera, again, has gone all the way, flag to flag in every race, pulling out gaps of 3-4 tenths a lap, winning races by 5 or more seconds. He has been the dominant force. The battle for second has been kind of variant. You've got Caleb Campbell, Stephen Miller obviously not racing at this point. He's kind of been up there in that second battle, and then Joseph Laney, Leo Escorpioni, Teddy Masella, all the way down to Garzon in 10th, have had some form of pace into the top 5. It'll be interesting to watch, and more importantly, see if anyone can catch up. Ernesto Rivera looking for the green. We got it. And we're down into turn 1. It looks like the outside got a jump. That's going to put Rivera back to 4th as we got a big crash in the back. That looks like Emma Kate Scarborough's around. A couple more guys around as well as one of the Speed Concepts racing carts way down the order as well. That might have been Nathan Dupius in the back half as Teddy Masella going through the grass in turn 4. Teddy Masella, who had gotten up to second, is now all the way outside the top 10. We see Ernesto Rivera going down the inside, and it is now going to be a yellow flag. And I wonder if they... I'm not sure what's going on. Did he call a yellow? Or I believe they might have called off the start there. Not entirely sure what the case is going on. If we got a full red or just a full course yellow. But that was bizarre. They raced the first 2 corners if it was green. And then now everyone's getting back sorted to a single file line here. And... Ron John?
Yeah, interesting.
I can't figure out what that was, but it looked like everyone raced with the assumption that they were going green. We saw Teddy Masella get spun around. We saw Ernesto Rivera get put 3 wide, and then just full course yellow.
Yeah.
And I think now they're booting up to go for another start. So I'm guessing race control Buzzden did not officially start that, but still a very strange start to this race.
Okay, got to make sure everybody gets back into line in the proper spot.
Yeah, it looks like, again, Scorpioni leaving that spot in third there for Stephen Miller, who is not going to be out there. We see Rivera back up at the front. Caleb Campbell alongside him on the front row. They get set to go again. We'll see if Campbell can get the jump this time. This time they're side by side. It looks like Rivera's been able to hang on in that first spot. As we got multiple carts out wide. One of the carts back in the back hit the barrier there, as we still have yellow flag conditions. I'm not making a jump on this one.
Shows it as
we're still green.
Okay, they just have a yellow flag going through that particular area.
It's kind of strange conditions, but we're green now. No, we're not green.
No, there's still a yellow flag out. I'm still seeing the lights flashing yellow as well.
This is I'm wondering if... Yeah, that's interesting. So Rivera now continues to he'll start up front. We'll see if they've gone through 2 false starts. Maybe they'll invert the front row, which I guess would put Leo Scorpioni on pole from 5th because Stephen Miller has vacated the 3rd position. But this is a strange situation because the first start looked like it was green for 4 corners.
Right.
Second start after a corner, since that it was not green. Now, I don't think they're going to invert. It looks like they're sticking
stay
with
the same, yeah.
Yeah, they're sticking with Rivera and Campbell on the front row. Rivera, again, has no one behind him, so that's a disadvantage here on the start. We've already seen it once. Are we going to see it twice? This time, third time's the charm for the start. We are green. I believe we had a big crash. The Scorpiona over the top of Caleb Campbell. There's multiple karts in the barrier.
And everybody else coming through as well.
Log jam coming through turn number 1. A Scorpioni's involved. Campbell's involved. Another speed concept. I believe, again, that is Nathan Dupuis involved as well. Several of your top 10 are out in turn number 1, and I believe the biggest protagonist, being Caleb Campbell, is out before they even get through one corner. So a massive start to this race. You can see now, though, a lot of chaos. There's Anthony Martella trying to make a move. Another car.
I was going to say, I looked out there and happened to notice it was still flashing yellow, but they're flashing green now. The race is underway.
Yeah, the race is officially underway, and if not, that would have been a complete chaos. But at the front, it is now RPG 1-2. So Ernesto Rivera, who got split 3 wide on the first start, now no one within a second of him. He has got this one really well and truly underway. Teddy Masella in the second. Enzo Vidmontien from 8th is in third.
Some of these moves these people have been able to make. Matisse Constantini up 12 spots. Francisco Rodriguez up 12. You got Anthony Martella up 8. Emma Scarborough now up 8, sitting in that 6th position. You got Sarah Bradley up 9 spots in 7th. So.
Yeah, as we see another car around. That's the Alessandro's Racing NCRG of Jose Martinez Valdaro from about 15th position is now out. Now at the front, Ernesto Rivera. He has still got the big lead, but it's 3rd position. Enzo Vidmontien got himself up into 3rd at the start. Now he's going to be under attack. Anthony Radicone up to the 3rd position and forward. The Prime Power Burrell Art entry. He gets himself to 3rd. Behind them, Anthony Martella is into 5th. And again, he's the only speed concept guy that really made it unscathed through that first turn. So a good start for Martella there, but man, this has been a crazy start. Just looking at some of the names that have dropped down the order. I mean, you've got Nathan Dupuis, like I mentioned, Sebastian Garzone, Chase Buscaglia. You've got Joseph Lonnie, as well as Caleb Campbell, and then even down through the rest of the grid, another guy that got kind of caught up in that was Leo Scorpioni.
Yes.
He was the one that originally went over top, so a difficult start for a lot of your contenders, but that's going to open the door for some more faces up in the top 10. And for Teddy Masella, he's got to feel like this is a little bit of a break here, because he had an awful first start, spun through the grass, got waved off, and now he's back in as we got more contact for the battle for 3rd. There goes Radicone off the track coming out of the second to last hairpin. He's going to hang on in 5th with Emma Scarborough trying to fight him for that 5th spot.
A couple of karts coming together right there, just kind of pushed him out wide, ended up with the wheel off to the right-hand side there, tipping up a lot of dirt.
Yeah, but that was a rough go of it for him for there as Enzo Vidmontien got himself back up the inside. Looked like a little bit of a argy-bargy type of move, but, I mean, Vidmontien, elbows were out. We've seen him struggle for pace all weekend long. Now, though, he's in 3rd position, and if they can find some speed aboard that Motez Sport barrel, and we could see Enzo get back up towards the front. But meanwhile, he's got Anthony Martella right there for company, and Martella had some difficulty through the heat races, but in this pre-final, he looks mighty fast. He's been quick all weekend. It's just trying to get the luck, reliability, and some of the racecraft down.
You know, some of the other folks that are making their way up, Mayor Duranarin. Mayor now up 13 positions into the 9th spot. The REM driver. Again, Sarah Bradley hanging on to that 7th position, up 9 spots. Emma Scarborough, the two ladies working together, hopefully.
Yeah, Lorenzo Castillo, though, got by Sarah Bradley right as you were saying that, so not ideal for Sarah, but she's shown some pretty good pace this weekend, especially in this free final going from 16th to 8th. But you can see her teammate, Enzo Vidmontien, all the way up in the 3rd again.
That's a great run for Enzo.
That Motez Sport barrel, and we saw with St. Petey had a lot of pace, but here it looks like he's found himself in a position. I'm not sure if he has the pace to hold him off as we see Anthony Martella go down the inside for that 3rd spot. But certainly, Vidmontien, this is the best he's looked all weekend. It's the best position he's been in all weekend, and now he's still got a lot of pace to find compared to Rivera as we see more contact there. Radicone puts a little bit of a hip check on Vidmontien, so kind of repays the favor to him, gets himself back up into 4th as that all allows Emma Scarborough to get herself up into 6th.
It looked like those guys actually started that at about turn number 12 before the two of them actually got together there between Martella
that was
and the other driver, but able to continue on.
Yeah, Enzo there kind of that a few laps before got into it with him, and now Raducanu was able to get the move done to put himself up into that that fourth position. It's kind of being aggressive. I mean, you got to take what you dish and dish it right back, and that's what Raducanu did there aboard the PSL machine, or the Prime Power machine.
Yeah, and that put Enzo back a couple of spots there.
Yeah, I mean, Enzo's in 5th now. He's still got some work to do, but still a pretty good spot to be in, all things considered. I mean, some of the guys that are really far back there are Sebastian Garzona in 17th, who went purple briefly. As I say that, Ernesto Rivera, being the beast that he is, just won P1 with a 52.518. But still, I mean, Garzone's got pace, and again, a lot of guys are going to be coming through the back of the field for this final coming up tomorrow. But in the meantime, this battle for 4th is raging on. You've still got Raducanu, you've got Enzo Vimatien, you've got Emma Scarborough, all of them right there together. And I think Scarborough might have the quickest cart aboard among the 3 of them. She's got to find her way to get all the way up to their bumper and then make a move one by one. So a lot of work to be done for her, but still a good start for her, having started in 14th in this pre-final.
Yeah, needs to get up on that back bumper right there of Enzo Vidmontian and work her way up. I'm talking about Emma Scarborough.
Enzo down the inside, another aggressive move between those two. And now Enzo Vidmontian gets Emma Scarborough between the 2 of them. So Anthony Raducanu and Enzo Vidmontian, a bit of a mini squabble going on here throughout this race. That's the 3rd time in that same hairpin we've seen them make contact. And now it's the Lotus Sport Barrel and of Enzo Vidmontian up into the 4th position, with the Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic of Emma Scarborough right there behind him as well. So Vidmontian, again, I'm not sure he has the pace to keep that position, but he has put his elbows out and tried his best to get himself into that 4th position.
No doubt about that. In the meantime, Ernesto Rivera continues to just walk away from the group. He's out 3.8 seconds now over Artedi Musela, and this 2nd position, his teammate and the RPG driver. Anthony Martella still in that 3rd spot. Enzo Vidmontian in 4th. Emma Scarborough in 5th. Anthony Raducanu in the 6th position. Lorenzo Castillo in 7th. Sarah Bradley in 8th. Mayor Dianarin up 13 spots in 9th. And Matisse Constantini up 11 positions right now in that 10th spot. So again, going 13 laps here in the pre-final. Ernesto Rivera still the class of the field.
Yeah, Ernesto's just been dominant all weekend. Again, I talked to him after the VLR race, and he really said that the biggest thing that helped him is all these the track here is very similar to a lot of the tracks he raced in Mexico.
Yeah, I heard him say that.
And I think it's interesting because, and I talked to a couple others, we now see Anthony Raducanu goes wide, and he's going to make contact there almost. Lorenzo Castillo aboard the Orson Racing machine. Raducanu able to hang on for that 5th position or 6th position just barely, but that was very sketchy there aboard the 268 machine for Prime Power and Burrell Art, but certainly Raducanu under fire. But as I was mentioning about Rivera, I talked to a few people in the paddock, and really what they had to attribute him to, some of them were saying maybe it's the tires and just the setup he has, but a lot of it comes down to just how quickly he was able to adapt to this track, and he has been on another level this whole weekend. And Ernesto Rivera, 4.5 seconds in the clear. He's running times that are 4/10 quicker than what his teammates are able to run. I mean, this has been a true dominant performance from the 204 Supernats winner and Ernesto Rivera. He's been dominant so far throughout this weekend, won every session, led every lap of every session. He's got 3 more laps to do because they come across the line. Looking at some lap traffic here, that's Francisco Rodriguez aboard the Orson Carolyn machine. So for Rivera, this is all about just putting in laps. He's looked so consistent, so dominant all weekend long. He's just not putting a wheel wrong.
Looks like he's going to come up on a back marker here.
Francisco Rodriguez,
yes.
Yeah. Again, this has been the one kind of blip with Rivera, although that last start, the first start he did looked a little bit sketchy. But ever since then, it has been smooth sailing for the 204. Anthony Martella in 3rd, another guy worth shouting out. He's been doing times that are pretty good as well, 52.6 for him. And Martella, again,
they just really have spread out so much. It's pretty much the top 3 are going to be your top 3. They're spread out so much. With Rivera out 5 seconds, it's 2 seconds back from Teddy to the 3rd place driver. So,
yeah, and Martella, again, he's been steadily closing down that gap. That was 2.3 seconds last time around, although Martella that time went purple. The 52.34. This is interesting.
2 tenths faster that time.
Yeah, that was the first time I think all weekend we've seen someone not named Ernesto Rivera go purple. And Anthony Martel, I mean, we've seen all weekend. He's been probably the quickest in terms of raw pace, along with his teammate Caleb Campbell aboard this Speed Concepts TV kart, but certainly a lot of potential there. He's just got to kind of get that consistency down compared to Ernesto Rivera. But again, this has been exciting as we focus in on one of the battles towards the back half of the top 15. I think that's Leo Scorpioni that is back there again. Scorpioni's had an eventful race. He's worked his way up to 15th. He was down in 22nd at the end of lap number 1. Now he's got still some work to do to get to the starting line he wants to, but still there's damage limitation for the young driver aboard Biznell Racing OTK, and now hit the white flag. 1 lap to go. Rivera resets purple down through the top 10. Not a whole lot of battling going on. The closest one is Gennaro Trappa. Again, Trappa had a lot of good runs through the heat races. Now, though, kind of just settling in around the 10th spot. He's the closest to making a move, but at the front, it is domination from Ernesto Rivera. He's now coming up on Nathan Dupius aboard the Speed Concepts machine to lap him, which is incredible. Again, Dupius involved in that first lap incident, but still, Rivera putting on a clinic. 5.1 seconds back to his teammate. Another 2 seconds back to Anthony Martella. This has been pure domination for Ernesto Rivera. He's going to get the checkered flag. He's going to win the Pre Final and continue his dominance here in ROK Jr.
Ernesto Rivera, absolutely flawless this weekend. Congratulations. He's got one more race to go, and that'll be tomorrow. Teddy Muzella ends up in that second spot, as you had mentioned. Anthony Martella ends up in third. 10 spots up there for Anthony, so a great run for Anthony. Enzo Vidmontian ends up at fourth. Emma Scarborough up 9 positions into fifth. Anthony Radicunu is in that 6th spot. I'm sure I messed up Anthony's name, and I apologize for that. Lorenzo Castillo up 8 spots into 7th. Sarah Bradley up also 8 spots into the 8th spot. Matisse Constantini up 12 positions into 9th. And Major Makovitz in the kart number 252 ends up moving up 7 positions, ends up in the 10th spot. So there we have it. Heat racing, pre-final in the bank now for our...
Yeah, that was a pretty good heat race there. Ernesto Rivera walks away with the pre-final victory. Should be an all-RPG front row there with Teddy Massell alongside. The big storyline from that heat race, or the pre-final, was the big crash in turn 1. Gonna have to hear some of the stories about that. Maybe get a word with Enzo Vidmontian, Caleb Campbell, and the rest of your ROK Junior category. That wraps up their efforts. And coming up next, we've got VLR Master live on Kart Chaser after the break.
Want to know a crucial part of the magic that's taken AJ Myers to multiple national championships? Check out Greyhound Racing Seats and their full catalog of options, from their R1 and R1 Extra soft seats for high grip conditions, their Viper medium seat for medium grip, and the RS2 stiff seat for low grip conditions. It's time to win. It's time to see why Greyhound makes the difference. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter.
All right, welcome back to Kart Chaser Live here at ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour here at the Piquet Race Park. We are here with the VLR Master Pre Final. 13 laps the distance here. Alex Stelbon has been dominant through the heats. He will start on pole position aboard the LFB Racing OTK machine. Luis Quinones in second, also racing for LFB. He's also on an OTK in the form of a Cosmic Kart.
Too.
He's been very fast. Christian Vormier in third. We saw him get in a scuffle in the third heat, but certainly has had the pace aboard the Techno Kart USA entry. Kim Carpoletti aboard the Carpoletti Racing, kind of privateer entry. He starts in fourth position. Mark Pavon in fifth. Again, Pavon got an incident with Vormier, I believe, in the in heat number 3. Be sure to watch there. Gallo Barros aboard the Magic Team Kart entry in sixth position. Ryan Molina in seventh. Martin Allen is not racing, I do
Doesn't
not believe.
look like it. No, I don't believe I see him out there.
He has not been racing all weekend. So 7 karts entered here, or 8 karts entered, 7 karts on track. We'll see what happens. 13 laps coming up next here. VLR Master, it's green. And away Alex Stelbon goes into the lead. Second goes to Christian Vormier. Third to Mark Pavon, and already a poor start for Luis Quinos from the outside front row.
Yeah, Louis didn't get the best start right there, but it does look like he might be able to make up one of those spots. Got back around Mark Pavon, but we'll have to keep an eye on it. In the meantime, you've got the 2 up in front, Vormier and William Alex Stelbon pushing his way up there.
Yeah, Alex Stelbon looking like William Isaias a little bit up at the front of the field. there, and you'll see if he can hang on against Christian Vormier again. Vormier has had the pace to at least challenge Dalbon throughout the weekend, but incidents in the third heat kind of kept him out of the fray, and we'll see now coming into the back hairpin.
He had a big run coming out of those S's right there.
Yeah.
Not quite able to make the move, though.
Vormier's kart looks like it is very responsive so far early on, which in Masters, again, heavier weight. Some guys are going to be a little bit sluggish early on in the going, but not the case there as we see a battle for third going on between Gunos and Pavon. Pavon trying to get that spot back, cannot get the job done as they now come down into turn 2, and it looks like we have Alexander Sherman. No, never mind. In the meantime, Alex Dalbon is up at the front of the field, leading Christian Vormier in second. Vormier all over him coming to the turn 6 sweeper. We'll see what he does. He stays behind Dalbon for now, but Vormier certainly has the pace in the early going.
Yeah, Alex, it really has been quite fast, although that time it was actually Christian Vormier, your second place driver, is a little bit faster that time, a 58.9 to the 59 flat. Nonetheless, Christian desperately trying to get up there and battle Alex for the win. Oh, it looks like we've got somebody down with Alex. So let's go down and see what Alex has to say. I believe that's with Giano Torino. Let's go see what Giano has to say. Alex, you got us?
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with Giano Torino. Giano, I mean, you're back in the Magic Kart. Tell me, how good does it feel to get, you know, the rust off right now?
It feels good. I'm getting very tired. I don't know how everyone else is doing, but that's, I think, my biggest competition this week. It feels good to get the rust off. It's a lot of it, though. I still need some more taking off.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, rolling off P5 here. It's a good start for you here in the pre-final. What's your game plan?
Try not to get tired, I think, is my biggest thing. Have a good start is the main thing. You know, be aggressive, but obviously make calculated risks. I think that's all I got.
Yeah, one more thing. Obviously, it's our first time talking to you this weekend. Talk to me. How's your weekend been going for you so far?
It's been going well. I've been struggling with like a lot of rib pain, and then my sides have been really hurting. So during the practices, I was really off, just constantly thinking about how much I was hurting. But then I decided I got to turn that off and do better and stop thinking about being hurt. And I think each day it's becoming a little bit better and better, and I'm getting into it back again, once again.
Awesome. Yeah, Giano Torino, everybody. Starting P5 here in ROK Shifter. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot. Without a doubt, he had mentioned that yesterday when I talked with him, how sore he was already. So it takes a lot of work out there, that's for sure. He's got a lot of work ahead of him when he gets out there for the pre-final.
Yeah, this track gives you a beating. And speaking of beating, for once, Christian Vormier's up to the race lead as he's now beating Alex Dalbon. And Luis Canos is in third. He's worked his way back up there after a poor start. Those three are all there together, but
looks like Alex is a little bit faster right there through that particular area.
Yeah, Dalbon looks like he's quicker in the kind of tighter stuff. Vormier's kart just rotates so well through the quick parts of the racetrack as they now come down, complete another lap. Vormier at the front, Dalbon in second, Quinos in third. All three of them have a gap back to fourth of Mark Pavon. They're running pretty solid pace. Vormier at the front is not, looks like he's kind of holding off, although as I say that, Alex Dalbon lost quite a bit of time.
Yeah, he did.
Through turns 3 and 4. He's going to be under fire here from Luis Canos coming up into the turn 6 sweeper. Does not make a move. He sticks right there behind Alex Dalbon. So Vormier kind of just controlling the pre-final so far. Has not been perfect by any means as he misses the apex there.
Yeah, so look at that run that last time as he missed the apex there. That allowed Alex Dalbon to make his way up. Looks like we've got ourselves another interview. We'll send it down to Alex and see what's up. Go ahead, Alex. You got us?
Yeah, thanks, Ranjan. I'm here with Josh Conker. Josh, I mean, a mixed bag of results here for you today. Just walk me through how your heats have gone and what you expect for the pre-final.
Yeah, the heats were a little rough there. Tried to make a move on Hunter in heat 2. Unfortunately, ended in some contact, and I spun around. So that one kind of, went the wayside. But heat 3 was better overall. Found a little bit of pace. Pulled the P5. Unfortunately, got a penalty there, so slid back to 7th. Not much you can do. Just trying to keep it clean, keep it straight, and look forward here in the pre-final.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke before the interview. You told me you've been, throwing the kitchen sink at it, really. What have you changed so far from the heats coming to the pre-final?
Normally, up until now, we've kind of kept it pretty similar to what we've done for Cincinnati and New Jersey, but with the way the tire is and with the way the track's kind of developed, we're trying a few things a little different. testing. It's our first weekend on this Maranello chassis on a proper racetrack. So we're just kind of testing things, just a few little things. Don't want to give away anything too big there, but testing, trying. So hopefully it kind of goes in our direction here and we can, run with Maureen.
Yeah, one more thing. I mean, you mentioned it's your first time, at least your first time on the Maranello on a non-parking lot racetrack. What are some of the differences you've noticed between a parking lot to here for the Maranello kart?
Just for sure, like grip-wise. Earlier in the week when we were on the grippier tire, we were perfect. Chassis was amazing. Since we've switched over to this tire after qualifying, just struggling a little bit on the balance. It's a little worse than the parking lot, but nothing too unmanageable.
Awesome. Yeah, Josh Conker, everybody, starting P8 here in ROK Shifter. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Alex. And I mean, Josh Conker, his whole weekend has been kind of up and down. He had the raw pace in qualifying within about 2/10. We saw in the heat races he's kind of been up and down. He got in the incident with Piquet in the second heat. The third heat, looks like he was hunting down Hunter Piquet, but just could not make it happen at the end of the race, and then obviously got the penalty. But still, Conker's got the pace in that Maranello kart. We saw him in St. Pete come away with a kind of surprise victory, but like he mentioned, it's a different track. It's the first time he's really been on a full-blown circuit on that Maranello kart.
Yeah.
I believe he ran Cincinnati last year on a Maranello, so I think that would be the only other time he's really been able to run on a chassis or on the chassis and get some data for it. So there's a lot of testing going on. It's early in the year. You're still seeing kind of the development take place, but I really like where Conker's at. I think they've already taken a very large step forward with that program, and I think it's going to be exciting to see what he does. But in the meantime, we've got some battling going on the track.
We
Alex
sure do.
Dalbon's got himself up into the race lead ahead of Christian Vormier, and Luis Quinones tried to move into that left hairpin. Could not make it stick there. He's going to go behind Christian Vormier.
Our top three, Emery, are about to turn into the top five because it looks like Mark Pavon has made his way up here onto the back bumper of Louis Quinones, only about 2 kart leads back behind him. In the meantime, as you had mentioned, Alex Dalbon had gotten back around Christian Vormier. Louis Quinones still hanging on there in that third spot. Really working hard there, coming through turn number 3, heading through 4 and 5. Make that left-hander and make the short run down this little down into the Piquet. Oh, and it went right over him.
Luis Quinones is over the top of Christian Vormier. Vormier is very upset there, and 2 of your top 3 are out of the race. You could see that coming. Quinones absolutely just slams the kart in frustration there. You can see Quinones tried to go down the inside, put a wheel there, could not make it happen, and it just did not quite work out for him.
Not the way you wanted things to work out for sure right there. It looked like he had the pass made, but the 2 just came together. And obviously that kicks Christian Vormier way back down the list. Looks like we're going to send our things down to Xander. Okay, we'll hold off. We'll let Xander get his stuff together, and we'll send it back down here in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, still Alex Dalbon out there in front. We get a new second-place driver. That is Mark Pavon. Kim Carapalati now up into that 3rd spot. Ryan Molina in 4th. That'll drop Christian Vormier and Luis Quinones back to 5th and 6th. Just not what I was expecting there when it came to that particular pass. Looked like he had the speed to get around him, but he just rolled up right on top of him.
Yeah, he just kind of picked a spot there where you run different lines naturally. Vormier, I don't think expected him to go down the inside, and I don't think that Quinones got all the way up the inside to make that move possible. And, I mean, I could see that one coming. I saw Quinones was trying to fit in his space. Vormier was kind of pinching that line down a little bit, and the way it worked out is when they made contact, Quinones was going straight, Vormier was turning in, and Quinones just ramps over the top of him. And it sucks to see. I mean, the good news is for both of them, it's a small field, only 7 karts. You're still going to start 5th and 6th, not the end of the world.
They'll have work to do.
Yeah, but it's at a minimum, it just takes you out of rhythm. It's still frustrating.
Absolutely.
You might have wasted a couple $100 on some parts. I mean, it's frustrating to see. But, yeah, that was – I think the reaction afterwards made it worthwhile, to be honest with you. The whole Vormier's initial reaction, Quinones slamming his cart back on the ground, I'm kind of thinking, like, Thiago might make a few extra $100 from that move. But Yeah, it was.
Tiago will appreciate that.
Yeah, that was an interesting move, but certainly Vermeer and Kuno still have to move on from it. And at the front, we've still got a battle because
sure
Mark Pavon, before that contact, had already been making his way up through the field. Now he's pulled off 4 more tenths over the last lap to Alex Delbon.
Yeah,
his kart has come alive as of late on aboard the LN Goodwood kart. As they come into turn 6, he's going to try and move, thinks better of it. He does not make the same mistake that Kunois did going down the inside. He loses about 2 kart lengths from it, but that's better than losing a kart from it. So Mark Pavon, he's right there on Alex Delbon.
He backed out of that. If he wouldn't have backed out, we would have had the exact same situation right there. So it was a good thing that he actually backed off that particular move. But it looks like
not going to back off that time, and they still made contact. What is going on? And we see it move for the lead. Kim Carapaletti takes the lead.
Kim Carapaletti, go ahead, Kim.
What in the world? Alex Delbon and Mark Pavon make contact, and suddenly the guy who was outside the top 5 is in the race lead. This has been nuts.
With 1 lap to go, it's the white flag for Kim Carapaletti.
Yeah, Alex Delbon and Mark Pavon. Pavon tried down the inside in the hairpin, did not take no for an answer. They both go in the grass, and Kim Carapaletti somehow snuck his way through.
This is what it's all about. Sometimes it's all about luck, and that's exactly where Kim Carapaletti finds himself. Luckily, right out in the front.
Yeah, this has been one of the most insane races of VLR Master I can remember.
I'm about to give a big old bam for Kim Carapaletti. How about that?
Yeah, and what can you say? I mean, Kim Carapaletti has not had the roll pace, but not too bad. I mean, he's stuck within 2-3 seconds.
All right, he's still got a little work to do.
But certainly, I mean, he's only got 3 more corners to go.
He looks over his
behind.
Yep.
No one is there. And as they come out of the final corner,
Look at
Kim
this.
Carapaletti, this is going to be a popular pre-final win. He will start on pole for your final. Alex Delbon rounds it up in 2nd position. Mark Pavon in 3rd. Ryan Molina 4th. Christian Vermeer 5th. Luis Canois in 6th. And Gallo Barros rounds out your field. What an exciting VLR Master race.
That is fantastic.
But we got the main event coming up. Another exciting race in ROK Shifter. And we've got Xander Clements getting ready with some pre-race coverage live on Kart Chaser. Xander, take it away.
Thanks, Emery. Down here on the grid, check out, first of all, our good friends at Get Pride, the official merchandise provider of the Florida Winter Tour with these grid heads. Again, we've got 3 of our shifter drivers, Vincenzo Saraceno, Marian Kremers, and AJ Myers. I'm down here with 2 race fans here. We've got some friends and family racing. Here with Vivian to my right, Rory to my left. We know Pro ROK Shifter's up next. They both have a grid head of their own that they think's going to win this pre-final. Vivian, who do you got winning?
Marian Kremers.
Vivian's got Marian Kremers taking the win. Rory, who do you have?
AJ Myers.
AJ Myers for Rory. So who do you got, fans? AJ Myers for Rory, Marian Kremers for Vivian. We're about to find out. Pro ROK Shifter coming your way next.
Great stuff there. So, I mean,
excellent.
Ranjan, who do you got?
I keep hanging on with my buddy Hunter Pickett. I just think that Hunter's found some speed. He's done some things, done some work, worked hard, obviously, on the PSL karting. And we'll see. But I'm going to stick with Hunter. How about you? I know it's either Marian or AJ. I know that's everybody's favorite, but you never know. Things are getting a little squirrely around here at the end here.
Anything can happen. We
certainly can.
We just saw that. I got to say, I saw both Rory and Vivian earlier today, and I got to say, Vivian just a little bit nicer to me. So I'm going to go with her. I'm taking Marian in this one.
Okay.
I think Marian's had a lot of pace all weekend long. We've seen him and AJ. At times, we've evenly matched. The last couple weeks have gone Marian's way. AJ seems a little bit down about the tire set that he has. Marian, again, came out of qualifying feeling down about his, but through the heat races will look to be just a little bit better on pace. We'll see what the start brings, but I got to say, as of now, for this pre-final, I'm going Marian Kremers to take away the victory.
Well, they're going to go 13 laps here for our shifters. Going to be awesome. Can't wait.
Yeah, this is set to be one of the most exciting races. Again, Marian Kremers, AJ Myers, round number 2. We saw what happened in St. Pete. That was in the final. This is the lead-up to the final. We saw in St. Petersburg in the pre-final, Marian tried to move, Marian had a move on AJ that was a little bit questionable. Again, AJ kind of said, that happens again in the final, they crash. What happens?
They crash.
They crash. So it's all the build-up heading into the final here, or heading up into the final. This is the last session on this set of tires.
This is intense.
So this session is the last time that you can gripe about this specific set of tires. We'll see what happens after this, but certainly for AJ, for Marian, for guys like Vincenzo Saraceno starting back in the 6th position. Again, Giorgio Carrera has a lot of pace. He starts up in the 3rd spot. Really, this whole weekend has kind of thrown a mix in the midfield. So let's take you through the rest of the starting lineup. You've got Marian Kremers and AJ Myers on the front row. We've talked about this all weekend long. They are the 2 protagonists. Giorgio Carrera and Colin Daly on the 2nd row. Yano Torino, Vincenzo Saraceno on the 3rd row. 2 guys that got together in the 2nd heat in Hunter Pickett and Josh Conker on the 4th row. The Orsolon duo of Baylor Griffin and Ricardo Escorto Lacuna in the 5th row. And then rounding out your field, you got Dominic Legrand, Ethan Butcher, Michael Riccio, Oscar Pinozo, Lucio Massini, and Jared Ramirayan in the Professional Racing Ontario team. It's set to be an exciting pre-final. Here we go, 13 laps of racing here for ROK Shifter.
Well, 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 look at this, the end of the day, and we have saved it for the fastest and best drivers in all of the world.
Yeah, I mean,
these are some of our, without a doubt, some of the finest shifter drivers in the world, and we're really, really excited to bring you this this next group here because they always put on a great show. Sometimes it's not always the way things would like to be, you know, perfect. That never happens in racing. But we'll see how perfect things are in this particular race. Man, how about Kim Karapalati winning?
What a wild turn of events.
It was
unreal.
It was crazy. Those guys had been going at one another over and over again. A couple of other guys made some errors earlier on, and lo and behold, it just opened up for him. It's like, hey, I'm taking it.
Well, we're going to see how it all shakes out here. For the first time this weekend, Marian Kremers has lane choice. AJ Myers qualified on pole, selected the inside for all 3 heat races, and it burned him. That inside dirty part of the racetrack for the first time today has a little bit of rubber on it. You can see some of the skid marks of them rocking it off the line, but it's still the dirty side of the circuit. But we've again seen drivers in the class, shifter and shifter master, from the inside still get the jump over the outside guy just enough to stay alongside, and then as long as you've got a nose inside turn 1, it's pretty much yours. It's such a tight corner from turn 1, then the run to turn 2 and 3. The guy, if he doesn't get clear from the outside lane, it's game over. So where does Marian Kremers line up? Where does AJ Myers line up? How about Giorgio Carrara? Just kind of on a backward slide through all those heat races there from 3rd. The Lenzo Kart factory guy, consistency through it all. Whereas the likes of Vincenzo Saraceno, a single bad heat. Josh Conker, single bad heat. Hunter Pickett, single bad heat. That's what's got us to where we are today. And Colin Daly, again, consistency as well for the DRT North America driver. A solid run to the heats, puts him on the 2nd row. And Gianna Torino, we heard it from him, shake the rust off, hold on for stamina, hold on for dear life. It's 13 laps of the biggest and baddest machines that we can muster for the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. You can see the fence is lined. Kremers has selected the outside lane, the clean side of the racetrack. He's been perfect from there so far. Will he remain perfect? AJ Myers to the inside. The officials give the final signal. Visors down. Get ready. Hold the clutch. Pop it into first gear. And we go to the lights for 13 laps. Pro ROK Shifter Pre Final Sunday afternoon. And here we go. And AJ Myers gets the whole shot. Myers gets the lead down in turn number 1.
Whoa.
Big contact as Lucio Massini's into the inside wall, but AJ Myers gets the jump for the first time this weekend. Kremers trying to go back low in turn 3. AJ Myers with the lead from the dirty side of the racetrack. He finally was able to lay some rubber down, and he gets the jump over the pole man. So AJ Myers, pole in qualifying, Heat 1 win. Marian Kremers, Heat 2 win, Heat 3 win. And as they exit the PK teardrop, it's Myers over Kremers, Colin Daly, Giorgio Carrara, and Vincenzo Saraceno, your early top 5.
Yeah, good jump there for Colin. Able to get up into that 3rd position. But man, what a start for AJ Myers.
Yeah, what an awesome start for AJ Myers. Launched out of it, but look how close Kremers is. Got a good launch out of turn 13. He's going to come up the gearbox on his bumper. Big run. Oh, caught a little curb there. Drops a tire. That's going to hurt him in turn 1. Look how much he's wheeling that thing. Myers went a little wide as well. As they go to 2 and 3, Myers can feel him. He knows he's there as Kremer stays close to the third corner.
Now it starts to make me wonder about the tire situation. I have to keep an eye on that as well because they're definitely slipping and sliding as they're going around here. Marian again coming down now through turn number 6, heading for 7.
Look, the drivers might whine and moan a little bit here and there. Tires, engine, bumpiness, and granted the rib injuries are no joke. I don't want to downplay that.
Without a doubt.
But drivers tend to be a little temperamental. So, hey, here's Kremer's close enough for a dive. Maybe Myers feels him. Look at this for third. Carrara trying to give the bumper to Colin Daly as the fight rages on for the lead. The fight is raging on back for P3 as the sun continues to set here in Loxahatchee, Florida. A.J. Myers, frantic look over the shoulder. He feels that Kremer's is quicker. He's trying to just keep that magic cart as wide as possible here for the next 12 laps as Kremer's goes down the inside, little hip check, and he's got him. Marian Kremer's to the lead with 3, working lap number 3. Now we go here with 10 laps to go. Kremer's, can the guy from the Netherlands, the former world champ, pull away from one of America's best as A.J. Myers closes the gap back up to him over to turn 7.
Man, I wasn't expecting Marian to make that pass at that particular point, but he was able to make it side by side. Little bump in there, but no harm, no foul.
You can see again the differences in lines a little bit there in the S's and Marian Kremer's. A little narrow going in. Look at Giorgio Carrara. Stuffs it down the inside for third. Daly back to 4th. Saraceno is 5th. Josh Conker's up 2 spots already with an injured rib here on that Carblo's Racing Engines Vermont Company Marinello back in 6th as they roll through turn 1. You got the top 2 breaking away, then Carrara, then Daly, then Saraceno, and then Josh Conker in that red and yellow Marinello as they go through turns 3 and 4.
Boy, that's tough. Tough to know that you've got sore ribs and you're out here pounding around this particular track because obviously we've heard throughout the weekend how tough it can be. And with sore ribs already, that makes it even more difficult. So a great run so far for Josh Conker. He's up already a couple of spots sitting in that 6th position.
Yeah, so Josh Conker again closed up to him, tried to keep it even. And he's, again, just hanging on. There's really that one corner, that turn 12 right-hander going into these 2 hairpins that seems to be the trouble spot for a lot of guys as there's further passing going on while it starts to spread out a little bit at the front of the field. A.J. Myers gave up quite a bit of time, over 6/10.
6/10, that's crazy.
Yeah, Marian Kremer is just continuing to get away. So, again, this is what we heard. We heard a very frustrated A.J. Myers back at the end of heat number 3 complaining about the tires on his Magic Cart, thinking that was the issue. He'll get a brand new set of sticker Levantos tomorrow morning, so maybe just a bad set.
Right.
But if it's not, what's the odds of having 2 bad sets? And Marian gets 2 good ones, right? So then you go back to the drawing board. But nonetheless, Marian Kremer is continuing to pull away. Myers 2nd, Carrara, Daly. Saraceno's closing in on Colin Daly there for that 4th position as they go into the hairpins here. And there he goes. Gets by, and Daly got caught off guard.
Sure did. And
so Vincenzo Saraceno up.
Yeah, that allowed Josh Conker, I believe, to go right along with him.
It did. Josh Conker into the top 5 here as he nurses the left side ribs on home. John Torino back in 7th. Again, Colin Daly still in 6th as they go through to turn number 3. But what a great run there for Vincenzo Saraceno to make that move stick and give him a little bit of breathing room to try and hunt back down Giorgio Carrara as Marian Kremer's, again, yesterday. Oh, we got problems here. That is the 451, 461.
490.
490. That might be Dominic Legrand. That's the 493 of Dominic Legrand, yeah.
I saw him put his hand up. I don't, whoever it was that kind of got around him, I think really kind of upset him. He's still throwing his hand out.
Well, how about Vincenzo Saraceno here, the privateer TV card driver. Great move to get himself by Colin Daly. He's got pressure coming, albeit with Josh Conker then probably hyped up on some pain meds. A little bit of ice. We saw there in the interview underneath his rib protector that he's got a wrap around his entire rib cage, and he's nursing that thing to the best of his ability. So the Carblo's Racing Engines Marinello USA driver set for his first career pro national season, picked up as kind of a U.S. factory pilot to run the U.S. Pro Kart Series, all the ROK events, the SCUSA Pro Tour. He knows he's got another big show in a couple of weeks, so he's got to be careful, but he wants that ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour Championship.
He sure does.
And he has a shot at it if he can continue to get consistent results here. Now, if A.J. Myers or Marian Kremer's dominate, of course, that's one thing, but the two of them are splitting points apart, which means neither one is getting the max points weekend here. Kremers right now, 2 heat races and looking to be a pre-final, but Myers had that pole in that first heat race. So
look at the gap, though, that Marian's been able to pull. It's 2.2.
Yeah, he put another
7
4
laps
tenths on him last time by. I mean, this is phenomenal stuff for Marian Kremers to be this far above the rest of the field. You know, I mean, he comes out of yesterday, and most drivers think we'd be pretty deflated. I mean, you work all day for Marian Kremers. You're tuning on that go-kart. You're your own mechanic in ROK Sr. You know, and then ROK Shifter, you got to go out right after you're done work. I mean, he was literally, when I walked up to him right before the ROK Shifter main event, and he was still had his mechanic gloves on and was out of his suit, working on taking the engine off of his ROK Sr package to just to clean that for the night, and then had to again suit back up and go back out for ROK Shifter. I don't know, you know, again, we've got a pretty even split of fans of Marian Kremers and fans of AJ Myers. Amen. But you got to respect the guy, and I think they both respect each other quite a bit, even though they've had the run-ins on the racetrack.
Sure.
I mean, I think that's probably the toughest single day in North American karting that I've seen anyone have to go through, working on your own equipment in one of the most physical classes on the most physical racetrack we've gone to in quite some time, and then also going out and running in the hardest go-kart, one of the hardest racing machines you can drive, a shifter kart.
Yeah, and like you said, the types of G's they're taking on their bodies, and lap after lap after lap. You know, they put in a lot of practice as well this week, getting used to this track. So I would imagine by the end of this weekend, after tomorrow, there's going to be a lot of people wanting to lay around the house.
That's for sure. Now let's take a look at this battle here again, back to Saraceno versus Conker. Josh Conker continuing to close, kind of faded back a little bit the last few laps, now trying to close in for one more shot at him as Vincenzo aboard that VTM Racing Engines Privateer TB kart continues to hold the spot. And again, same story for him, right? Yesterday afternoon, running third, running with 2 of the best in the world with AJ Myers and Marian Kremers. And then, you know, the bumper bolt breaks, and all of a sudden he starts to slip backwards and has to pull in for a DNF. That puts him on the back foot here for the pre-final. He had 2 good heat races. It had him start 6th overall. He picked up 2 spots off the jump. His starts have been phenomenal.
Yes.
And what a great starting position. I mean, we saw, if we go back to that first heat race, he started 4th, jumped to 3rd, ran with the leaders. As they stand, he's set to start 4th for tomorrow's main event where he runs right now. So as long as he can hang on to that spot, that's prime real estate.
That's a really good spot.
That's a clean side of the racetrack. Because if you finish 2nd, you're either going on the outside there, but you get the clean track, or you're going on the inside, but you're on the dirty part of the track, and you don't have control. At least he knows in 4th where he's going to line up, and he can kind of plan it out mentally of what to do. And he's, again, done it already before. Yesterday afternoon in that first heat race, gone from 4th to 3rd and ran with the leader. So this is a great spot for Saraceno, and that's why you're seeing Josh Conker digging as hard as he is, because it's not so much the lane choice. I mean, that does factor in. That's huge. But clearing 1 row out from in front of you is major for these standing starts. And so Josh Conker, you know, if he's where he's at, he's 3 karts back. If he gets by Saraceno, he's only got 1 kart, or 2 karts back. He's only got 1 kart in front of him.
I tell you what, he seems to be just a little bit faster through that particular part of the track as they're getting ready to come through turns 11 and 12, heading for 13. Yeah, he's see if Josh has got anything for him here. He definitely picks up right there, but.
And that again, right? That's, you know, it's the right-hand corners that are hurting him. It's his left rib. So the G-force is throwing him into the left side. This is a predominantly right-hand corner racetrack. So through, you know, a lot of those, we saw him throw it in the left-hander, but in the right-handers, that's what's hurting him. 2 to go for Marian Kremers. There's the gap back to AJ Myers. There's the move. Conker through for 4th in turn 3, right as we cut away for a moment there to the lead. We go back, and that's just, again, how quick it all happens here. So now Conker has to just hang on for dear life for 4th. Saraceno maybe thought he might have been clear for a little bit. Now he's got to get back after it as the lights come on here at Piquet Race Park. Basically, you know, again, sunset hour, almost night racing. Look how slow Conker's nursing it through those right-handers. He's basically missing that curb in turn 12, and that's why he's blocking all the way down low.
I've noticed that as well, yes. Good point there, Xander.
Yeah, and he missed the hairpin, and it tripped Saraceno up. Saraceno there got underneath them. He didn't expect Conker to blow the corner, and it actually worked out in Conker's favor as Saraceno shakes his head. A little bit of a, oh, man.
Right.
And now they're on the final lap. Not much he can do. So Josh Conker, a total accidental move there, a mistake, ends up benefiting him. And then back up front. What a day it has been for the Dutchman.
Unbelievable.
Marian Kremers works his way through turns 7 and 8. He'll go up the S's one more time. It's been a physically demanding weekend, been a physically demanding day, but today gets a mechanic on the ROK Sr package to help him out, and all of a sudden, the superstar comes out again, and the world champion level he's at. He didn't have the best day in ROK Sr, but he flips the script in ROK Shifter. Marian Kremers wins the pre-final. Bam! AJ Myers across the line again. Frustration for the Magic Kart USA factory driver.
See it in his head as he shook it as he came by.
Giorgio. Oh, whoa! Big contact. Baylor Griffin has pounded the wall out of the final corner. Heavy contact for Baylor Griffin, and the officials are going to try and check him out. He is okay. That was a hard impact. We'll show him now. He's all right. Baylor Griffin sitting down on the front straightaway. We panned away there just in case of the worst. Baylor Griffin on that Orsilon Racing beer alert is all right. He's sitting there with the officials. Wow. There is the mangled remains of that Orsilon Racing beer alert.
Yeah, dude, look at the pounding he
took.
took.
Yeah, look at the left front tire.
Look at the steering wheel.
Talk about getting your bell rung. Baylor Griffin at the time,
I'm glad he's all right,
had worked his way up quite a few spots and was running at the end of that group. And here comes the applause for Baylor Griffin. All good. He'll work his walk off the racetrack and fight to live another day. So heavy contact with the outside retaining wall for Baylor Griffin. And that Orsilon Racing beer alert will have to have some work done to it, but my goodness. Orsilon Racing CRG will have to have some work done to it to come back tomorrow, but the good news is they're off in the morning.
Right. That's an awful lot of damage to that cart, that's for sure. Glad to see he's up and out of the cart.
Yeah, we'll see there. I think they may have him go over to the scale area. We'll see if we can get a word there with Baylor Griffin once he gets checked out with all the officials and make sure that he is okay. And, of course, then we'll chat with our top 5. So as we begin to wrap things up from Piquet Race Park here at Loxahatchee, Florida, a gnarly end. But Marian Kremers, a perfect end on his end here for the PSL Karting Factory Bureau Art. The 401 remains on top. AJ Myers second. Giorgio Carrara on that factory Lenzo kart for International Motorsport ends third. Josh Conker fourth. Vincenzo Saraceno in fifth. Colin Daly sixth. Gianno Torino fades to seventh. Hunter Pickett, Lucio Massini, and Ricardo Escoto Lechuga will round off the field. And there again, the kart recovery vehicle will remove that number 420 Orsilon Racing CRG off the circuit. And luckily, Baylor Griffin, hard impact. Nearly got halfway thrown out of the go-kart as they came onto the front straightaway. But he is okay, and we'll see if we can get a word with the Floridian. In the meantime, we'll take one quick commercial break here before we come back while they work their way through the scales. And the lights come on as we begin to do wrap-ups here with post-race interviews from a wild ending to Saturday here at the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Remember, tomorrow, if you want to watch the main events, go to youtube.com/kartchaser/join, become a KC Premium member. If not, you can watch the replays later this week for those tuning in tomorrow. And if you want to stay for post-race interviews, they're coming your way next.
Want to know a crucial part of the magic that's taken AJ Myers to multiple national championships? Check out Greyhound Racing Seats and their full catalog of options. From their R1 and R1 Extra Soft seats for high grip conditions, their Viper Medium seat for medium grip, and the RS2 Stiff seat for low grip conditions. It's time to win. It's time to see why Greyhound makes the difference. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, The Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
All right, welcome back here to Piquet Race Park and Entertainment Complex. Post-race scaling all the way through here as the day comes to a close. And, well, only one winner at the end of it all. Only one gets out on top. Alexander Searle, Emery Lida down in the post-race area. Let's talk to the man that walked away with that one. Dominating run for Marian Kremers. Lost the whole shot. Made that move for the lead. He's down with Alex.
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, Marian, I mean, pretty smooth sailing all day long, really. I mean, he swept the day. Just walk me through how that race went for you.
Yeah, I missed the whole shot this time, so that's something to work on. We changed the clutch plates, and I wasn't really feeling it, but I guess the inside line rubbed in nicely, and I wasn't ready for that. And then, yeah, spent a couple laps behind AJ. I saw him struggling, and then once he made a little mistake into turn 2, I knew I had to go for it, and I saw a gap, so I stuffed it in and got through. And then from there on, it was very, very smooth sailing. Just tried to do a couple push laps. Once I saw I broke away, I saw AJ backed off as well to conserve himself and the tires, and yeah, it wasn't really anything left for me to push for either, so just backed it off and then cruised it in home.
Yeah, and I mean, one more question. Obviously, tomorrow are the finals. AJ says that, you know, he thinks he has something left. Obviously, with the new tires, you're going to have new tires too. What are your expectations?
Obviously, it's a very big uncertainty with the tires. Depending on how they feel, the race is going to pan out either way. I think AJ and I are very competitive and very equal in pace. Not so much today, but I think I got lucky with the tires compared to him. So we'll see tomorrow what it brings, and then yeah, go from there.
Awesome. Yeah, Marian Kremers, everybody. He's going to start off first tomorrow for the final in ROK Shifter. Back to you guys.
We'll see what Marian picks on which lane. Like he said, got a little bit taken aback by the fact that the tires there for him, or the inside lane, rubbered up enough. We saw that a little bit coming into the lines. Well, talk about the guy that did get the whole shot. A.J. Myers from the inside lane started second technically, got to the lead, and then it went on from there. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, A.J., I mean, before I ask you about, you know, how the race went and how your kart felt, I'm just going to say, good hole shot, obviously, got the first. I mean, talk to me. How good was that start from the inside?
I mean, I finally got it. I think it was just, you know, we're putting down rubber in there. So hopefully now I'm getting his head a little bit. He may know where you want to start. I'll hopefully just mess with his head.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, lap 3, he got to your inside in turn 3. And from there, he kind of just walked away. How was that race from your perspective, and what do you expect for the final tomorrow?
I mean, I knew I was sliding around. He got down the inside. I pushed about 3 corners. He pulled about half a second, and I backed off. So I had accepted my fate before that race started, and I know we're going to regroup, and I'll be there tomorrow.
Awesome, yeah. A.J. Myers, confident for tomorrow's final. He's going to roll off P2. Back to you guys.
Thank you. And right there, like you said, a very confident A.J. Myers. When you're playing a little bit of mind games, that's going to be obviously coming from a place of confidence, you'd think. A.J. Myers feeling in control now. That was at the front end of the field. How about midway through with that wild, wild crash? Alexander Searle is down with Baylor Griffin from Warsaw Racing after one of the harshest impacts we've seen all weekend, probably all year.
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, Baylor, I mean, had a good run going. Obviously, you're mid-pack, you know, fighting with, you know, maybe a top 5 was on the cards. Just talk to me. What happened there?
Yeah, basically I just saw Giano and Hunter Piquet fighting in front of me. So coming out of the last corner, I saw they were getting together, and I figured if I kept my foot in it, hopefully I'd have a gap and get around them. And I think I just misjudged it and got my front bumper into the rear of one of them and got me a little loose. And yeah, I just have to apologize to my team, and I'm glad I didn't ruin anybody else's race. So yeah, all good, just my pride.
Yeah, one more question. Obviously, I haven't really got a chance to see the go-kart. Do you think the kart's ready to race for tomorrow?
Yeah, I can't say for sure. I hope so. I'll definitely be there if the kart's there. The axle's definitely done. We haven't got it on the table yet to see how bad the chassis is, but I'm sure it's going to need a little tweaking to get it ready for tomorrow. But either way, I'm going to do all I can to get out there and do this final.
Awesome, yeah. I mean, obviously, an apologetic Baylor Griffin here, but I'm just glad to see that he's okay. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, good to see Baylor Griffin is all right, and when his first thoughts really are about, you know, the crew and the team and the hard work they're going to have to do here tonight to get him a ride fully prepped for tomorrow, that can tell you that, number one, he's in a good headspace and a very, very humble response from him. Nothing, again, about anything else, any other drivers, just, hey, apologies to the guys that they got a long, long night ahead of them. But for us here, this concludes our coverage today. Thank you so much for tuning in to watching ROK Cup USA's second round of the 2023 Florida Winter Tour tomorrow. Main events will be coming your way here beginning early in the morning with the morning sessions. Then the other half of the class is capped off in the afternoon with the ROK Pro Shifters. If you want to watch them, go to youtube.com/kartchasers/join and become a KC Premium member. If not, we'll see you at the replays on Wednesday, our social media posts throughout the day. And for the ROK Cup team, the team here at Piquet Race Park, and for myself, Xander Clements and Ron John Ebersole here in the booth, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.